next on America's Day at the Races. Dream Passage stretched out in distance and responded with a gate-to-wire win in her first try at a mile. Gets you go back-to-back at Belmont. After starting out her career 0 for 7, Carrera Cat has found the winning touch. She looks for a 4th straight win in today's 8th race from Belmont. All that and much more coming up on today's edition of America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Good to have you with us on a Twilight Thursday card. Nice crowd on hand. I'll take 2 of those, please. That looks tasty. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, and we're going to bring you the entire card this afternoon from Belmont Park. We also have the entire card from Churchill Downs, and part of the NYRA Bets Late Pick 5 this afternoon, a turf race, one of the races that's going to stay on the grass today here. Races 2, 6, and 9 are off. 7th stays on. It's a mile on the grass, and now you're intrigued by a horse named Goodbye Broccoli.
I am, and I think it's a really fun race. We've seen some pretty quick times here, so we got some rain, about a half an inch this morning, but I think this turf course will soak it up quite easily. And don't forget, that race is being run about 4 hours from now. Goodbye Broccoli started winning up in Saratoga last summer, and she's second off a layoff. Her last race, a mile and 1/8, I think a mile and 1/8 is too far for her. The 7 furlong to a mile distance, the 1-turn mile today on the Widener, to me it hits her right between the eyes, Greg. It's a very game victory. And this was a horse I think was subtly improving for trainer Phil Serpy. Second off the layoff, cut back in distance, decent enough price. Thought she was an interesting player in a highly competitive race.
That was kind of the starting point for her comeback race, her first start since December. Aside from that performance, she's been very good at Belmont. 2 wins, 2 seconds, so very good 7th race on a turf course right now that is listed as good. Both the Inner and Widener listed as good. We'll go through all the changes, track conditions coming up in a moment. Let's set the stage, though, for our first race of the afternoon on this Twilight card. And it's a $16,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime claiming event. 6.5 furlongs, and entry is a 1 to 2 right now.
I'm going to go out on a limb, Greg, and say I like this entry.
Okay.
I think they
brave.
I feel like I want to start the show by just taking a big shot, and I'm going to take this 2 to 5 entry. I'll be honest with you, and I think you'll agree. Both these horses are sort of character flaw horses, right? I mean, Air on Fire is what an amazing horse. This horse has been 5 cents the dollar in 2 career starts, and actually won 1 of them. And has had his share of losses at short prices, and even Bourbon Did It, the 1A, has had his share of losses at short prices. I know they're betting a little on Quest for Fire, the 5 horse. I'm not a fan of that horse. I think one or both halves of this entry, they may run 1 2.
They should be pretty close to each other early, too, right?
You would think they'll be sitting sort of right with the 5 Quest for Fire. I mean, all 3 of them have speed. Here's my horse for you if you want to play an exacta. 1-4 Cold. Great Going is fill out the exact horse.
Care to explain yourself?
You know, Great Going was wide, very wide against a very good rail last time out. And if you can make that an excuse for his last effort, his prior 2 efforts are fast enough to win. He's got a 10-pound bug rider, but I'm not a big fan of the 5 Quest for Fire and thought Great Going could maybe get in there and fill out the exacta.
All right, there he is, trying to create a little value there underneath with the 6-year-old son of Congrats. Pick 5, of course, begins here. Early Pick 5 pool closing in on $200,000, and just about the entire world probably singling this entry, which means if somehow this entry gets beat.
Even Quest for Fire, the 2 to 1 shot wins, and I think that'll kind of blow it up more than the 2 to 1 he currently is.
Here's our American star. Sam Camacho Jr. will be aboard as we take a look at Andy's exacta play that he just gave out there.
That was pretty fast, by the way.
1-4. Look at that.
What a crack staff we have here.
24 to 1 on this horse, who's faced Bourbon Did It, has faced Quest for Fire, and has been absolutely no match whatsoever for those horses. So not a lot of reasons to believe that today's going to be a different story.
Yeah, I mean, he's a horse, if you go back on his PPs, our American Star has some races that make him a contender, but it's been a while, Greg.
You see Jonathan Kinchen's selection. He's going with the other half of the. At least you guys are dueling on who you like in terms of the entry. We'll have Jonathan live from Churchill Downs in Louisville a little bit later on in the show. We'll check in with him in a bit.
I feel like a lunch bet going there with me and Jonathan. I got the 1.
That's the
1A.
Intrigue of this race, right? Which half of the entry is going to win?
Lobster roll at Saratoga for Jonathan and I. Opening day lunch.
I'll speak for Jonathan. You're on. All right, so going into the gate. So here's Air on Fire. Irad Ortiz Jr. for Jason Service. They're both owned by Michael Dubb. That's the common ownership here. Bourbon Did It, owned also in part by Bethlehem Stables.
Bethlehem Stables, Mike I'm having a senior moment. Mike Caruso, champion wrestler at Lehigh, of course. A lot of horses. You have names involving Lehigh where he went to school, and I did as well.
Really?
Yeah. Remember the horse we talked about, the lunch? The horse that was named after the famous lunch they had with the coach 2 years ago in Saratoga.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Voice of New York Racing will kick things off for us with the call. Let's go to Larry Collmus, the opener from Belmont.
They're all in line. They're off. And Quest for Fire comes out the best, with Air on Fire away running in second position. These two won too early on, and then comes Bourbon Did It third on the outside. Great Going is next, and Our American Star is the trailer. So it is Quest for Fire on top a length and a half, with Air on Fire running in second, and Bourbon Did It tracks the top two from third, 2 lengths from the front, racing for the far turn. A 22.39 opening quarter mile. Great Going is now 7 lengths off the pace with a half mile to go, and 5 ahead of Our American Star. So they round the far turn, and Air on Fire sidles up alongside of Quest for Fire, and Air on Fire takes the lead on the far turn. Quest for Fire comes under a ride, second by another 4. And now starting to get going is Great Going on the inside of Bourbon Did It as they make their way toward the top of the stretch. Our American Star is the trailer, and Air on Fire's looking good. Ran a 45.46 half and turns for home in complete control here. Up into second is Great Going on the outside, 8 lengths behind. And then comes Quest for Fire on the rail, and Our American Star has moved up on the far outside. It's all over here with Air on Fire coming down to the wire. Going to win it wrapped up by about 12 lengths in the end. Great Going will be second best under the line, and third is going to be a photo that went to Quest for Fire over Our American Star.
We got the all-over call very early from Larry Collmus, and that was the case here. Got to credit Joel Rosario, at least tried to steal this thing early, but no match late.
Absolutely. I mean, Joel did what he could with Quest for Fire, right? You're supposed to put him in the lead and try to win it, but as it turned out, Air on Fire was too good. Bourbon Did It really didn't do much running at all in this race, the other half of the entry, but Air on Fire gets it done for his second career win.
2 for 18 now, and a horse who was 1 for 17 coming in. It was 1 to 5. Tells you all you need to know about the rest of this.
Right. On the other hand, and I'm not trying to say this to brag about picking a winner, and with the 1-4 exacta, it was $5 for $1. So you're getting 4 to 1. And if you took a position against the 5 for second, you find a way to turn a 1 to 5 entry into a little bit of a profit, right?
Indeed. Dropping from 40 non-winners of 2 to 16 non-winners of 2. Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard Air on Fire, the son of Unbridled Son for Jason Service. Owned by Michael Dubb. And a chalky beginning to this card at Belmont Park.
I think most people are alive in the pick 5.
Yes, they are.
I'm going to say that probably most are.
I think everybody is. 117 and 4, final time. Let's take a look at our track conditions for this afternoon. Brought to you each and every day by Piranha Fly Spray, the preferred fly spray at Belmont Park. Piranha on, pests gone. So we told you races 2, 6, and 9 are off. 4th stays on the inner. It's listed as good. The 7th, or moved to the inner, I should say. 7th on the widener. That's good also. Main track sloppy. Well, the entire card at Belmont. Churchill Downs, they are fast and firm. We're going to bring their entire Twilight Thursday card as well. So we got a lot of action coming up on this Thursday.
We do. And, you know, we've got a nice breeze up. Well, it's not that nice a breeze. It's a breeze. It's not being very nice to us right now in the third floor. But with the breeze, and I think the clouds may move out a little bit, I think by the time we're midway through this card, I wouldn't be surprised to see this track harrowed and drying out.
Okay. Like to hear that. 1, 4, 5, 2 in the first race of the afternoon here at Belmont. And it was as easy as can be for Air on Fire. And we promise we have some much more competitive races.
We do.
Coming up. We're going to take a break in the action. When we return, we're going to talk about the wide open 3-year-old picture. Who's the top 3-year-old in the land right now? Sir Winston threw his name into the mix with a win in the Belmont Stakes. We'll talk about the division when we return. Stay tuned.
Our Summer Cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. The plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus.
Warfront, a leading sire on all surfaces and all fronts. His recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach, Helmsman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy flag. Plus, Preakness Stakes winner War of Will. And these recent group and graded winners. Sire of the highest price yearling sold in North America in 2018, this son of Danzig continues to dominate both on the track and in the sales ring. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Our show brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. First race in the books here at Belmont Park. 1-5 favored entry. Air on Fire getting the job done by a country mile.
It was pretty easy. One like a 1-5 shot should, I guess, the way they say it. And Air on Fire does get his second win. And he's actually his second win in 6 starts for his current connections, Michael Dove.
Second race we'll get to momentarily. It's one of the 3 races, races 2, 6, and 9 here at Belmont today, taken off the turf. We'll set the stage for that in a moment. We want to look ahead to the weekend a little bit coming up. Danson Renee Stakes we have on Saturday. That will go as race 9 on the card. And Holiday Disguise back in action for Linda Rice. Jose Lezcano will be aboard. 9-5 morning line favorite, winner of the Broadway back in February at Aqueduct.
And the thing with with Holiday Disguise is she is the most accomplished horse in this race by a country mile, and a very nice filly. And this is a better race than it looks, as she moved outside. And this was a day that you want to be inside. She's beating, is it Pause for the Cause
Pause for
in
the
here?
Cause, yeah.
I actually prefer Pause for the Cause in Saturday's race, because Pause for the Cause would be stalking the pace in here and might have better position. Leah's Dream looks like the speed. So I'm going to try to beat Holiday Disguise, but you got to love her as a racehorse, Greg.
She's fun. Yeah, she has won just about half of her starts, 7 for 15 lifetime. 3 of those wins coming at Belmont. It will be the rematch, so Pause for the Cause going to get another crack at her. Like her, okay. So
I'm thinking that she just might have a chance to upset. I like Holiday Disguise. I just don't know that she's on her best game. And at the end of the day, Pause for the Cause has run some good races at different times.
She'll get first run.
Yeah, that's my hope. My hope is she gets that first run at Leah's Dream, who I don't know if she's quite good enough to beat these horses as the speed. So I'm going to try Pause for the Cause.
And likely out of orbit, going to go head-to-head battling up front.
I think that Pause for the Cause now. I don't think they're going to be a little afraid to get involved with Leah's Dream. She's got some pretty wicked speed.
That is coming up on Saturday. 6 furlongs, $100,000 purse in the Danson Renee. So we look forward to that over the weekend. Race 2 coming up next. Again, off the turf. We'll talk about the field when we come back. Pay attention to the main track onlys. We'll tell more about that ahead. Pick 4 starts here in race 2. 1 mile, main track, New York bred maiden special weight. Stick with us. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Stay tuned.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms now ranks among the leading active sires by percentage of winners to starters. His top runners include multiple stakes victor Recruiting Ready, winner of the Grade 3 Gulfstream Park Sprint Stakes, graded stakes winner Rich Mommy, multiple stakes winner Taylor Spirit, plus these recent stakes winners. In the ring, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $275,000 this year. Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NYRABets.com.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by the champion sprinter Runhappy, now standing at Claiborne Farm for $25,000. Never lost in his career while sprinting. Did it all while racing medication-free. We're going to see his offspring, 2020. And again, if you have a Runhappy 2-year-old, wins a non-restricted maiden race at Saratoga next summer, $100,000 bonus coming your way.
A lot of good stuff with Runhappy. He looks good, doesn't he? Looks happy.
Looks extremely happy.
He's running happy.
And we cannot wait to see these runners and see him go through the sales ring coming up this summer at Saratoga as well. Race 2, as we mentioned, it's off the turf. So now on the main track, we have 3 main track only runners in this race. The 3, the 8, the 12. And 3 and the 12 certainly taking their share of attention right now.
Yeah, I think by post time the 12 Bengal Gal will be a pretty substantial favorite based on doubles. But you know, Lady Macho has run really as well and fast enough in the dirt races. And maybe last time when Lady Macho finished second behind Magic Fairy, Magic Fairy was a first-time starter for Christophe Clement, who ran very well and wired the field. That effort's good enough to win this race, Greg, and also did it at a mile.
Both the 3 and the 12, they've been on sloppy racetracks. They both hit the board. Do you give an edge to either one of them?
I prefer the 12, like the public. Only
with this kind of track, I mean.
I think they both handle it. I think they both show that they can sort of run as well on it. I mean, the one thing that Lady Macho has going for it is she's run effectively going the mile. And she's also not going to be favored, whereas Bengal Gal, her 1-mile race was a turf race where she didn't do any running whatsoever. Her connections, the 12, are being more realistic, but, you know, it's all about price, right, Greg? If Lady Macho, Bengal Gal, ends up being 6-7 to 5, and Lady Macho ends up 5 to 2 or 3 to 1, is she necessarily a worse bet?
I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why Lady Macho can't win this race. And you could argue, did she hang a little last time? Maybe, but she ran against horses that ran better.
Joel Rosario will be on this one here. This is Happy Sophia. She's going to be making career start number 5 this afternoon. Daughter of Flat Out for Ray Handel. And she has hit the board in 3 of her 4 career starts.
And her first time against New York Breds last time, she ran fine. Not as well as the aforementioned 2, but it wasn't a bad effort. And she's a horse that could be forwardly placed. I mean, you look at these 3 horses we've talked about. Isn't she the one that's supposed to be in front of them?
Well, she's actually won once before. She got DQ'd out of that victory.
That's true.
So we won't count it as a win, but at least she crossed the wire first.
She did. No, and that effort would give her a chance in here. She's not out of it. I'm not way against her. I mean, I think that the likely are 2 winners. And Bengal Gal, the 12, just to go back to her for a second, her connections are finally being more realistic with her, right? I mean, they tried a New York Stallion Series. You can't knock them. It's a $200,000 race. They ran 3rd. They got $20,000 for that. So it was the right move. But now they're in a maiden race as an MTO, and that's a much softer spot.
We'll see if today is the day for Bengal Gal. Let's send it downstairs for a Paddock report. Check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
And Bengal Gal is one of 3 MTOs in here. And while I like Lady Macho in here, she ticks a lot of the boxes. She was beaten last time out by a first-time starting Christophe Clement horse. And actually, that's where I'll begin with the Christophe Clement runner, who I'm not as thrilled with as I was a Magic Fairy that day. But Lo Namona, she comes in and will try the main track for the first time in her career after 2 turf efforts. Now, physically, she wouldn't necessarily be my pick of the paddock by any means. She's a little bit on the smaller, kind of one-sided way about her. But she does have enough pedigree to suggest that she should be able to handle the wet going, as she's a half to tapitation who ran a 98 on the wet track before, has run well on it. Obviously more of a turf family, don't get me wrong, but they have shown that they can handle it. And she's by Quality Road, which is another feather in her cap, and physically she looks suited to getting on this sloppy track. Now moving on to another one that will move from turf to dirt, remaining in the body of the race, is second off the layoff, number 11, Corey Scores. Yeah, she had trouble. She did not get away that cleanly last time out. I wasn't in love with her in the paddock either. She just looked fairly weak across her top line. And with the race, though, she has developed more, which I know it was several other runners that influenced that poor start last time. But I also feel as though when you're a bit weaker behind the saddle, well, you tend to not push off well from leaving the gates. And she has looked as though she's taken a step forward in that respect. But again, she's more of a turf horse, as we'll take a look at some MTOs in here. Number 8, Happy Sophia for Ray Handel. I'm still not in love with her going a mile. She just doesn't look like a horse that wants to run that far. Yeah, 7/8 would be fine. I'm splitting hairs. But the thing about her is this is the first time she'll be on a wet track, and primarily a sloppy track. And I have seen these flat outs just relish it. They love the wet track, and I think this is a spot where, yeah, she could be effective here. I'd like to see her, maybe we'll see what speed plays out, but she looks like a filly and acts like a filly that should be forwardly placed. She's sharp in here, gotten a little warm under the collar, but that's okay. I'm okay with that. She looks great in here. It's just the distance. Is she a little bit limited in that department? And then finally it's number 12, Bengal Gal from the outside. She's one that has steadily physically improved each time I've seen her, and this is the third time I have seen her in her career. I don't love her, but still, I think she makes a lot of sense here. She'll get a wet track going long for the first time. I always thought as though that longer might be better for her. So really, guys, physically, she makes a lot of sense too, and I appreciate the improvement. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thanks. Covered a lot of bases there with this field coming up. And the 12, 3-1 on the board right now.
You won't be seeing that at post time.
Probably not.
3-2 or lower.
And, you know, Maggie was talking about Happy Sophia and the fact we might see her forwardly placed. But then you have Kendrick on the 10. Horse adding blinkers.
Yeah, good point.
Probably going to be aggressive as well.
Very good point. Very good point. Happy Sophia does look like of the main contenders, she's going to be more forwardly placed, but it's a good point about Tax Me Not. You have to think Kendrick's going to be looking to blast off with that one.
Well, Lady Macho remains our favorite, one of the 3 MTOs in this group. 5-2 on the board. Rajiv Mirage on the 3 this afternoon for trainer Bruce Levine, Donna Mucho Macho Man.
She's fine. Can we talk about the 11 a bit, though? Corey Scores we haven't touched on, or should we leave her for? Once again, no problem. I want to, Corey Scores ran once on the dirt and ran an effective third. That wasn't a bad field. I will say she was down on the inside that day, and that was a day the inside was very much the place to be, and I think it helped her a little bit, but she didn't run badly. I actually was speaking to Chad Brown about her, and he said he left her in because it's not as though she's proven that she's a superstar on the turf, and he's thinking she might just want more distance, and she ran well enough in her dirt race, it was worth taking a chance. And I was talking to him about the start last time, because she had legitimate trouble at the start last time, but actually if you watch the race, she still didn't run that well afterwards, and I said that to him, and he said, one of the things, she didn't break that well, and Javier kind of got shaken up, I think, a bit. Javier Castellano rode her coming out of the gate, and I think that may have affected somewhat the overall performance of her, and perhaps she gets a little bit of a pass for that race.
So she is 3-1 on the board right now. Second choice as we take a look here at Laflamona. That's a tough one to get out. Good luck, Larry Collmus. For Christophe Clement.
He's going to do it in Gaelic, I think. Polish up in his Gaelic. And Maggie mentioned the horse, I think, Tap to Tapitation, who's a very good turf runner. Ralph Nix, I believe, had, but obviously a much more turf runner, but had handled the dirt. But, as she said, it's a quality road. I think Christophe Clement left this one in here because Kerry's Ring, the other half, was obviously the stronger one for the turf. And why not take a shot? And there's enough of a dirt pedigree to go in. I mean, this race has a $62,000 purse. The winner is probably in a buyer figure in the range of 60. So it's not as though it's going to take a Herculean effort. And why not find out? Because the other thing is, these horses will be in races that are going to get reined off the turf again. And it's good to know. And if you leave them in and they don't run well, it's easy to say, well, I can't run them back if they go off the turf. But why not take a shot?
And, you know, some of these other horses may not handle it at all. And you wind up backing your way into a nice, very nice purse.
And third place is over $6,000, which pays a significant amount of your bills, certainly more than a month's worth of bills. And frankly, did Luff Nimona really figure to necessarily finish better than third in this race anyway? So why is it a wrong thing to stay in? Christophe Clement's a trainer that not only stays in a lot off the turf, but he has success.
There's the man that's going to ride her, Jose Lezcano, top rider at this meet. He has a lot of reasons to be smiling right now.
He's really having a great year. It's really great to see him doing as well as he's already got 91 wins. Now, I don't know how many wins he had last year, in all honesty, but I'm telling you that he's probably gotten a big percentage of it already. Great winner.
He's been around a long time. What do you think is the biggest factor to all of a sudden this being a complete breakout meet for him?
Well, he stayed here this winter. And when you stay here in the winter, two things happen. You get a lot more business in New York, business that you'll carry over to the Belmont meeting, and he had a lot of success. And I think it's got to help his confidence, right? I mean, if you're a guy and you're winning at 12%, it's a terrific rider, but he's riding against the greatest riding colony in the world, arguably, at this point, and he's not going to get the kind of mounts that are going to get him necessarily the success that is going to build up his confidence. And I guess it's confidence, but also business because of his big winter.
We'll see him team up with Christophe Clement, Waterville Lake Stable here on the 3-year-old filly who's on the board at 6-1 as we look at still our favorite, one of the three main track only entrants here. Rajiv Mirage will be aboard for Bruce Levine. And she's not going to be on the lead, but she has some tactical ability. She shouldn't be too far back.
I agree. I think she'll be sitting in a very good spot. I'd like to see Rajiv sort of, getting more of a groove. I thought Rajiv had a really good winter. He was really, I hope people give him more of a shot. I think it took him a while to sort of get back after what were some really serious and difficult injuries. But I thought he rode as well as anyone this winter, and he just needs the opportunities. And listen, it's tough going here. It's quite a colony. But Rajiv, I hope he gets some more of a chance because I think he's been riding really well.
Yeah, his real big signature comeback win off that injury that was so devastating. Irish War Cry in the Wood Memorial. Got him into the Kentucky Derby. Get signed up, started, play along. $200 new member bonus. When you bet $200, you'll get that $200 in your account when you use the promo code LIVE at sign up. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with NYRABets.com or download the NYRA Bets app. We got the start of a Pick 4 coming up. Of course, still to come later on this afternoon, the NYRA Bets late Pick 5. Which, even with some changes to today's card, and it begins in the 5th race today, looks like a pretty decent sequence.
I agree. I think it's an interesting one. Heavy favorite in the 6th. I'm going to use 2. Got that 7th we talked about is good. We'll see what happens in the 8th. And the 9th race is off the turf, but it's still a big field.
Yeah, that 6th race, we're going to see a main track only Ari's Naughty Luca. That's the 3 who just got beat by a horse last time out who's undefeated, 2 for 2, and stretched out yesterday in one walk-off.
Yeah, and Linda Rice she's 8 for 11, stretching horses out from sprints to routes with maidens off the claim. It's pretty incredible.
Here is, would you like to say it?
Luff Nimona. I speak fluent Gaelic. I don't want to brag.
6-1 on the remaining half of the entry.
Christophe Clement leaves this one in as a quality road, has the pedigree to perhaps handle the dirt, and is not totally untalented.
Our favorite we should see next, and there she is, Lady Macho, Rajiv Mirage for Fortune Farm, Bruce Levine.
Yeah, I mean, she is one of the 2 main players in this race, and she ran fine last time. She didn't get it done, but the first year beat her last time, ran very well and wired her.
87, North has been on an off track before, didn't run all that well over it, and Jose Ortiz will be aboard for Leah Giramati.
Yeah, she feels like a fringe player at best. She ran well enough that maybe she could be 3rd or 4th.
Happy Sophia, the H, actually crossed the wire first in a race at Charlestown. She got DQ'd out of that event for Ray Handel now.
And she lost to some okay horses, particularly in Princess Binky last time out. Did not run badly in that race. We'll see how much pressure she gets from the next horse.
Blinkers going on. You have Kendrick Carmouche in the irons on the 10. Tax Me Not should be forwardly placed.
You have to imagine that Kendrick Carmouche is thinking, I'm just going to go and hope that she can keep going.
This will be start number 3 for her. She comes in from Finger Lakes off 2 starts there. Corey scores Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr.
Her one dirt race was really not significantly worse than her first turf race. She had a good trip that day, but maybe she wants more distance.
And another MTO, main track only, from the outside here from Mike Stidham, Manny Franco, aboard Bengal Gal.
Does project to be, I know she's 3-1 now, but probably 7-5 or less. And she's a very logical player on the outside, but she doesn't have a lot of speed. But I think we saw in the first race, Greg, that, we saw horses make runs from behind. I don't know that we're necessarily looking at a track that's hugely kind to speed.
Well, yeah, we'll continue to follow that throughout the afternoon. We're just one race into the books as well. As we look back here at the 10, so Tax Me Not, 2 starts, both at Finger Lakes, and actually debuted on a sloppy track at Finger Lakes as a 2-year-old.
And obviously she would have to run a lot faster than she ran in that race. So this one, I think she's a horse that's probably difficult to make win this race, but she's the kind of horse that could have a real say in the outcome because her early speed could compromise perhaps the chance of a horse like Happy Sophia. Because I would imagine if you like Happy Sophia, the 8, you're kind of hoping she wires the field, right? And this horse might say, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah. Well, with more on Tax Me Not and the rest of this group, let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Well, as you guys were mentioning, Tax Me Not looks to secure that early lead beneath Kendrick Carmouche, and she's given every indication that she will be. First of all, when she first came in the paddock, she was ultra sharp on her toes, really tugging at her groom. Just a shortcut blinker applied, but she would have been even more interesting, I think, trying the turf. She looks like a turf horse, but that's not for today, as she is a daughter of Cosmonaut out of a Freud mare. I think she should be able to handle this going, and furthermore, I think she'll really appreciate the stretch out in distance if she hasn't expended too much energy. But actually, since she's gotten out here on the track, she's settled in nicely to a nice warm-up canter gallop as we see her right now. She's interesting. Look, she's going to be a big price in here, and I wouldn't be surprised if she upsets this field by wiring them. But we'll check in with my pick. That's going to be number 3, Lady Macho. She is currently still 5-2 on the board as your favorite. I just think she looks great. I think last time she got a bit of a confidence booster, finishing well that day. 2, the distance is ideal. She's very tall, very long-legged, and I liked her disposition in the paddock, and she's warmed up nicely, too, beneath Rajiv Mirage. Guys?
All right, Maggie, thank you. So, Lady Macho in that race in the slop, couple starts back. There were a couple of next out winners in that race to flatter her form as well, as she now becomes a second choice. And, outside Philly is now our favorite.
Yeah, and I think that, she's probably going to end up being reasonable value in here because the number 12 horse, Bengal Gal, is going to likely continue to get bet down to much lower than her current 5-2. And it's sort of odd that Lady Macho and Corey Scores are the same price right now. I mean, it just feels like Lady Macho has sort of proven herself to be a legitimate dirt horse who can handle a distance. We don't know that Corey Scores necessarily will improve on her distance and necessarily really wants the dirt.
But Barnes says it all.
Right. Chad
Always
Brown.
over bet with good reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Chad Brown.
funny with Chad Brown because you feel like over bet is the key word with his horses on the board, but then you look at so many stats where his ROI is good enough that you say, well, maybe they aren't over bet. But I think the key with a situation with somebody like that is you want to find the isolated situations when they may be betting him for the wrong reasons. And I'm not saying this horse can't win, but should she really be a similar price to the number 3 Lady Macho? I don't believe she should be.
Here's a look at 87 North. Leah Giramati, again, Jose Ortiz will be aboard. And a couple of races, tried to get on the grass there. She's been on the turf twice, but they came off, and she ran on a sloppy racetrack. And it's hard to like her, what she did in that sloppy going at Belmont back in October.
No, she feels like a horse that's one of the real rank outsiders in this race. And listen, sometimes you see goofy results in these races, and it's not as though every horse in here is that good. But doesn't it feel like it would be a bit of a stretch for her to win? Is that Jose Ortiz riding her?
It is.
Because I originally had Manny Franco riding. But
Franco's
he's
outside,
on the 12. Exactly. Gotcha.
Yeah, that MTO getting in.
So,
close to
Jonathan,
50.
I agree.
What's that?
Jonathan, I can't get even on the lunch bet that you made for him. Because he picked the 12 in here.
Okay.
We have to give him a chance to get even at some point later.
Oh, absolutely. I don't have. Maybe we can do that with the Churchill race.
actions,
yeah. Up and over 50 grand on the pick 4 as we get set. So time to get those wagers in as we take a look again at Happy Sophia. 5-1. Has a race under her belt at Belmont after coming in from Churchill. She's the most experienced runner in this field.
She is. She'd probably have to get a bit faster, and she's going to likely be compromised by the number 10. And I know the 3 and 12 right now are both 5-2, and Lady Macho actually has more money on her. I am warning those that say, I bet the 12 at 5-2 when she went in the gate and she went up at 7-5. She's very unlikely to be 5-2. I mean, the double is paying $3.55 for $1 with her, and $6.20 with a number 3 horse. That's a big difference when you get that low.
In a word, if you had to describe Rosario's Belmont ride.
Brilliant.
Incredible what he did on Sir Winston, saving all that ground, switching out at the exact perfect moment.
You know, it's comparable to the ride on Practical Joke in the Derby. Practical Joke just wasn't good enough to win, so he only ran 5th, so nobody noticed how well Joel rode him. In this case, he had a horse good enough to win.
His second Belmont Stakes victory. We're set. Started the early pick 4 here on this Twilight Thursday at Belmont Park. Our favorite outside, Bengal Gal, the 12. Let's go upstairs to the voice of horse racing's Triple Crown for the call, Larry Collmus.
Last few to move into line here. Here's Tax Me Not going in. Just waiting for Corey Scores and Bengal Gal, who's now at 9-5 odds to take the outside stall. Corey Scores goes in. Bengal Gal up to the outside gate, goes in, and they're all in line. They're off. And it's Locknamona and Happy Sophia, sharp from the start, with Bengal Gal out running in third. Lady Macho is fourth by another 2. Then Tax Me Not, Corey Scores on the outside, and 87 North is the trailer. Locknamona up the backstretch in front. The leader by a half a length. Happy Sophia pressing the pace on the outside second. Bengal Gal is third. Lady Macho is fourth through a 23.6 quarter and races 2.5 lengths off the lead. And then it's Tax Me Not. Corey Scores is 8 lengths behind at this stage and 10 lengths to make up for 87 North at the back of the pack, racing for the far turn. Locknamona by a neck to Happy Sophia. Bengal Gal is third to their outside. In behind them, Lady Macho and Tax Me Not close up in fifth. Just 3 lengths separate those after a half in 47.27 seconds. And then it's Corey Scores getting a bit closer now, 6 lengths off the lead, but starting to hit her best stride. And then the trailer 87 North around the far turn. That's all for Locknamona. It is now Happy Sophia on the inside of Bengal Gal, and Bengal Gal now to the front. Happy Sophia tries to hang in there second on the rail. Lady Macho comes 3 wide. And they're into the stretch, 3/4, 112.42, and Bengal Gal turns for home in front. Leads the way by 2.5 lengths. Lady Macho on the outside has taken up the chase from second as Happy Sophia drops back in third. And they're followed by 87 North, who now has moved up into third position, but 7 lengths behind Bengal Gal. And Bengal Gal and Manny Franco win it by about 4 lengths in the end. Lady Macho was second, and then it was 87 North and Happy Sophia.
A main track only exacta as Bengal Gal gets the win. Manny Franco, Mike Stidham, 12.35 finish.
And she was much the best, Greg. I mean, she was right in the teeth of a pace that basically totally incinerated. The 1 and the 8 finished absolutely nowhere. The 3, actually, Lady Macho was getting a perfect trip behind her. I thought she was in a position to pass her. And it's interesting. We talked about the betting. Despite being an overwhelming favorite in the double, she ended up 2-1, and the money came to Lady Macho at the end at 8-5.
You get a 17-1 shot in third if you went after this trifecta in here. But, yeah, no doubt about a win here from Bengal Gal. Impressive here, getting her maiden victory in career start number 4. And we've had 2 races here and 2 absolutely, no doubt about it, winners.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I know, it's an off-the-turf race. I'm not saying she's beating any future stake winners. I think she ran very well in this race, Greg. This is a very good win by her because she not only won easily, she did it working hard the whole way.
Daughter of MC for It's All About the Girls Stable. Manny Franco keeping her busy down the stretch. And she is home free for the win. Goes off at 2-1. Actually, as you mentioned, second choice on the board. It was the 3. Lady Macho went off your 8-5 favorite. We'll be back with prices Right after this, we'll set the stage for race 3 as well, and that'll be on the main track. 12,000 claimers going 6 furlongs. Stick with us. More America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, coming up after a short break.
Runhappy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Runhappy is stamping his horses. They all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we've had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPRING19 at NYRABets.com.
This successful son of AP Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. This year, Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July sale with a $520,000 yearling. And this year, his juveniles have sold up to $375,000. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Maximum security. Country has 1-2 down to the line. Maximum security wins the Kentucky Derby. They're off in the Preakness, and the maiden Bodie Express lost the jockey at the start. But it's War of Will coming down to the 16th pole in front by 2 lengths late. Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness. And Sir Winston has moved to the center of the track under Joel Rosario to take the lead. They're coming to the finish, and Sir Winston has won the Belmont Stakes.
What a year in the Triple Crown we had. We're going to talk about a 3-year-old picture in a moment. First, let's wrap up this second race. Kicked off our early pick 4 here at Belmont. Bengal Gal, one of the 3 main track only entrants in the race, gets the job done as the slight second choice.
A very generous 620 on this daughter of MC, who was an easy winner for Manny Franco. Lady Macho just got second again. $15 for $2 in an exacta. Not bad, Greg. 2 favorites.
Breaks her maiden, career start number 4, Mike Stidham, and it's all about the girls' stable. Race 3, as we move along in the card, $12,000 claiming sprint at 6 furlongs. Mo Souls trying to win 4 in a row, but right now it's Professor Snape, 7-time winner from 27 starts, who's favored.
Be interesting to see how these two duel towards the front end because they look like speeds. I'm going to try to pick them all up, Greg, with too hot to even speak.
All right, we'll talk plenty more about that race coming up in just a little bit. What an interesting Triple Crown we had this year. There was drama every step of the way. And, of course, the horse who crossed the wire first in the Kentucky Derby, only to get DQ'd to 17th, Maximum Security, was waiting. Jason Service, the trainer, waiting to decide on if he was going to run in the prep for the Haskell in that Pegasus. Today said, yes, indeed. We will line up in the Pegasus at Monmouth.
Well, I'm sure he's not facing a field of killers, but I'm glad to see him back in the entries, and I think we're all looking forward to Maximum Security getting another chance to prove his dominance, perhaps, over this 3-year-old division. And he's, of course, in the conversation for the best 3-year-old colt right now.
If you had to vote right now, I know it makes no sense. It doesn't matter. It's going to matter what you do later. But if you had to say right now, who is the leader of the division?
Who's the leader? That's a really hard question. I think it's War of Will because he ran in all the races and he did enough beforehand. And, I mean, it's a hard question. Do you consider Maximum Security the
think you
Derby
do.
winner? It's a very tough question. I know who I think is going to be 3-year-old champion. I'd bet on Tacitus right now if somebody wanted to give me the right price on him. But that doesn't. He can't be considered one of the leaders of the division now because he simply just hasn't done it.
He's going to get his chance later this summer. Let's take a look at America's Best Racing. They asked this question to you. So with the Triple Crown over, who do you think is the best 3-year-old in training? War of Will, Maximum Security, Sir Winston, the Belmont Stakes winner, or a different horse. So Andy would go a different horse. Of course, some might think Game Winner out there as well, who's pointing to the Travers, who we're going to talk about in a moment. It's a very interesting question. So here's some of the other top 3-year-olds. You know, everyone talks about what happened in the Derby. You don't hear Code of Honor mentioned much. He was moved up to second after that DQ.
And I'm looking forward to seeing him run our Dwyer on Stars and Stripes Day here on July 6th. Other good horses pointed that race, and I'm looking forward to seeing him. And I think Code of Honor is a horse that at some point for Sugar McGay is going to really move forward.
Roadster, of course, we're going to see out in Southern California in the Affirmed. He's running on Sunday. Omaha Beach, though, we're going to get to see him back in action at some point as well. He had that entrapped epiglottis. He had surgery on May 3rd. Still not 100%. Richard Mandela said he's better, but he's not perfect just yet. It's taken a little bit longer to get him back to the racetrack and heal up.
I hope we see him soon. Obviously, you have to do what's best for the horse, but I mean, you still have to say a horse that was probably going to be favored in the Derby deserves to be mentioned at the top of this list, especially considering no horse has asserted himself as the obvious leader of the division.
They were looking initially at the Haskell, and, you know, with this entrapped epiglottis, that surgery taking a little bit longer to heal. So you see Richard Mandela with his star 3-year-old. We'll see if that is still the target and if they can make that race.
I remember him saying when he was laid up, you know, we'd love to come to Saratoga, and he even said then, if he can't make the Travers, maybe we'll run him in the Alan Jerkins that day.
Game Winner, of course, that brutally wide trip in the stretch. He got shut off by a stablemate Roadster out of the gates, and he was at Rude Riddle for a little bit. He had a little hind end issue coming out of the Derby, and that was the last we saw of him on the Triple Crown.
And I know he lost this race to Roadster, but I think the obvious argument is he ran the best race in here. And I know he hasn't finished first yet this year, but he saw what he could do last year, and we've seen what he's had. And I think one of the toughest beats for Gary West was he didn't run 1-2 in the Kentucky Derby. So when he got DQ'd, they'd have put up Game Winner, and he would have been a lot easier for him because they really could have run 1-2 in that race, Greg.
Game Winner, he is pointing to the Travers. That is his target. Of course, his trainers had some success in that race.
You know, he's a pretty good trainer. Like that guy, Bob, somebody. White hair guy.
So he'll be fun to see in the comeback trail, 2-year-old champion. And then there's Code of Honor. Fountain of Youth winner, second after the DQ in the Kentucky Derby for Shig McGahee.
He's a neat horse, right? John Velasquez, by the way, what a ride he gave in the Kentucky Derby. I mean, talk about giving your horse his absolute best chance to win. And Max Security kind of came over and tightened things up on him a bit in that race. I think the question with him ultimately is going to be how far is he going to be at his best? Is he really a 1.25 mile type horse, or is he more of a miler type horse? And that's one of the reasons I'm sure Sugar's going to try him in the Dwyer for a natural start to get him started the second half of the season. But I mean, I have no reason to believe this horse can't become a real player going forward.
A lot of intrigue. What happens this summer coming up? Pegasus for Maximum Security. He was DQ'd in the Kentucky Derby. Then he's going to go on, if all goes well, to the Haskell. Game Winners looking at Travers. Omaha Beach we're hoping to see this summer at Saratoga as well. He may go Haskell. We'll see if he gets ready for that race in time. But we could see also a brand new face come out of nowhere and step up and assert themselves in the division.
Well, I mean, and you mentioned it sort of yesterday. I think Arrogate broke his maiden right around this period when he did that a few years ago. And while obviously there's a lot of horses out there, you just never really know. And just talking about him, Greg, makes you really look forward to Saratoga and the second half of the season, because I don't want to hear people say this is an average group of 3-year-olds. They're lightly raced horses, and I think over time we're going to see some really nice horses coming out of this crop.
Yeah, I mean, think back to, a horse who's going to be running this weekend in the premier race out at Churchill Downs. We saw Giftbox run in the Curlin a few years ago. He got beat by his stablemate in that race, and then it took him a long time to really develop into something. It looked like he wasn't going to, and all of a sudden he has become a superstar.
And he's a horse who had some issues. Of course, Chad Brad had him before, and Chad and I recently talked about him, but absolutely. I mean, sometimes it just takes a little bit of time, and it's nice to see horses run as they get older. Look at Bricks and Mortar winning what he's done. Right now, one of the top horses in the country. A 5-year-old, a horse who had a big issue, but he also had time to mature.
Mm-hmm. Some take a little bit longer than others. So it's going to be a very, very fun summer, particularly in this 3-year-old male division, and we're going to have some of those key races play out this summer at Saratoga with the Jim Dandy and the Travers. We're going to take a break in the action. We'll be back. We'll talk race 3 here at Belmont when we return. Favoritism to the rail right now. Professor Snape looking for his 8th career win. We'll be back with the Paddock Report and post-parade for the 3rd right after this on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Eclipse champion Blaine was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Awards finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault, and graded stakes winners Moreau, Beyond Blaine, Miss Kentucky, and Blaine. This year, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $700,000. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Thanks for spending part of your Thursday afternoon with us, bringing you the entire card today from Belmont Park and from Churchill Downs, which we'll get into in just a little bit. We'll have Jonathan Kinchen live from Louisville. Right now, 3rd from Belmont, 6 furlong sprint coming up. And it looks like these inside 2 horses, Professor Snape, Mo Soul, that they want to go at each other early.
It's hard to imagine either one of them not letting the other horse get away. And Mo Soul got it done last time, but I think he's facing a tougher group in these. But I'll say something else about Mo Soul. I think he has less question marks, right? He's still in Rob Atris's barn, and while Rob obviously not winning the rate he was winning earlier at Aqueduct, that's not going to keep up. His horses have been running well at Belmont Park, where you've got, Professor Snape, with all due respect, coming off a claim from Rudy Rodriguez, and Mo Soul continues to be in the same barn, but this is a tougher race.
Time for a Paddock Report. We're going to head downstairs and check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
And guys, I think one of the biggest questions here is who's actually going to get to the lead. Not that necessarily speed's a good thing to have either way on this racetrack, but it's an interesting question between the 2 inside runners. Now, Professor Snape, he is pretty game when he does secure that inside position on the front end, and like I said, he has the inside, so that's a good thing. Now, coming off the claim from Rudy Rodriguez, as the guys were hinting at, it's always tough to claim off Rudy, but Mike's done okay with these horses in the past. And Professor Snape, as I noted in his last few, he looks great. He's striding out really well here in the paddock. Now, he's gotten a little bit warm. I don't necessarily love to see that because he's done it in the past, and sometimes he doesn't do it, and I just feel as though it's always better when he's not that warm. But like I said, it could be also an indication of his sharpness. As we'll take a look at number 2, Mo Soul comes off the back of a win on a sloppy racetrack, just like the one he's getting here today for Rob Atris. Last time here in the paddock, he was really revved up. He was really bad to saddle. They tried to do him in the stall, but they learned their lesson. They saddled him on the walk, and he was actually much better behaved. He's also a little bit more quiet today. Like I said, I don't know him that well, so is that a good thing or a bad thing, considering he was more revved up in the paddock last time and he won? He looks great physically, so we'll see. To me down here, guys, it feels as though Professor Snape might be the sharper of the ones, at least in preliminaries.
All right, Maggie, thank you for that. So from the Paddock report, slight edge to the 1 for Maggie, Professor Snape. But then you have the speed rider on the 2. Most Soul seems to always get the lead. It's going to be interesting to see these two go at it early.
Yeah, I think Joel Rosario has to come out firing on Professor Snape with the rail position. We'll see. And it's funny with Kendrick because I don't know why the horse wasn't even close in the last race to come out. Professor Snape, Mike Maselli, who claimed him, is a terrific trainer. But he claimed this horse from Rui Rodriguez and, claimed off of Rui Rodriguez in dirt sprints in their first start off the claim. Horses won of just a 14% clip with 176 starts over the last 5 years and a $1.14 ROI, which suggests they just don't come back and run as well for their new connections.
Well, we keep talking about these two that both want to go to the front inside. So shouldn't we say logically it sets up for someone to sit behind those two?
I like Too Hot to Even Speak now and hear the number 4 horse who's leaving the paddock right now. I think his connections made a mistake in running him back in 2 route races after he won at 7 furlongs on this kind of sloppy track. Great ride by Joel Rosario that day, by the way. I really think, A, he's dropping a little bit, and B, he's better suited to closing as a sprinter, not a horse that wants to go farther. And I think this turnback's going to suit him very well. Now, 6 furlongs could be a little short for him. His win was at 7, perhaps, but if the 1 and 2 go at it, it's going to help set it up for him.
Here comes our post parade. And that is a look at Professor Snape to kick things off. So he's 2-1 on the board. Son of Stay Thirsty. It was a winner 2 starts back in the mud here.
And he has held his form very consistently for a while. Been running well pretty much all year. And we'll see if he's the speed of the speed.
13 of 27 starts. He's been first or second in his career. Mo Soul, he loves to go to the front. He's got a speed rider aboard, and Kendrick Carmouche, he's won 3 in a row.
And, Greg, you talk about horses that compete at a high level. He's 5 for 7. When he shows up, he wins. This is a tougher spot, though, than where the field he beat last time out.
Nolinsky, the 3. The bad news for him, he put together back-to-back wins late last year, early this year. He did it on the lead. He does not figure to get the lead here.
I thought the bad news for him was you gelded before this race.
That's true.
It's another discussion. I agree. I think it's a very good point, Greg.
Eric Consell will be aboard. Too Hot to Even Speak, Jose Lezcano, Carlos Martin.
To me, he is the horse that will be able to take advantage if the pace is hot.
And T loves a fight on the outside to complete our 5-horse field. Junior Alvarado rides for Orlando Nota.
It's a significant rider change on this horse who dropped significantly after being run over his head off the claim.
So maybe another stalker to consider who could benefit from this pace up front right here. This 5-year-old gelding by Girolamo, who does have a win here at Belmont.
His recent form is a little dubious, but I don't disagree. If you think the race is going to fall apart, he's definitely a horse that can get a piece of it.
Well, he's beat Professor Snape before. He did that back this year at Aqueduct in early February. Professor Snape had the lead that day all to himself, and he was able to run him down. Different racetrack, though.
Yeah, and he got the good rail to come up inside of him.
Welcome to those just joining us on Fox Sports Prime Ticket and Fox Sports San Diego. Good to have you with us. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Maggie Wolfendale with us. We'll be joined a little bit later on by Jonathan Kinchen out of Churchill Downs and Paul LoDuca, 4-time Major League All-Star, be joining the cast in just a little bit. We're up to race 3. We've had, second choice in the wagering, 1 race 2. 1-5 favorite won the opening race on the card. But 2 kind of blowout victories in the first 2 races today on this sloppy racetrack.
And sloppy tracks will lend themselves, right, to exaggerated results because sometimes a horse will really like it up front and a lot of horses don't really like the going. I know it's a 5-horse field, and right now Mo Soul's a big favorite, but I think this is a much more competitive race. And this horse, Too Hot to Even Speak, who we've been talking about a little bit, he's a better sprinter than a router. In his last 2 races, he went over a mile. And he doesn't really have a closing kick at those distances. It's much more accentuated at the shorter distances. 6 furlongs, probably a little short from his best. If it was 6.5 or 7, I might like him much more. But I think, and I like him, you have to hope that Professor Snape and Mo Soul engage relatively early in this race, Greg, if you like the 4 like I do.
Yeah, he will need that. Right now, though, the public solidly with the 2 Most Soul. He's won 3 in a row. He's 2 for 2 on an off track. The thing is, you go through this entire field, everybody owns multiple victories on and off track.
Yeah, I think that's something you don't have to worry about in this race.
Yeah.
They all can handle the track. And, when you look at wet tracks, I think sometimes people get too caught up in wins, and most horses handle it reasonably well. I don't know how many horses get much better on wet tracks. I think these horses just run their races on wet tracks. And here is Most Soul. This is Most Soul, I believe, in his last win.
It is. This was for $16,000. So off a win here at Belmont, he drops down in class.
He does. I still feel like he's facing a saltier group in this race. That field last time was kind of hungry, and he had everything his own way. But I'll say something about him. His 4 to 5 odds, and we talk about this quite often, you and I. To me, it's a real function of Professor Snape taking no money. Didn't they figure to be relatively similar price in here? I think they were fairly close in the morning line, maybe like 7 to 5 and 9 to 5.
7 to 5, 2 to 1.
Yeah, and right now, Professor Snape is what we call dead on the board, and as a result of 3 to 5, as a result of that, all the money is going on Most Soul. So is it a ringing endorsement for Most Soul, or is it more like, I want no part of Professor Snape? That's what seems to be going on right now, right?
It is. That is a... Wow, Most Soul's getting crushed. So here's Professor Snape as we take a look back at him on a sloppy racetrack.
I think people seem to be worried about the fact because his good races are every bit as good, if not better, than Most Soul's races. I wonder if a lot of people are worried that Rudy Rodriguez had him, a very high percentage trainer.
Muddy that day, by the way, not
Muddy,
sloppy.
Okay. But when you look at these tracks, pretty similar type tracks. And now Mike Maselli has him. But I'm going to say something about Mike Maselli. Look at his record. He's 7 for 20 this year. Mike Maselli, like every trainer, is as good as the trained horses in his barn. And you can't make a slow horse win a race. I've always felt that Mike Maselli, who's an ex-rider, gets the most out of his horses. So I'm not overly worried about it, but it is a switch that's difficult for every trainer.
3 to 5, meanwhile, on the horse he's going to have to go after early. Most Soul getting crushed at the windows, the 2 horse. Let's go downstairs to Maggie for more.
And look, I think Andy and I could form a fan club for Mike Maselli, but the money around here is usually very smart. And at least Most Soul has shown more ability to be able to sit off of an early leader and still win. And 2, he has that favorable post position to the outside of the other speed. But maybe the horse that, as Andy said, benefits most from these 2 hooking up is Too Hot to Even Speak. Now, Too Hot to Even Speak is making his 6th start in 2 months. I mean, you're dealing with a sound horse for Carlos Martin. Some horses don't even run that many times in a year, let alone 2 months. But I really like the turn back in distance. A mile and a 16th is too far. Yes, 7 furlongs is probably his most ideal, but 6 is better than a mile and a 16th, most certainly. And he just looks fit. He was moving well over the racetrack here beneath Jose Lescano. I think Too Hot to Even Speak is offering the value and hoping that things develop for him up in front of him to win when they come down to the wire, Greg.
Well, he's talking about his schedule that this horse runs. He ran 3 times in about 19 days in May and June.
He's getting a much stronger workout than I am. That's for sure. He's really been. This is his 6th start in 2 months, Greg, because starting in April 11th, he ran 5 times, and this is his 6th start, and it's just June 13th. So, seen a lot of action for him, but he keeps running well.
7 to 2 on the board with the aforementioned Jose Lescano, who's having this terrific meet that we talked about. But I am surprised to see Most Soul. Well, we saw him at 3 to 5 at one point, the 2 horse. Now at 4 to 5, still odds on.
Right. You're going to see a little money coming to Professor Snape. The question is, does it get even more close towards the end? And that's a real factor. But they're betting Most Soul like he's already in the winner's circle getting his picture snapped, isn't he?
And that was Joel Rosario on the one. Was he looking at the board going, what's going on here?
Probably.
I think he had other things on his mind.
Yeah.
Nolinsky, we've not talked a lot about. There's a 3. So Eric Conseil aboard for a horse who was just claimed by the Alejandro Memo barn, recently gelded. And, we talked about his best game appears to be when he can get the lead.
And he's just not fast enough to win the race, so he can't get the lead from the 1 and 2, and he may not be fast enough anyway, and that's probably why he's 14 to 1.
But we'll see with the ultimate equipment change.
That's right. Yeah, listen,
wake him up.
There's a lot of people who just like to bet fresh geldings every time they run, and sometimes you bet a big priced horse, you don't have to win too often. I'm not betting them, but well.
And being told now that we're not going to get to see the 3 run.
Well, have to wait for another day.
So maybe Eric Consell felt something amiss with Nolinsky, who we believe here is coming out.
Yep. Well,
and he is.
We talk about it. You know, if a rider feels there's anything, as you say, amiss, you don't want the horse to run. That's the last thing you want to have happen. So we have to protect our, as we say, equine athletes.
Son of Bob and John. Wood winner, right?
Yes. Yeah.
For
who got up for second?
What do you want from me?
Jazzle.
Did he really?
Yeah, Jazzle.
Belmont
I needed him
winner.
for second. He came from the clouds to get second in the race. Here's one for you. The favorite in the race, Keyed Entry. Finished third. It was a very good sprinter for Todd Pletcher, and he's a half to Algorithms, of course, who's standing at Claiborne Farm, and he was a brilliant sprinter type. And speaking of families that would have loved to run today, they loved the mud. But Keyed Entry was a brilliantly fast horse, and Todd stretched him out, and he just got beat for second by Jazzle.
I believe I watched Jazzle's Belmont Stakes win at Emerald Downs.
Wow. How was Emerald Downs? I always wanted to go there.
It's so much fun. Great, small, kind of family feel to that racetrack. They have a really good time. They're a great crowd there.
Yeah.
As we see Nolinsky go back to the barn, so we'll wait another day to see him run. So now down to a 4-horse field, and, you know, we talk about this a lot. When you have these small fields, it truly becomes a rider's race. Everybody's super aware of where everyone is, even more so. And it's just going to be fascinating to see what Rosario, what Carmouche do on the 1 and 2 respectively here.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think that Joel's going to come out riding, and Mosol's supposed to stalk him. We'll see. It's interesting. Mosol has won races rating, so it's not as though he needs to lead, right? I mean, his second career start was a win where he sat fourth. It was 3 years ago, Greg. This horse, Mosol, 2016 at Del Mar. He won the I'm Smokin'. You were probably there. Were you there at Del Mar?
I was at Saratoga.
16 you were in Saratoga?
I believe so.
You're right, 3 years ago. God, you've been with us for a long time. You're a true regular now. That's right. It was your first summer in Saratoga. That was right at the end, right? It was right around Labor Day.
Although if that was closing day?
No. Oh, you weren't here closing day that year,
Yeah.
were you? You weren't here that weekend. I think closing day was like the 5th.
Oh, okay.
That was like
then
a
I was
Friday.
There. I was at Saratoga.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll see. Yeah, wow. Started out his career perfect 2 for 2. Now, all of a sudden, with the drop in class, just found the winning ways. You know, he's done this win streak, 3 wins in a row now, 3 different racetracks.
And one of them synthetic, as a matter of fact. Yeah, I mean, and he hasn't been on a dry dirt track in quite a while. Maybe he brings the rain. Could be like a bad luck charm for the weather.
3 to 5 on the board. Now, we've had the last couple of races, we've seen Kendrick Carmouche, who we know has this reputation. He's so good at being aggressive, being in front. Horses we thought he'd be in front on, he wasn't.
No.
Which was a little bizarre.
I agree. It's surprising. And you have to think he's going to go here, but I just don't see why Joel Rosario would give it up. I mean, it appears that, frankly, that Professor Snape, he's really in trouble if he lets the other one go. Really in trouble. So we'll see how it works out. But I got to think that Joel's coming out firing on Professor Snape and trying to wire the field. He may be naturally faster, to be honest with you.
Professor Snape?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, most sold. 3 back, he didn't get out to the front immediately.
Right.
He has shown some ability to be sitting off the early leaders. In fact, he did so in the second win of his career, way back in 2016. There he is, moving in line under Kendrick Carmouche. Watch early with the 1 and 2, and who wins this speed battle early. That could tell the tale what happens in the race. Let's go upstairs. The call for the third from Belmont, the voice of New York racing, Larry Collmus.
And here's T Loves a Fight, who takes that outside post, and they're all in line. They're off. Professor Snape was a beat slow to begin. That gives the lead to Mo Soul, who goes out to an early 1.5 length over Professor Snape. T Loves a Fight is third on the outside, and the trailer is Too Hot to Even Speak, who's 4 lengths off of Kendrick Carmouche and Mo Soul, who will lead the way into the far turn. They're on top by 1.5 lengths. T Loves a Fight is running in second. Professor Snape was in tight quarters there and has to take back to third and is joined on the outside by Too Hot to Even Speak after a slow quarter of 23.48 seconds. So now T Loves a Fight's going to put some pressure on Mo Soul up top. And now these two are stride for stride on the lead. It's 1.5 lengths back to Too Hot to Even Speak. And riding the rail will be Professor Snape, who is 3.5 lengths behind, coming toward the top of the stretch. And here's T Loves a Fight on the outside after a 46.97 half to take the lead. T Loves a Fight to the front, coming to the 8th pole. Trying to put away Mo Soul and Too Hot to Even Speak, and Professor Snape is 4th. T Loves a Fight by the 16th pole in the clear, and T Loves a Fight, the longest shot on the board, will do it. Too Hot to Even Speak was second, then a photo between Professor Snape and Mo Soul.
Indeed, longest price of the board. Short field, big price, 9-1 with T Loves a Fight.
Well, how about they ran exact opposite order of their odds, right? Longest first, shortest last. And let's give some credit to Junior Alvarado as well, who did a very good job of, he saw the one was not engaging and had to stay in the backstretch, and T Loves a Fight sort of got him right in the race and easily went by. I mean, frankly, he looked like the one who should have been 3-5, and the other horse, Mo Soul, looked like the one who should have been 9-1. Went by him, and listen, my horse, Too Hot to Even Speak, was able to pick up the pieces, but didn't get close to T Loves a Fight.
So, yeah, Kendrick got things the way he wanted them. Just Mo Soul didn't have any answer in the stretch here. So 5-4 photo for third.
Now, I'm not familiar with this trainer, Orlando Noda, but in my looking him up, I'm not sure that he's trained that much, at least in the last 5 years, and Maggie can find this out. I wonder if this is his first career win. How's that? I know nothing about him as a trainer. I'm just wondering, but that would be pretty cool, right?
Yeah, we'll try and find that out. 9-1, Junior Alvarado, Noda Brothers. And we're being told it is his first victory, awesome. So congratulations. How about that?
Makes you feel special, right? Here for that special day. Good job by Junior, getting him in the game and giving him his best chance to get it done.
Well, and getting it done, too, when it looked like, especially the way the race played out of the gate here, it really didn't set up for this horse.
No, and it was a very slow pace, and I think it's something we talk about, right? If you have a speed horse, go. Put some separation. In this case, he let them all in the race.
T Loves a Fight. First win for trainer Orlando Noda. Well done. At a price as well. We'll be back to wrap this third up, set up race for the start of the Pick Six, and we want to hear from this historic victory in Orlando right after this.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NYRABets.com.
Kentucky Derby winner Orb. On the track, his runners have scored on both dirt and turf, including multiple stakes winner Autumn Warrior and Sipacan Harbor, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes at Saratoga. On the track, Orb continues to add winners. And in the sales rate, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $250,000 in 2019. Classic winner, classic pedigree, or standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, and the first time experiencing this feeling. How about that? First ever win for Orlando Noda, trainer of T Loves a Fight. Claimed this horse back on May the 12th. And second start in the barn, gets a win at 9-1.
I think it's awesome, right? I mean, you see how happy he is down there. It's a sloppy track, a 4-horse field, a lower-level claiming race, but to him, it's as big a race as he'll never forget this win, right?
Absolutely. Let's head downstairs to Maggie for more.
And the excitement is tangible here for Orlando, and we couldn't be happier for you kind of joining in your excitement.
Thank you. Yes, my maiden. I broke my maiden.
Now, you grew up in a racing family. Obviously, your brothers are involved too, but started off in Florida, but came up here to New York. Talk about that decision.
Oh, that's where the money is, and you got to start where the big boys are, and I'm going to compete with them.
And you surely did with T Loves a Fight. Now, I also heard that you kind of do everything in your stable, too.
Oh, yeah. Groom them, walk them, ride them, everything. Trainer, owner, everything.
Now, T loves a fight. Ambitious spot off the claim, but back in with the level you claimed him at, and he delivered today.
Oh, yeah, no, he's a really good horse. Very classy in the stall, on the track. Very good.
Well, Orlando, we couldn't be happier for you. Enjoy this win. I'm sure there's more to come.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys, not getting that smile off his face anytime soon.
Love to see that. First time experiencing this feeling, getting your picture taken with T Loves a Fight. Nice claim, and well done getting this horse in the winner's circle. And it's been a little while since this horse had won. He went over to Aqueduct, but 4 starts after that, kind of been going the wrong way, and he gets them going the right way today.
Yeah, nice to see him get it done, and hopefully it's the kind of situation. You win a race, show you can get it done, and maybe it helps you get a few more horses.
And get a little help, too, because it sounds like he's doing everything in the barn.
Gets a few more horses, he better get a little more help.
Exactly. You can't do it all the time. At Churchill coming up this weekend, one of the premier races in the handicap division of the entire calendar year. That is the Stephen Foster, 1 1/8. And we're going to take a look at a couple of the key runners. 12 horses will line up in this field on Saturday, including a horse we were just talking about earlier, Gift Box.
Yeah, a Gift Box is a horse that always hinted at having real ability, right? As you said, he was second to Connect, who was a Grade 1 winner, won our Cigar Mile later that year. And he's gotten a chance to finally get it together. And boy, has he flourished for John Sadler out west.
Incredible. He wins the San Antonio. Then he wins the Big Cap as well, where he beats McKenzie. And then somehow Vino Rosso beat him last start.
Yeah, I know. Vino Rosso went out there. Vino Rosso really,
but he still ran
well. But, yeah, he ran, arguably the best race ever run if you believe in the buyer figures. He ran a huge number. Here's my question for you, Greg, though. He's shipping to Kentucky, and he's running just 19 days after that race. That seems pretty quick.
Could be a tall order. Meanwhile, Tenfold, his best moment came in winning the Jim Dandy last summer at Saratoga. Unfortunately, could not follow that up with a Travers victory, but did win the Pimlico Special in his 4-year-old campaign.
I'll tell you what, this was a great ride, wasn't it? I'm assuming that was Ricardo Santana who was getting it done on him, but he found that seam to get through and might have not run the best race because the second horse, You're to Blame, was very wide. Ricardo Santana, he impresses me every time I see him.
He is incredible, and he had a fantastic fast start to Saratoga last summer, but he is one of the true stars in this game. Of course, Yoshida, he's 7-2 morning line. Coming back from Dubai, there's question marks doing all that travel.
I agree. And, Bill Mott even was talking about he was disappointed in his race over in Dubai. We'll see. Listen, he ran well in the Woodward, but here's the difference. He got the rail in the Woodward, and Joel Rosario gave him a brilliant ride taking advantage of it. Now he draws post 12. Not going to be quite as easy for Jose Ortiz, and he's got some players in here. Quips coming off that nice win. How about Tom's Day Todd?
Yep, I know you're big on him.
I love that horse. My man Alstall.
Loaded schedule on Saturday. So the Matt Winn, the Regret, Stephen Foster, Florida Lee, Wise, Dan, graded stake after graded stake. First post at 6 p.m. Eastern time. It's Downs After Dark at Big Easy. And we're going to talk a little Regret as well, which follows this Stephen Foster. And Graham Motion had this filly as a graded stakes place as a maiden, and then we saw her here at Belmont, and she came back short price favorite and got in the winner's circle for the first time.
Yeah, this was a joke. Remember watching this race? I think we
yes.
covered this race, and we were just watching it thinking,
scary.
Talk about a horse that was considerably better than her competition. She's rolling by these horses like she's just laughing at them. The rider's barely even riding them here, Javier Castellano, and Javier's going to go to ride this horse in the Regret. We'll see. Listen, she was a maiden going to that race, but she finished second to a newspaper record.
Yeah, we thought off that performance, newspaper record might be in trouble off that performance.
From her. Newspaper records, she's been in a little trouble these days, frankly.
Of course, coming off back-to-back upsets.
Yeah.
But Varenka, that was a huge performance. So now we're going to see her. That was a maiden win. Now she's back in graded stakes company. Obviously, she showed her talent against some of the best competitions as a 2-year-old, but it looks like she has really taken a step forward.
She has, but there's some interesting players in here. I'll tell you what, there's some great pedigrees in here. Here's a battle of the pedigrees. The dam of the One Winter Sunset Winter Memories, many will remember around here, super horse for Jimmy Tar the Gray. She was upset in Saratoga by a horse named Hungry Island. Hungry Island's first fall, Hungry Kitten is in this race. So we've got a race within the race of the foals of 2 horses that were rivals on the racetrack.
And you have on the outside, you have Princessa Carolina, I should say. She brings speed to the party, and look who she faced 3 starts back, barely beaten by Canberra Park, who scored that upset against Newspaper of Record, the
Yeah.
Grade 3 Wonder again.
Gambier Park is a horse that's really moving forward towards the Belmont Oaks at the right time. I agree. This is always a fun race, and it's a great night of racing, stakes throughout it. And I don't know about you, I'm really looking forward to seeing a late run. I so much in my heart want a late to get back to her winning ways, and Bill Mott's going to hope the mile and eighth of the Fleur-de-Lis will do it for her.
Meanwhile, let's get back to action here at Belmont Park. This fourth race, this was originally scheduled for the Widener turf course. It's been shifted now on the inner turf. Mile and a 16th. Maiden special weight coming up. And style icon John Velasquez will be aboard for Graham Motion.
She is a funny horse because she's got 7 starts with 3 seconds and 3/3, right? And she's been a short price in 5 straight races. She should have won last time out. It's missed in the chart call, but she was badly steady in the backstretch and lost a couple of lengths of position. And she didn't really have a clear trip thereafter. She was best that day, but Greg, you worry about horse, that lose their races at short prices.
So that's back-to-back races now. She's been impeded. Yeah. And some horses, they just seem to find trouble. Yeah. We'll see. She's the 2-1 favorite right now. Let's head downstairs for Paddock Report with Maggie.
And will she burn more money as a favorite? Number 3, Style Icon, who we'll check in with. But, yeah, she had some excuses in her last start. The good thing is that she's going to get another course that has some give in it. She seemed to somewhat appreciate that as this race has been moved to the inner turf course. And she had a trouble trip, as Andy said. She's a big, good-looking type. The only thing I worry about with her as she'll cut back a furlong, maybe she needs that furlong because she's so big and rangy looking. But otherwise, really have no complaints, as we actually have to see that she doesn't get a bigger overgirth because she is so big. As we see Valet Harry Rice getting another one. As we'll check in with Chariata, who is coming in off of a layoff. And last time out as a beaten favorite, I just thought that while 1.25 miles looked to be an ideal distance, the softer ground worried me about her. So it's going to worry me again here. But then again, I think we are dealing with something a little bit firmer than maybe that day because she's just a bigger, heavier horse. But on the flip side of that, coming back off a layoff, she actually looks more fit than what she ever did in any of her starts last year. So I'm taking an optimistic approach here with Chariata for Shug McGahee. But there's 2 pretty well-bred first-time starters in here. Number 6 is Passive Investing. I know that prior to moving to Saratoga down at Palmetto, she was working with Catch a Bid, who did win first time out for Chad Brown on the turf. But Catch a Bid at least was a real solution. Tis now can go either way, to be honest. But there's not that much turf pedigree in the bottom side. But then again, I trust Chad's instincts, and she comes in here. She actually does have a bit of a turf hoof. She has a really well-balanced frame. You know, she's just kind of got one of those versatile frames that lends itself well to any surface, any kind of condition. She's really well prepared, and I would be afraid of her. As we'll check in with the daughter of Dream Rush, that's number 6, Sophia Ray. Obviously, Dream Rush has produced the likes of Dreaming of Julia and Dream Pauline, and Dream Pauline trained by Kieran McLaughlin, who will send out Sophia Ray. I'm not really getting turf. I'm not sure why we're beginning on this surface because there's really not that much pedigree for it. And she's huge. She's a big, big filly. She just looks like a start's going to be needed here as she makes her debut. And, guys, we'll see. That surface has me scratching my head. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. As you can see on screen, pick 6 begins here as we look at Sophia Ray.
She's got the pedigree of this race. I mean, her dam was a 2-time grade winner, Dream Rush, and she produced Dream of Julia and a number of foals could run. But I have to think, and Maggie touched on this, the fact that Kieran McLaughlin is debuting this horse on the turf is a bad sign because she has a gigantic dirt pedigree.
She's 5-1 on the board. Meanwhile, outside of her, Chariata for Shug McGahee, daughter of Kitten's Joy, Joel Rosario, and going to shorten up in this spot. Went 1.25 miles last time out.
Well, Maggie was touching on it, the reasons you would think 1.25 miles might have been better for her. And to be fair, she lost to Semper Sententiae, who has not embarrassed herself running against Homerique and the likes of her and competition of ideas. So that was a tough spot. The race that she ran her first time in the turf, that race completely fell apart. All the closers dominated the race, including a winner, a firster for Chad Brown, who came back to run second in the subsequent start. I don't know. I like her turning back. She's okay. I think she's probably the 2nd or 3rd likeliest winner of this race. How's that?
But it's absolutely Style Icon's race to lose, the 3, right?
Right. I mean, of the horses that have run, she's run the best races. And she should have won her last race. Obviously, right now, the fear is that the first or passive investing is the horse that's going to beat her. But
would you argue she probably should have won her last 2 races?
Yes, I would say that. But what about the excuse at 3-5 at Delaware 3-back, Greg?
John Velasquez. He'll be aboard Style Icon, our current 2-1 favorite for trainer Graham Motion. Post-parade from the 4th here at Belmont to kick off our pick 6 on this Twilight Thursday card when we return.
Grade 1 winner Lee traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. A graded stakes winner on both dirt and turf, he set a new track record in the Grade 1 Don Handicap and retired with earnings of more than $2.3 million. With yearlings bringing up to $650,000 and his first crop 2-year-old selling up to $430,000, the sky is the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPRING19 at NYRABets.com.
This is a colt by Runhappy out of Addison Run. We bred here in Moffra Hall. He's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well. Has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle. The best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. AmericasBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Next on America's Day at the Races, Dream Passage stretched out in distance and responded with a gate-to-wire win in her first try at a mile. She looks to go back-to-back at Belmont. After starting out her career 0-7, Carrera Cat has found the winning touch. She looks for a 4th straight win. That'll be in today's 8th race from Belmont Park on this Twilight Thursday afternoon card. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. Are you up for anything? You'll want to visit americasbestracing.net for the latest and greatest. Thanks for spending part of your Thursday afternoon with us. Welcome to those joining us on MSG Plus, of course, Fox Sports 2, Fox Sports Prime Ticket, Fox Sports San Diego already with us. Greg Wolf, New York Racing Association handicapper, Andy Serling with me as we get set for a race that kicks off our pick 6 here, race 4. This move from the Widener to the inner turf, and Varenka been a tough luck second-place finisher for Graham Motion last couple of starts.
Yeah, well, Varenka's trainers, Graham Motion with Style Icon. We're just talking about Varenka, who's running the Regret on Saturday night at Churchill. And, yeah, Style Icon's been unlucky. And sometimes, and we touched on this before, a horse will just get unlucky, and sometimes she finds bad luck. And considering she's been a short price in 5 straight races with losses and has 3 wins, 3 seconds and 3/3 in 7 career starts, you're beginning to wonder if she's a horse that always finds a way to get beaten. But off her last race, she is unequivocally the horse to beat in this race.
Yet, and this is probably not a huge surprise, a first-time starter is favored right now because that first-timer is coming out of the barn of Chad Brown, who apparently has been working pretty sharp in the morning.
Yeah, she's been the workmate of a horse named Catch a Bid, who some people will remember broke her maiden last Friday here impressively. She's got an 83 buyer. The last work by Passive Investing, obviously the same day as Catch a Bid, was not with Catch a Bid. The prior workouts, they were workmates. She wasn't quite as good as Catch a Bid, but she's not that far off her, and that's obviously one of the reasons she's taking a lot of money. The other one is, that guy Chad Brown's pretty good.
Giving a ton of experience up, however, to Style Icon. Here is part of the entry, La Vida, who's going to break from post 3 for Jorge Abreu.
You know, she didn't run that badly on a turf with a lot of give on it last time behind some decent runners. She's possibly the speed in this race.
Other half of the entry will break 3rd from the outside here, and this is Jose Ortiz aboard Elite Mom, making start number 3.
Kind of entry you like to have, and she lost to Varenka, by the way. She used to be, and of course, Jorge Abreu was Chad's assistant in the past. She's a deep closer. You got a speed and a closer.
Rail to this one. This is Funny Flowers for Barclay Tag. Joe Bravo.
She can improve her second start for Barclay Tag. She broke a little slow in her debut and did no running whatsoever.
May not be favored right now, but this is the filly to beat for Grand Motion Style Icon.
I got to think she'll be favored by post time, and she is the horse to beat, and one of these days she'll get the clean trip and just win.
Passive investing, the debut for Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, Irad Ortiz Jr.
The opposite, I guess, of being an activist investor would be to be a passive investor. And he doesn't, as Maggie said, but she doesn't, a ton of turf pedigree, but we've seen Chad Brown win with these kind before.
Sophia Ray, you talked about that big pedigree for dirt, but she's going to debut here on turf.
I am very curious to see what this one does because she has a brilliant pedigree, but it's just not for turf.
And then on the outside, Cariata for Shug Bagahia, daughter of Kittens. Joy Joel Rosario rides.
I think this horse is going to run well in here off a layoff for Shug. He doesn't have great numbers off layoffs, but she ran well in her first turf race, and I think the less distance will be beneficial to her.
This will be her 4-year-old debut, and I believe, yeah, she's, well, one of 2 4-year-olds in the field. Style Icon being the other as we look at Cariata.
Greg, I'm just impressed that you could pronounce her name.
I have to thank Larry Collmus for that.
You didn't have to. You did, but you didn't have
I
to.
can't take credit.
It's true.
Always looking out for us here.
Yes, he is.
And as we look at the runner that gets the rail here, so Joe Bravo inside with Funny Flowers, who debuted at Belmont back on May 11th and split a 12-horse field. Had the rail that day as well.
Yeah, I mean, she looks on paper like a horse you kind of want to like, right? In a big field, lost to a good horse in Varenka. She was kind of running towards the end. But I watched the race, and maybe she's just a horse that the light will go on, and she'll run much better second time out. And you do see that sometimes. But she just never moved up at all. And turf racing is funny. 6 lengths in the dirt, that's relatively close. 6 lengths in the turf is like 15 on the dirt.
But again, 3-year-old filly, start number 2. They can improve leaps and bounds, and she'll need to against this group, particularly against the horse right to her outside here in Style Icon, the 3, who is co-favored 5-2 right now. So can she get over the hump? Can she get a clean trip? I would imagine Connections talked plenty to John Velasquez saying, please just keep her out of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, she was in a 12-horse field last time. Maybe with a 7-horse field, she won't find that trouble. And I imagine that's one thing John will look to do, which is just sort of keep her maybe too wide so he's not getting backed up inside or something. Because when you ride a horse like her, who is sort of the horse to beat, your job is kind of to not get in trouble, right? And sometimes it's hard. I'm not blaming Jose Ortiz for it happened last time. He was very unlucky. He was too wide in the backstretch, and there was a horse in front of him in a pack, and that horse just backed up and just backed up.
You just swatted a bee almost right into my face, and now the bee's going to be upset. Anyway, finish your point.
Who do you think he stings, you or me?
I'm just worried
I'm
now.
thinking it's me because I'm the one who hit him, but if he stings you, I'll be able to live with that. I just think that Jose was unlucky last time, and John will look to keep her out of trouble.
Yeah, and turf racing, obviously, trips, they matter so much more, and you can find trouble. Let's go downstairs. Joining us for the first time this afternoon, 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LoDuca. Hey, Paulie.
Hey, guys, sitting here trackside, and I broke the camera. Sorry about that, guys, up there at NYRA. I'm going to have to expense another one. But I was on the scales there a little bit. I think I need to drop 70 pounds now that I think about it to get on a racehorse. But let's get to this race, race number 4. You know, the 3 taking a lot of money. I'm with the Andy Style Icon. This is a horse that I like, too. But I'm starting to worry a little bit. The last 2 starts that she's had, she's caused a little bit of trouble. Now, the last time out wasn't her own fault. The other time before that, she's lacked room. She's had a couple races in her PPs where she's caused her own trouble. And I wonder if she's one of those fillies that's tough to ride, if there's anybody that can ride him, that's Johnny V. So I think she's the horse to beat. I also thought the horse, to me, it was the best value was the 8, Chariota, a horse for Joel Rosario and Shug McGahee. You know, this race projects to be no pace, and sometimes it ends up being the horse with the best kick home. And this horse coming out of a 1.25 mile race, and the race before that at Saratoga, they crawled around the racetrack, and she was the only filly that made up ground that day. So I really feel this could be 3-8 or 8-3, guys.
Let let me just say something about Correa. He's right that was a very slow pace when Correa ran at Saratoga, but that entire pace collapsed, and all 4 of the first 4 finishers came from way back in that race.
So 7-2 on this filly right here. And they're bunched up on the board. Just about everybody, with the exception of the 7, is taking play.
Yeah, I mean, I happen to disagree with that. I think either the 3, 6, or 8, one of these 3 horses is a very likely winner of this race. Passive Investing is a little bit passive on the board right now, and she's a horse that wasn't as good as Catch a Bid, and I think that you kind of move her up because Catch a Bid, the horse her workmate, won so impressively on Friday that perhaps a horse that didn't look great in the mornings is better than you thought because she was running against a good horse. But still, she's going to have to go out and win first time out a mile and 16th, and she's going to have to do it in a course that may have a little give in it, too.
And you look, coming out, and now the money's starting to come in here on Style Icon, yeah. But to debut, and Grant, we talked about all the troubled trips with Style Icon, but this will be start number 8 for her. She's a 4-year-old filly. That's a wealth of experience and edge over the 6, no?
Yeah, it's a lot of experience, but then again, sometimes at a certain point, all of those starts, you start holding her against her because Style Icon is clearly, she's been 5-2, 6-5, 3-5, 2-1, and 3-1. So she's been in 5 straight races where she was considered, at least 3 of them, to be absolutely the horse to beat, and she's managed to lose. That, to me, is a criticism of her, right? She's in races she's supposed to win and not getting the job done.
But a couple of times wasn't her fault.
I agree. She was very unlucky last time. Now, last time out was a mile and 3/16. Is she a horse that favors more distance? Because that's the best race she ever ran. And is she a horse the Grand Motion would rather run her at a 1.25 mile race, but that race didn't come up?
Yeah, and keep in mind, too, now we're on the inner turf. It was supposed to be on the Widener. So there's not a ton of pace in this group. La Vida, the 1, did go to the front in her last start. Manny Franco gets the return ride.
She's got to go, right?
It would look that way.
She's got to be in front in this race. I don't know if that'll necessarily benefit her, but you would think she would go in here. I have to think John Velasquez is going to look to get himself positioned with the number 3 in this race, right? How could he not?
8-5. So she has become a solid favorite. Style Icon now, making her 3rd start of the year. Is today the day that she breaks through? Pick 6 again, it begins here. You see 40,000 plus in that pool as they begin to load up. Can Style Icon, the 3-horse, get that maiden score? Can she get a clean trip? That is priority number 1 for her jockey, John Velasquez, the Hall of Famer. Let's send it upstairs to the voice of New York racing. For the call, Larry Collmus.
Style Icon has just taken her position in the starting gate here, and she'll be followed by La Vida, who comes forward to stall 3. Passive Investing, one of the first-time starters, moving into line next. Passive Investing just a little bit reluctant to go in, but walks forward now as Style Icon remains the favorite here at odds of 7-5. Elite Mom comes up and in. Here's Sophia Ray, the other firster, moving into line, and she will be followed by Carriada, who will complete the line here. Sophia Ray, the daughter of Curlin and Dream Rush, goes in, and here's Carriada, coming forward to the outside stall and in. They're all in line. They're off. Style Icon started very well. There goes La Vida, and La Vida is going to grab the lead as they race for the turn, and Passive Investing comes up on the outside, and so too does Elite Mom. And now the entry 1-2 as La Vida and Elite Mom will head on to the backstretch just ahead of Passive Investing, and then it's Style Icon running in 4th on the inside. They're followed by Sophia Ray, then it's Carriada, followed by Funny Flowers down toward the inside. The pace is very slow here. 26.26 was the opening quarter mile, set by La Vida, who leads Elite Mom, Passive Investing, and Style Icon. And these 3 race across the track just in front of Sophia Ray. And then Funny Flowers on the inside, and Carriada is just 5 lengths off the lead into this dawdling pace. So it is La Vida and Manny Franco in front through a 51.58 half, heading for the turn. 3/4 of a length on top of Passive Investing. Running along in second, Style Icon is third. Elite Mom fourth on the outside. 2 lengths more back to Sophia Ray, Cariata, and Funny Flowers, who saves all the ground on the turn. 4.5 lengths off of La Vida, who has led every step of the way so far. Passive Investing now just a half length behind as they make their way around the far turn. Style Icon saving ground in behind the leaders, while Funny Flowers swings up 3 wide and Cariata comes up on the far outside. They're into the stretch. La Vida, Passive Investing. Style Icon splits them. Cariata comes up on their outside. Funny Flowers trying to put it a bid too, but it is Style Icon. Style Icon has taken the lead. Passive Investing is second, and Cariata was third. Style Icon looking good. Under the wire, Passive Investing was second best. Then Cariata and Funny Flowers.
Clean trip today, and Style Icon, career start number 8, breaks her maiden, and she does so as the favorite.
And she not only didn't get a bad trip today, Greg, she got an absolutely perfect trip and a beautiful ride by John Velasquez. He just got her tucked in. They separated as they often do when they came in the stretch, and John just eased through in that hole. An excellent performance by the runner-up, the first for Passive Investing. But at the end of the day, Greg, she was simply second best.
But not a bad first-time effort, right?
No, it was fine, right. And the winner got a perfect trip. I mean, as we talked about, the 3, 6, and 8 figured to be the right 3, and they ran 1, 2, 3. And we're hearing it's Chariata, actually. Got our first sort of tiff on the show, right? A little difference of opinion here.
Yeah. Apparently, Maggie's confirmed with connection, so thanks for that. Chariata running third in here. 3, 6, 8 finish. So Stuart Armstrong, Graham Motion, John Velasquez winning connections on the daughter of Artie Schiller as the 3-2 favorite to kick off the Pick 6. We'll be back with the prices, and we will set up the start of the NYRA Bets late Pick 5. I'm very good at Jenga. You want to challenge me, I will play you any day.
I'm
undefeated.
Ready. I've never heard of it, but I'm ready.
Take a look. That was Andy playing right there.
Me? Yeah, here.
Summer Cruz is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. The plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms now ranks among the leading active sires by percentage of winners to starters. His top runners include multiple stakes victor Recruiting Ready, winner of the Grade 3 Gulfstream Park Sprint Stakes, graded stakes winner Rich Mommy, multiple stakes winner Taylor Spirit, plus these recent stakes winners. In the ring, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $275,000 this year. Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Champion Sprinter. Runhappy now standing for $25,000 at Claiborne Farm at a legendary stall number 1. We have the start of the Pick 6 in the books here at Belmont Park. Style Icon had some troubled trips, blocked last couple of races. Probably should have won those races. Today it does not matter. She gets it done at 3-2 to get her maiden score. Well done by John Velasquez, keeping her out of trouble, giving her a brilliant ride, winning for trainer Graham Motion.
Yeah, an absolutely perfect trip by John, and it helps be riding a horse. It's probably the best horse in the race, but John did everything right with her, got the job done for Graham Motion. Passive Investing, the first her, a solid second.
Yeah, definitely want to keep your eyes on next time out. Passive Investing, the best of the rest of this bunch in her debut effort. Got her a tiz now for trainer Chad Brown. So, fourth in the books, the NYRA Bets Late Pick 5 is next. We will set the stage for that in a bit. Right now, getting close to the opener from Churchill Downs coming up on their Twilight Thursday card. 5.5 furlongs in the opener. Maiden special weight for the most part, debuting 2-year-old fillies. There is one with experience in the race. For more on today's card, let's head to Louisville and check in with 2015 NHC Tour champion Jonathan Kinchen.
Greg, what's going on? I am here at Churchill Downs. The weather's a little bit nicer than when we were here on Sunday. I promise you, I hear Paul LoDuca is breaking cameras. I won't do that. I can't afford it. I didn't play baseball. I'm just a regular guy who's betting horses, trying to make it happen. Fun racing today. We've got 8 races, 6 on the dirt, 2 on the grass. 2 pick 5s I think are very interesting. One starting here in the first race, one starting in the fourth. Both include a favorite I want to beat in race 5. Louis Vaporizer. I'm going to try to beat that horse with Stay Home. If you like a horse in there, make sure you use them. Going to be a lot of fun. Stephen Foster week here at Churchill. It's Thursday night. The crowds are back like they were last week. If you're going to be here Saturday night, you got to wear Mardi Gras colors. So I think it's purple, green, and gold. So have some fun with that. We got 2-year-olds to start this thing off. Very complicated race. I struggled picking a horse. I ended up going with the 2. She Dares the Devil. A Daredevil horse with Glencrest Farm. I talked to one of the managing partners, Deuce Greathouse, earlier today. They're really high on the filly. They think she's got a great shot here. They hope that she can break. Obviously, it's always a question when you're looking at these young horses. Are they going to get away from the gate? Steve Asmussen, Team Matoli have the 5-horse Vestal, who's favored here. And that's obviously going to take a lot of money. That horse is sitting on the board right now at 2-1. I'd imagine that one will go off favored. A lot to figure out. We'll see how they're warming up. These 2-year-olds can be a little bit tricky. We'll see you guys trackside with an update. Back to you, Greg.
Jonathan, thank you. His shirt game is always so strong. I love seeing Jonathan. He's going to try and go against the lone speed for our colleague Tom Amoss in race 5. He's going to try and beat Louis Vaporizer, who on paper, absolutely the one to catch. Should be all by himself in that race. We'll see.
It's my job to pick on Tom Amoss. I don't think it's fair for him to start stealing that from me. I like the horse he likes in here. She Dares the Devil. I have to Mojovation, who actually broke her maiden impressively at Saratoga a couple of years ago.
And, yeah, he brought up Team Matoli. They're going to get together with Vestal, the 5 here debuting. Look at that bullet drill coming in. 47-3, bullet move out of the gate at Keeneland.
They feel like the 2 and 5.
Okay.
3.
Maggie Wolfendale, she's going to step in for me after a quick break. Post-parade coming up from Churchill Downs. I'll see everyone in about an hour, but you're in good hands. More coming up, including the NYRA Bets Late Pick 5 out of Belmont.
Runhappy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Runhappy is stamping his horses. And they all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned the hair since we've had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Runhappy standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase. He won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop has arrived. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Coming on strong. Coming on strong.
Here's Minute to Stardom, making her papa proud. The Star Guitar Filly.
Coming on.
Testing 1, 2. The Star Guitar Filly leads Champagne Diva close to home. It's testing 1, 2. On the wire with by the Star photo finish.
My love for you. Coming on strong.
Welcome. You're watching America's Day at the races. You're getting a nice scenic shot of Claiborne Farm, our #1 sponsors, as they have been doing the usual, unusually well for the past 100 years.
Look how nice it looks there.
It looks wonderful there. I'm a little bit jealous. I mean, it's turned out to be a nice day here at Belmont for Twilight Racing, but yeah, getting a nice shot of the paddock. Want to welcome everybody to our third floor clubhouse studios. I'm Maggie Wolfendale, giving Greg Wolf a little deserved break. Joined by Andy Serling, our NYRA handicapper. Andy, some good racing so far.
I know. It's been fun, actually. I agree. And John Velasquez gave me a nice ride in the last race, and we've seen some short-priced horses, but we saw some upsets, too. We saw the topsy-turvy in the third race where they ran the reverse order of their odds.
They did, and that theory of short price, longest price in the shortest field, that turned into Orlando Noda's first career win as a trainer.
That was cool.
He was so
excited.
Show, actually. He was so excited. You can't help but be happy for people like that. So we are taking a look at our next race coming up here at Belmont. It is the 5th, non-2 for 40, 6.5 furlongs on the main track. And a new face, at least as far as NYRA tracks are concerned, is number 4, Sharpen, who is your current 4-5 favorite in here, Andy, breaking her maiden last time out at Keeneland.
Yeah, with Harkness coming out, she just becomes a heavy, heavy favorite. I'm not thrilled with her, to be honest. She may win because of the overall quality of the field, but I think she's a little dressed up off that win at Keeneland. She wired the field that day on a day where speed was dominant throughout the day.
Now, didn't you think she had to be ridden and used a bit, though, to get to the lead? I mean, she didn't break that well.
She's not that fast early, and it wasn't even a particularly fast pace. She's not likely to be in front in this race. I mean, there's a whole host of horses that are faster than her early in here. The 5 Malibu Mischief, Gary Richards is coming out winging on her, but even the 6 Sararini and the 1 A She's a Diva, they could all be in front of her, and that doesn't mean she's not going to win, but her one win was in the front end.
On this day, it seemed as though Joel Rosario, who rides lights out at Keeneland, was attuned to how the track was playing, and he said, let me get this filly to the lead for her best possible shot at winning.
Well, even if you look at her other races, right, the best races she's run when she's pretty much on the engine. You could also argue she had improved a little bit as a 3-year-old, and that may be the case as well. But still, she's very much the horse to beat because she's not facing a particularly stern test in here. But I don't think she's that good. And if you have an idea to try to beat her, I don't think you should be afraid to take a shot.
Well, trainer Mike Stedham will be looking for his second winner on this card. As Sharpen looks as though she's being saddled in the back, we'll check in with Paul LoDuca, who will give us a little bit of a paddock report. But first, let's shift gears over to Churchill Downs in Louisville, Kentucky. And we kick things off on their Twilight card with a maiden special weight for the 2-year-olds. We do see scratches of the 1 and 6 in here, 5.5 furlongs, and the Norm Cassie trainee. Good 2-year-old family on this one. She Dares the Devil is looking to be the favorite as of now.
Yeah, and it's funny. Norm Cassie, of course, his wife Gabby Gadet, who was here over the week. I spoke to her, and I mentioned this horse because Daredevil. Yeah, and this is the first crop of Daredevils. We actually, Daredevil, a sponsor on this show, and was talking to her, and she said, this horse, I think she said Norm likes this horse. I have to Mojovation, who you remember broke his maiden first time out in Saratoga, though he didn't really go on with it, for Todd Pletcher and, of course, the connections for American Pharoah as well, taking a lot of money.
Taking a lot of money. I mean, she has the pedigree to just fire first time out, and a lot of the family have been very precocious types. As we're checking out one that will go out for Steve Asmussen, he also has a second-time starter here in the mix. That's number 9, Collude. As we'll head on out to Jonathan Kinchen for a report on these horses on the track.
Thank you, Maggie. I appreciate it. I mentioned the 9, Collude, is a daughter of Secret Circle. The 7, Our Secret Agent, also Secret Circle. Secret Circle, a Breeders' Cup sprint winner. Excited to see his progeny running around in a semicircle. A horse I think maybe a little bit of a price. We've obviously talked about the Asmussen runner in the 5, Vestal. We've also talked about the 2, She Dares the Devil. But the 4, Rather Be Lucky Than Good, I think is a little bit interesting. Was in a 2-year-old sale. It's not an exact science, but a lot of times these horses that are prepped for 2-year-old sales, they got a little bit more intensity about them. They've been kind of pushed on a little bit. They've been asked to go a little faster than some of these other ones that can kind of be led up at a slower pace. So she's won at a price right now. I think she's 12-1, and I think she could be one that you would want to consider. But for me, it's still going to be the 2, She Dares the Devil. Talked to Sean Tugel at Windstar Farm, who obviously stand Daredevil. They're excited about Daredevil as a sire, and they'd like to get this one into the winner's circle to get Daredevil going in the right direction. Maggie, back to you.
Thanks, Jonathan. Jonathan going with She Dares the Devil as she's taking all the money as well. Now, there's some interesting pedigrees in here, and Jonathan was mentioning number 4, Rather Be Lucky Than Good. I love that name because, gosh, that rings true so many times. But by one of the only sires in here that's hardly not a freshman sire, or at least a sophomore sire for that matter, and the only one coming out of the 2-year-old sales. Now, number 9, Andy Collud. We know how well Steve Asmussen does with his second-time starting 2-year-olds. Does this one, do you give a look? 5-1 right now.
You know, those numbers, are they as good out of town, or are they mostly in Saratoga? It feels like his best numbers in Saratoga. The experience is a real edge. Source did not run particularly well. It was more second by default. I'm going to prefer firsters at this point. And this is one of 2 secret circles. And, of course, Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, but as Harry pointed out, also the Breeders' Cup Juvenile
You know, I
winner
stuck
as well.
him on that research.
Really?
Yeah, I did.
Harry's right
I said,
on top
Harry,
of
come on. I need to kill some time here.
Does Harry
Find
take
out
care
more
of
about
race as
history.
well?
Yes, he does.
He's the man. I
He
mean, right?
is.
What do you
He's
do when Harry's not
incredibly
around?
versatile. I cry. I curl up in a ball and cry. But Collud was beaten by Perfect Alibi, who did come back here and run second in our Astoria. Granted, it was 9.5 lengths back to her.
9.5 is the operative lengths, I guess, right?
This
9.5
is
here.
true.
So this will be 19 lengths behind.
Right. But I just always thought that these Steve Asmussen horses can improve at second asking. But Vestal is his other one in here, a daughter of Violence. The Dan was a good 2-year-old. She went 2 for 2 in her career.
Yeah, no, this one cost $200,000 as a yearling. Obviously a dangerous horse and taking a lot of money. And, you know, it's interesting. She's taking more money now than the 2 was She's a Daredevil. Mm-hmm. And you have the established Steve Asmussen and Norm Cassie, of course, who's really just starting out in his own for his first year or so of training. Now, Norm worked for his father, and they had a lot of success together. But I always like sort of the games within the games, right? You know that they're going out there. And I'll tell you what, Norm's father, Mark's got Our Secret Agent, another secret circle. And this one, I think if you look at the dam side pedigree, she's been the best overall producer.
Yep. I totally agree with you. And this one has a pretty nice work tab, to say the least, as they're trying to get number 2, She Dares the Devil, into the gate.
And you know that Mark and Norm, I mean, you're certainly going to be competing. And that's what it is. We're all competitive in this game, right? And you want to compete the most against the people you're closest to.
Absolutely. It's a nice showdown. We have the Engleharts here in New York. Kentucky has the Cassies, although hopefully we'll see them both up at Saratoga this year, as Norm had a small string up there in his first year of training. So it's fun to watch these guys go head-to-head.
Yeah, and I imagine if this horse runs well, you'd have to think that Norm would be thinking about a race like the Schuylerville early in the Saratoga meet.
Absolutely. Well, these 2-year-olds, they can, they're inexperienced. Sometimes it's tough to get them in the gate, as we see the gate crew loading them in here.
It's one of the reasons the second-time stars, and you talk about Collud, can run so much better. The experience can mean a great deal.
All right, as we'll see Collud step forward here, goes right in beneath Ricardo Santana. Florent Giroux. That was the 5 that we just saw go in with Ricardo Santana. Vestal, throw it up to Travis Stone for the call.
And they're off. Collud on the far outside with an alert start, and quickly, Collud's in front by 3. She Dares the Devil, squeezing through toward the inside to be second in the early stages. Little Miss Hot Mess on the far outside is right there running along in third. Contenders advancing up in between while fourth, and then it's Chloe Renee moving up 1 spot as She Dares the Devil is back into 5th. Our Secret Agent is 6th. Vestal is 7th, and very green and awkward at the back is Rather Be Lucky Than Good. So round the far turn. After that good start, Collud's in front by half a length. Little Miss Hot Mess on the outside with the pressure. She Dares the Devils winding up. 3 wide bid angling outside for the final quarter mile. Contenders is just in behind while 4th, Our Secret Agent and Vestal. At the top of the stretch, Collud turns for home in front. She Dares the Devil saunters up alongside and goes right on by. She Dares the Devil to the front by 2 with a furlong to go. Collud is back into second. Then it's Little Miss Hot Mess and Our Secret Agent. But at the 16th pole, it is She Dares the Devil. Overcomes a bit of a slow start to skitter home by 3. Collud was second. Our Secret Agent was third. Little Miss Hot Mess was 4th.
Quite an effort from She Dares the Devil. She had that inside post position. She didn't break that alertly. But Andy, as you mentioned, in 2 strides, she was up behind the leaders, and then she encountered trouble.
No, this was a very impressive effort by her, as you said, and you nailed them all. Didn't break, moved up fastly, but then they came over on her, and he was forced to sort of steady back a little bit. But Julia never had to steady her that hard, and then they broke away from her a little bit, and he got to the outside. I have to think that they are very happy with this win. A very professional first-time starter, and looking forward already to seeing Norm take this horse to Saratoga.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, the Schuylerville next on the schedule for these 2-year-old fillies. Julian Leperoux, Norm Cassie, teaming up for Glencrest Farm. She dares the devil. Wonder, is that Daredevil's first winner?
Wow, that's a good question. I wonder. Tell you what, he's immediately got a horse that can run. This will be good for him.
Exactly. As we'll take a look here at the next race here at Belmont Park. They're coming on the track, race number 5 here. We'll start things off with why is she so lucky turning back in distance?
Yeah, you'll have to hope the turn back helps her in this spot, and maybe it will.
Scratch number 2, Harkness. Carlisle Bell, another turn back for Gary Siaka.
She's my long shot player in here. I picked her second, and I think she's going to benefit from the turn back.
I'm sorry, the 1A. She's a diva.
Oh.
Sorry.
Speaking of divas. If she can ever get back to her debut, Maggie, she'll be fine, but she has not gotten back to it.
Where did that race go? That's for sure. But Carlisle Bell, the long shot that you're taking a look at, 6-1 here with Benji Hernandez aboard.
She's got figures that are as fast, if not faster, than a lot of these here, and I like the cut back in distance.
Sharpen is your current 4-5 favorite, coming in from out of town from Mike Stidham.
She is absolutely the horse to beat, but her last race may be dressed up by the racetrack a little bit, and I'm just a little skeptical because she doesn't rate to get the lead or be really that close to it in this race.
Coming in from a layoff is number 5, Malibu Mischief, Gary Contessa, with his stable rider, Gary Richards.
And you know one thing about Gary Richards, he doesn't win a lot of races, but he wins a lot of them an eighth of a mile to a quarter of a mile into it. He's going to be going.
Quarter horse then.
Yep.
Sarah Heaney is another one for Gary Siak with Louis Reyes.
And I have to think Gary's disappointed it rained because she ran okay on her debut on a fast track, but has not run as well on wet tracks in subsequent starts.
Yeah, she just can't get lucky. The weather gods do not cooperate with Sarah Heaney, as we will check in with Paul LoDuca, who is standing trackside. Paulie, what do you have?
Thanks, Maggie. In trying to get everybody set here for the late pick 5 with some of the scratches that we had in here. And right now I am on the favorite. I do like the 4. I'm going to go too deep to start this late pick 5. I think the 3, I'm with Andy. Carlisle Bell has got a big shot because there is a ton of speed in this race. And maybe she can come from off the pace and swallow them up. You're getting 9-2 right now. In race number 6, Ari's Luca is going to be very, very tough in there. I'm also going to throw in Solar. Or Solar, excuse me. But those were the 2 horses I thought you had to beat in there. Race number 7, I'm going to spread and then go a couple deep in with a Carrera Cat. And then in the last, do not throw out the 15. If this racetrack actually stays pretty sloppy, that horse lays over on numbers. Now, it might dry out by that time, but the 15 in the last, please do not throw off your ticket.
That is Paul's late pick 5, NYRA Bets late pick 5 ticket, and interesting things to cap things off in the nightcap with the 15.
No, I'm using the 15 absolutely in there. My 3 would be 2, 4, 15. I could throw the 7 in as well as the speed, though I'm not a big fan.
Now Sharpen, as we're taking a look at her out on the racetrack, Joel Rosario will climb aboard again. They're looking to get back-to-back wins here together. And honestly, she makes sense here, Andy.
Right.
She's run fast enough. At least her last race was fast enough. And 2, maybe the proverbial light bulb's gone off since she got that drop in class. And a non-2 for 40 is just the next logical step.
Oh, I absolutely agree with you. She's way the horse to beat in here. Because the competition, let's be honest, Maggie, it's not exactly a killer field. My problem is that she's a short price, and part of the reason is her last race. And if you take her last race out, how much is she the horse to beat in here? Marginally?
No, she looks very much average and on the same plane, though her last race, the next horse, second place finisher, Miss Hannah, came back to improve to a 75, and there are 2 other next time out winners, as number 3 is Carlisle Bell, as she will encounter a wet track again where she's run fine, but also turning back in distance. Now, are her sprint races good enough? Some of them were against OK Company, though.
Well, she runs by her figures in the low to mid-50s in them, right? Isn't that good enough to be a player in here, at least for second if the 4 wins? And I think she's just better off in a spot like this, cutting back in distance and maybe trying to pick up some pieces towards the end of the race, because I also think there's going to be some speed in here. And if you think the 4 is going to win, the 4 is going to take care of the speeds going by them, and maybe that sets it up for it to fall apart behind her.
Now, don't you think, though, number 5, Malibu Mischief, is the lone speed?
She's the speed, but do you really like it? Do you
God,
really
I don't
expect her to
like
stick
her.
around? So when she starts to fade, that kind of helps closers like Carlisle Bell at least get in there somewhere. Not necessarily win, but maybe second or third.
And the one thing about Malibu Mischief is she absolutely despises a wet track. I mean, her last 3 efforts on tracks with moisture in it, she's been beaten 60-plus lengths combined. So we'll see how far she lasts. Should we make a bet for how long she makes it on the front end, too?
Well, I'm usually on your side in these bets. We need Anthony Stabile here to make some lunch bets with him. But I don't think he would disagree either, and you're right. I mean, and it's interesting, with horses that have speed, if it gets the front, sometimes in wet tracks it helps carry them along, but she seems to, even if she gets the lead in wet tracks, she can't run at all.
Yeah, and she throws it in, too, recently when it's been a fast track as well. Now, Paul and Jonathan going to number 3, Carlisle Bell. Seems as though you kind of defaulted to Sharpen, that you would prefer Carlisle Bell, though, at this price.
I used them both like Paul did. I used them both in the pick 5, so obviously I'd prefer to see her win. We'll see. I just don't know. I think the 5 will probably get it. And Mike Stidham has done really well over the last few years shipping horses to New York.
I mean, remember going back about 3 years ago, he couldn't quite get a handle on what horses to bring here. And now, he ships them in from Fairhill. He has this one at Monmouth, and he really has horses all over the place, come to think of it.
Starting a couple of years ago, I remember you and I talking about it at Aqueduct when I think he won a turf race, and you and I were talking how he had such limited success. And he's obviously a terrific trainer. But since then, as you say, it's hard finding the right horses to bring here.
It is. You really have to kind of get your feet wet and immerse yourself in the races here to understand what it takes to win these races. Obviously, the money is great, so therefore the competition is that much deeper as well, as horses are approaching the gate here for race number 5. This does kick off the NYRA Bets late pick 5. Remember, the only way to play is with NYRA Bets and that 200 new member bonus. But they are approaching the gate 8-1 currently on Carlisle Bell. That is one heck of a price. 2-5 holding firm as your post-time favorite. That's number 4, Sharpen. Joel Rosario in the irons for Mike Stidham, looking to get back-to-back wins here this time in New York, as we'll throw it up to the voice of the Triple Crown as well as the Breeders' Cup and the voice of NYRA Racing, Larry Collmus.
And the last few to move into line now include the favorite Sharpen, who is currently at odds of 2-5 and is stepping up to the starting gate. Goes in. Here's Malibu Mischief. Waiting for Sararini, and She's a Diva. Sararini goes in. She's a Diva coming up to the outside stall to complete the line. Goes in. They are all in line. They're off. Good beginning for Sharpen. Malibu Mischief, flashing her early speed, is going to go up and grab the lead. And then it's She's a Diva to the outside, followed by Sararini, and a break of another 4 lengths more. Back to Why Is She So Lucky? And Carlisle Bell at the back of the pack. Malibu Mischief on top. Sararini grabs second. Then Sharpen on the inside of She's a Diva, racing for the far turn. Why Is She So Lucky is now 7 lengths behind and 3 in front of Carlisle Bell through a 22.95 quarter. Malibu Mischief leads them along 3/4 of a length. Sararini on the outside second. Sharpen is now 2 lengths off of them on the rail as they make their way around the far turn. Sharpen looking for a way through here. In behind horses as they turn for home. It is Malibu Mischief, Sararini, and joined on the outside by She's a Diva. The 3 of them across the track. Sharpen's got a clear path now. She's going to come outside of Malibu Mischief full of run. And they're into the stretch, and Sharpen takes the lead. Goes right on by to the front. And then it's She's a Diva. Carlisle Bell on the outside is next. Then comes Malibu Mischief toward the inside. 16th pole. It is Sharpen the leader. Carlisle Bell coming. Sharpen, Carlisle Bell. It's going to be close. It's going to be Carlisle Bell on the outside. Up in time over Sharpen. And then it was She's a Diva. Why Is She So Lucky? And Malibu Mischief.
Well, Nice price on number 3, Carlisle Bell, 7-1. As you guys forecasted, I mean, this filly with the turn back in distance got the right kind of setup. As Sharpen, she didn't have the cleanest of trips, but once we got into the lane, she had every reason to get to the wire first.
Well, in talking about it, right, it figured to be a relatively contested pace, which is going to help a horse like her closing, and the 4 Sharpen is not going to get the same kind of soft trip that she had gotten in the past. And, you know, Joel got a little bit of trouble here and there, considering the narrow margin of victory, and not really his fault. Maybe it cost her, but he had to negotiate that situation in front of him, and it really ended up sort of costing the race towards the end. It was a very narrow finish, but 1-2 on a horse, and it's just so much different. Breaking your maiden under ideal circumstance at Keeneland and coming here. And listen, I'm happy to see my friend Steve Bick win his DT stable, and many people are familiar with Steve Bick from his radio show every day. And I had convinced Steve the other night on the phone that he needs to run in this race, that she made a lot of sense cutting back.
I remember this dam for some reason. I'll say Chasm for Dave Donk, I believe.
I actually think it was them. I think
it
Steve.
Was
I think it was another DT horse. I think they bred her actually. Yeah, Steve Bick listed as the breeder.
Oh yeah, okay.
Big score for him.
Huge.
Good, great. Steve's a great guy and does a lot of great things for the game.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Great to see him do well in this situation.
He's so enthusiastic too about the game. I mean, there never is a time where I see Steve and he's not gushing about some horse or something like that. So he's certainly gushing with Carlisle Bell's second career win. Gary Siaka, Benji Hernandez, well-timed ride, getting up as we will return here on America's Day at the Races with official prices. Stay tuned.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Trap Shot, a graded stakes winner and multiple Grade 1 performer by Paddock. His 10 stakes horses last year included Grade 2 winner and track record setter Hot Shot Anna, plus graded stakes performers Untracked and Beautiful Shot. At the sale, his 2-year-olds sold up to $290,000. This year, he's added stakes winner 6-shooter to his list of recent winners. Trap Shot, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Well, the best way to experience the races is through americasbestracing.net. Make sure you check them out. All the latest news and just what's happening at the racetrack, as they are one of our proud sponsors here on America's Day at the Races. As you were taking a look at Carlisle Bell as she makes her way into the winner's circle, 5-year-old mare, daughter of Macho Uno, out of the dam Ausable Chasm DT Stables. As we were just mentioning, Steve Bick. If you listen to the radio, well, you know that name, as we also see Gary Siaka in the photo.
I'm much better known for going on Steve Bick's show than I am for anything.
You are.
I mean, everywhere I go, people say, "Oh, I listened to you on Steve Bick's show," and nice to see them get the win. Of course, Gary Siaka as well, and Benji Hernandez. Perfect ride.
Perfect ride. Taking down the 1-2 Sharpen as you get a nice exacta payout on that. As we'll move ahead, race number 6, late pick 4, off the turf here. Andy will be contesting a mount of 16th on the main track, and favoritism going to Ari's Naughty Luca, who was just narrowly defeated. Looked like he had the race wrapped up, but will be making his first start for Linda Rice off the claim.
And feels like very much the one to beat. Obviously flattered when Walkoff beat her, came back to win again yesterday. And Linda has sensational numbers stretching out off the claim with maidens.
All right, race number 2 at Churchill Downs is coming up. It's a 16-beaten claimer, 6 furlongs. We will check in with Jonathan Kinchen, who is standing by in the Churchill Downs paddock.
Thank you, Maggie. One of my favorite things as a horse player is to single horses that I feel very confident are going to win. My second favorite thing is to beat favorites who I don't understand why they're favored. The 7, Lord Simba, obviously has a lot of back class, was once a stakes horse for Bob Baffert, but seems to be going in the wrong direction. I want nothing to do with him. Well, I think the last time I looked, it was 3-2. The horse that I like in this spot is the 9, You're Killing Me. I love these claim backs. Steve Asmussen claimed the horse from Robertino Diodoro for $30,000. Diodoro claimed him back for $30,000. Ran him for $30, didn't go so well. Now he's dropping him for $16. Feels like a good drop to me. He knows the horse well, and I think there's probably enough that he probably feels like he could maybe scare some people off. We'll see if this horse gets a tag dropped for him. But I also like the fact the horse is cutting back from 7. His speed figures and pace figures at the 6 furlong mark suggest that the cutback is going to help this horse. He's drawn outside, and I think he should be able to run down Lord Simba. And he's 9-2, and we prefer 9-2 over 3-2, don't we, Andy? Back to you guys.
I definitely prefer 9-2 over 3-2 when they win. I can't disagree with Jonathan on that.
The thing is, with number 9, though, You're Killing Me, and I don't want to harp on connections, but Robertina Diodoro and David Cohen are not killing it like they were over at Oaklawn at Churchill.
No, I mean, Cohen has been struggling mighty here, and Diodoro's off to a slow start as well. Does drop second off the claim. We'll see. I don't know. I'm a little dubious of this horse, too. I'll root for Jonathan, but I kind of chalked it out and thought Lord Simba and Crawford were the two here.
Yeah, I thought Crawford was interesting as well, Andy. Kind of second off the claim, off a little bit of a break, and just get some class relief.
Yeah. He was in way over his head last time. He also didn't run a step, but if he can get back to his prior efforts, he's a big player here.
All right, we'll see what shakes out. A couple rider changes, though. Number 3, Soul of Discretion, will be ridden by Miguel Mena. First off the claim for trainer Joe Woodward, and Begotten Edgar Morales is aboard as we will get a post parade for this Churchill race. Taking a look at, yeah, I know. We miss Abel Lascano.
You do.
All right.
You and Harry?
Poor Harry. Harry's great because he follows me around. He helps me out with everything. And you can abuse him as well.
Everyone should have a Harry.
Everybody should have a Harry. He's so fantastic.
And I'm sure you do abuse him.
Absolutely. Are you kidding me? Well, we will kick things off here at Churchill with a horse coming in off of a very long layoff for a trainer that hasn't started a horse in 2 years. That is going to be number 1, Granian here. Oh, no, just kidding.
That one's
number
not coming
2.
out. It's going to take longer than 2 years.
All right. Yeah, exactly.
2 years and a little more time.
Oh, man. Well,
Crawford, we mentioned Crawford, of course, dropping down, second off the claim.
That is true. I don't know what we're doing.
They're coming
here.
out in a hurry, aren't they?
I know. I think we're just scrambling here.
I don't know if we're going to a post parade or we're having a sort of hurried run.
Well, okay, so Jonathan was talking about number 7, Lord Simba. He does go first off the claim for Eddie Keneally, who's having a great meet, as there's our post parade. As Granian will kick things off, blinkers off, Chantel Sutherland.
Yeah, we'll see. It moves up off the claim, but we haven't seen this horse run for 13 months.
Danny Pish sends out number 2, Crawford.
Crawford, definitely a big player in this race, second off the claim, but going to have to improve, even though he ran against better last time.
Soul of Discretion, as I said, Miguel Mena aboard this one.
Yeah, we'll see. Another one off the claim, this one for Joe Woodward.
Haley's Hero, Ben Colebrook sends out this son of City Zip.
I think this horse is a little better in synthetic than dirt.
Yep, could make that argument, as number 5 is making his Churchill debut. That's Begotten with Edgar Morales aboard for Ray Hernandez.
He ran a track I've never heard of. What is ARP?
Arapahoe?
Maybe, Arapahoe. Colorado? Indiana to Colorado?
I should know that. Number 6 is Daydreamer.
Another one off a claim. This is incredible how many horses in this race are off the claim.
As I was saying, number 7 is Lord Simba. First off the claim for Eddie Keneally, who's been lights out at Churchill.
Yeah, going to have to improve, but Eddie has amazing numbers off the claim. It's incredible. He's almost 40% at Churchill.
It's insane.
Yeah.
As number 8 is Scratch. Number 9 rounds out the field. You're Killing Me.
And right now, Robertino Doro is not killing them, but he is a trainer who wins the high percentage. But right now, the barn a little chilly.
All right, that is the field for today's second race. Quip. As he's coming in for his try at the Stephen Foster. Looking good there for trainer Rudolph Brissett. as we will have more on those fields, as well as a loaded night over there at Churchill on Saturday, and more about our stakes races here at Belmont this coming weekend. The Poker and Dancin' Renee. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
There's a power so selfless, it has the ability to heal, to inspire, to unite, to change your life.
Whether you have Derby dreams or Midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there. That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, plus 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, and international star Shamal Nibras. This year, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, presented by Claiborne Farm. We have a twilight card here at beautiful Belmont Park. Track a little wet, so we are off the turf here for race number 6 in this maiden 40. Number 3, Ari's Naughty Luca will be your likely post-time favorite. 9-5 on him right now. First off the claim for Linda Rice, trying to get this one to go in a mile and a 16th here, Andy.
Yeah, and listen, that's a question. This horse blew a 5-length lead in a 6-furlong race. Lost Doors walk-off with the benefit of a perfect trip that beat a much tougher field yesterday for trainer Todd Pletcher. Linda Rice is 8 for 11 over the last 5 years off the claim, stretching a horse out from a sprint to a route with a maiden on the dirt. That is pretty exceptional, and he's the horse to beat, and the competition's not that strong, though I think the 5X checker switching to Danny Gargan has to be respected.
Any horse going out for Danny Gargan, you have to give a look at. Now, granted, he gets this horse from Steve Asmussen, right, but when those Midwest horses went to Steve Asmussen and then they went back to Danny, he tended to do well with them.
No, I agree, and Danny does a good job. And, you know, his numbers off trainer switches, interestingly enough, well, I only have the ones for turf because this horse was originally entered for the turf. They're not that strong, and Danny's a guy, though, that does well with maiden claimers in general, those moves. And he doesn't necessarily improve them in leaps and bounds the first start, but over time, he often does.
Does come out of a kind of merry-go-round race down there at Keeneland last time out. Might be sitting right behind the pace of Ari's Naughty Luca this time again, as we will get back out to Churchill Downs. Their second race, well, it's on the track, so that means we'll check in with Jonathan Kinchen.
Thanks, Maggie. Yeah, we're still here. The 7 is still favored, and I'm still going to run to the window after this hit to wager against this horse. Look, I get it. I get the back class. I get the numbers. I can't wager on a horse that is just having these negative drops where he keeps going lower and lower. He got beat in a non-winners of 3 for $12,500 at Oaklawn. Was never really competitive in the race. I love the 9. You're killing me on the outside. Like I said, the claiming story with Asmussen and the claim back. If you're looking for another horse, a little bit of a price, I think the 6 Daydreamer is interesting. Has been claimed in 3 consecutive races. Look, I believe that these trainers know more about horse flesh than I do, and when a horse gets claimed 3 times in a row by sharp operations, I think there's something to that. Now, trainer that has him now is 0 for 9 in his career, but everyone starts off 0 for 9, I guess, right? So maybe there's an opportunity to get going in the right direction here. I'm going to stick with the 9. You're killing me. And the outside draw, 7-2. I'll take that to the bank. Back to you.
Jonathan going all in with number 9. You're killing me. With Robertino Diodoro getting this one back, dropping him in class. You know, I said about Robertino having a bit of a rough meet so far, but sometimes when you start dropping your horses, that's when you start winning races.
Yeah, and Robertino Diodoro is going to win at a higher than 16% clip, and David Cohen is certainly going to win a higher than 4% clip as the meet progresses. So these are talented guys. And listen, Jonathan's taking this horse as an alternative to square price. I wouldn't bet on this horse, but I am going to be rooting for Jonathan.
You know what I thought was a little bit interesting? You said he is probably better on synthetic. But Haley's Hero. I don't know. I keep looking back at this horse and thought, maybe.
Just a Ben Colebrook thing here?
Yeah, probably.
Maybe. We'll see.
Oh, now he's acting up at the gate as I just gave him props. But loading in for Churchill's second race, we'll throw it on out to Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Be Gone from mid-pack is out well. Lord Simba on the outside races up to be second early, but it is Begotten in front quickly, opening up a length into half. Lord Simba comes on to be second. Daydreamer's up into third. Granny inside, running along in fourth. Soul of Discretion is now fifth by 2. You're Killing Me comes away 6. Crawford down inside, and Haley's Heroes at the back of the pack. 6 or 7 lengths from top to bottom, chasing Begotten down the backstretch run. Leading by 2 with 4 furlongs to go. Lord Simba picks up the chase from second. A with the wind opening quarter in 21 and 4/5 seconds. Daydreamer 3 wide round the far turn, poking up into third with 3 furlongs to go. Soul of Discretion is covered up inside fourth. You're Killing Me is winding up with a 4 wide bid from fifth. Crawford is right in the thick of it, only about 4 lengths off the lead in 6 of the field, hits the top of the stretch. Lord Simba comes charging off the turn and grabs the lead. It's Lord Simba in front, opening up a length into half now. Daydreamer rolls up into second. You're Killing Me trying to close in on the far outside. Begotten is back into third, down inside, down to the final 16th. Lord Simba driving on a 2-length lead. Daydreamer trying hard to get by, but is still second. Lord Simba under the wire first. Sharpened victory was he. Daydreamer was second. You're Killing Me was third, and Begotten was fourth.
Well, the favorite doesn't disappoint as number 7, Lord Simba, wins for Eddie Keneally first off the claim. And I got to say, it's not easy taking horses from Bob Baffert or Chris Hartman, but Corey Lannery and Eddie, they've been teaming up just to win left, right, and center.
How about this number now? With this win, off the claim at Churchill Downs over the last 5 years with dirt sprinters, Eddie Keneally is 8 for 14, with an ROI of over $3 and a win percentage verging on 60.
Wow.
That's outright remarkable.
It is outright remarkable, absolutely. And I love when Eddie goes in for these horses. They run in his name. Sometimes he has some silent partners on him, but I like when Eddie goes in with his own money too.
Eddie Keneally's heyday in New York was when your husband Tom Morley was his assistant trainer.
Yes.
I'll say it. You won't, but I will.
Yes.
They did very well together. They really did. They're the right horses here, obviously, but Tom did a sensational job for Eddie when they were here.
Well, thanks. It was a good prep for him to go back out on his own. So back here at Belmont Park, we're taking a look at the field for today's 6th race. Again, Ari's Naughty Luca looks to be the speed in here. Jose Ortiz is up for, I guess you could say, his aunt-in-law, Linda Rice, as he is married to Taylor Ortiz. That is Linda's niece, as we will get to a post-parade here momentarily.
Think he calls her auntie?
Oh, my God. That'd be hilarious.
What do you think Linda would do if he called her that?
Now, I don't want to be hard on Regime Mirage, but he's a little overconfident here.
He was. I'm sure he was hard on himself. I'm sure he was very frustrated after this race. I think he just sort of got going a little late. To be fair, the other horse made a very big run. And, you know, I don't know that this horse just collapsed in front end. I think the winner came and got him. And we see the winner come back, perfect trip or not, and beat horses. And he beat horses that would pay $1.90 if you bet $2 to win on him in this race.
Absolutely. Yeah. And look, Ari's Naughty Luca in his first race, he faced some serious horses in his stablemate or previous stablemate in High Call, American Mandate.
Yep.
So there's every reason to believe that Ari's Naughty Luca can get the job done here at a short price.
And he's a mine shaft. He's not supposed to have a problem with the distance, and I think that's what Linda saw.
I know, but looking at him physically, Andy,
Looks like
he's
a sprinter.
small, built downhill sprinting type.
So-
Linda can do it. I have faith in Linda, and I have faith in his ability over the likes of mainly turf horses in this field. But we'll see as number 1 quality choice kicks off our post parade, a return to the dirt for Michelle Nevin.
And this was a horse that was unlucky last time, fouled in a turf race. The dirt races are not very good. If you like this horse, you're hoping that he's just improved.
Your favorite, Ari's Naughty Luca, goes out for Linda Rice and Jose Ortiz.
The horse to beat, stretching out. Going to be the speed? Will he get the distance? That's the question.
Exchequer, first start here for Danny Gargan and Kendrick Carmouche.
He's my upset horse in here. I'm hoping he can improve, stalking the favorite and improve for Danny Gargan.
I would have to agree with you there, as number 7 is Solar, second start of his career going turf to dirt.
Jonathan Thomas probably sort of doing us a favor staying in. I think he'll run better in the turf, but he has no real pedigree for dirt.
Is by Flatter. They can handle it, but on the bottom
Flatter
side,
for sure.
Nothing.
The bottom side's big turf.
Now, number 10, Sky Chief, I thought it was a little bit interesting here for Mike Trombetta. His last dirt race, it wasn't horrible, though that came back slow.
Yeah, and I mean, he can't even seal the deal on his proper surface. He's now 0 for 11, and last time out, Maggie, this was an epic hang job by this horse last time out.
He is
epic.
like poster boy 2019 Chandelier.
Yeah, that was brutal. Incredible.
Yeah, I know. He just doesn't want to win, and it's funny because, Mike Trombetta takes over this horse. I'm thinking this horse must train well in the morning, because wouldn't you want a horse like this run him down in Maryland, where he is? So we might have an objection here at Churchill. Looks as though something out of the gate. There were a lot of riders kind of steadying and falling back on their horses. So
they're saying the 7 cut over right there. We're watching on the right side. We're watching let's see. That's the 7 coming
there.
Over there.
Gold cap.
I don't know. I can't tell from there, Maggie. I need an
look,
overhead view. I'm not that good.
If anything, it's the horse to the inside there.
Yeah, it feels like the bumping is going on behind him. Right. The 3 or 4 sort of behind him, tightening it up. Let's watch. Is the one with the green silks and the white blinkers coming out a little bit? And maybe even the one coming. I don't know.
I mean, the guy in the white silks gets the worst of it, that's for sure. But he was getting it from all sides. As we will have official results on the other side of this break, as Master Fencer, the Japanese horse, sticking around. And I like this move. They're going to try the Belmont Derby on the turf for this Japanese bred. Stay tuned. We'll have a few words from his connections.
This is a colt by Runhappy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Montfort Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well, has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Warfront, a leading sire on all surfaces and all fronts. His recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach, Homesman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy flag. Plus Preakness Stakes winner War of Will. And these recent group and graded winners. Sire of the highest price yearling sold in North America in 2018, this son of Danzig continues to dominate both on the track and in the sales ring. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
America's Day at the Races returns as Runhappy, one of our proud sponsors, standing in stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm and standing for $25,000 as we are approaching the starting gate for race number 6 here at Belmont Park, contested over this sloppy sealed surface. Mile and a 16th, heading down to Paul LoDuca, who's trackside.
Thanks, Maggie. And we're going to take a look at the favorite right now, Ari's Naughty Luca at 4-5. And is Sky Chief on the outside going to make it very, very hard on this gelding or not early on? Is this going to be the question? Because there's no doubt about it. Ari's is the fastest horse in the race. Had a 5-length lead last time out against Walkoff. We saw Walkoff get a similar setup last time out yesterday and won. So at least he got beat by a horse that came back to win. A couple other horses to look at in here. I thought the 5, Exchequer, looked great. The grade for Danny Gargan. You guys have mentioned some horses that have gone from the Steve Asmussen barn to the Danny Gargan barn have improved. Now, Danny usually puts speed into his horses, so I would think with Kendrick Carmouche on his back that he should be forwardly placed, maybe laying in that second or third slot. And I'm not trying to endorse my pick at all, but I really like the 7, guys. Blinkers are going on. I got to talk to Jonathan Thomas. I asked him, why'd you leave the horse on the track? He said, you know what, Paul? He's been training the same as he has on everything else. He's trained good. And the one time we trained him over the wet surface, it was fine. The problem is he's void of speed. We put the blinkers on. I'm going to tell Javi to ask a lot out of him out of the gate to get him into the race, and he thinks he'll run well, guys.
Well, if that's the case, then there are going to be a lot of horses up front. As Ari's Naughty Luca, though, he does look like the fastest.
But the 7 would have to get an engine to be in front of
I know. He'd have to strap a rocket to his
would have
back.
to fall down at the start.
Yeah. I mean, strange things
he's
have
fast.
happened.
Arizona Luca is fast. I mean, he's fast, man.
We'll see if he can lead him on a merry chase here for Linda Rice, as we do see Solar with those blinkers on. Short cups, Javier Castellano, as we throw it up to Larry Collmus for the call of the 6th.
Sky Chief is coming up to the outside stall and goes in. They're all in line. They're off. Ari's Naughty Luca had the best beginning. Sky Chief with some early speed, Exchequer 2, and Solar right behind them. The trailer is Quality Choice. So up the backstretch they go. On the inside, Ari's Naughty Luca. Exchequer alongside. They match strides on the lead. And then Sky Chief, who's reined back to sit just off of them, and Solar 4th in behind the leaders, just 2 lengths behind early on here. Quality Choice trails through a 23.52 quarter. Up the backstretch they go. Ari's Naughty Luca. On top under Jose Ortiz, 3/4 of a length ahead of Exchequer running in second. Solar on the inside is third. Sky Chief 4th, outside of horses, and 2.5 from the front, and clear 3.5 from Quality Choice, who continues to trail the field, moving for the far turn. Ari's Naughty Luca ran a 47.05 half, and with a half mile to go, leads it by a length. Exchequer continues to race in second. Solar slips to an opening on the inside of Exchequer, while Sky Chief goes 3 wide. And now the 4 of them are right together, and they're clear 5.5 from Quality Choice. It is still Ari's Naughty Luca, who scampers away to a length lead now on Solar. All out is Sky Chief in third. Exchequer backpedals in fourth. And Quality Choice is getting closer from the back of the pack and coming wide as they turn for home. Ari's Naughty Luca, the leader by 2 from Solar and Quality Choice, who continues to gain down the center of the track, making that run from the back of the pack. Jose Ortiz and Ari's Naughty Luca joined by Arad Ortiz and Quality Choice, who go right on by. Quality Choice, a last to first win, eased up under the wire by 4 lengths over Ari's Naughty Luca. And then it was Exchequer and Solar.
Maybe it was a wet track that Quality Choice liked, being a son of Quality Road, but last to first effort did get a little bit of pace in front for Irad Ortiz. Michelle Nevin teaming up.
Yeah, horse appeared to be doing no running whatsoever,
Nope.
but really kicked it in the stretch. Got me. I guess Ari's Naughty Luca just couldn't get the distance, it turns out.
It did. On the backside, this horse looked as though he was running in place. And, you know, if you worried about this horse, Ari's Naughty Luca, getting the distance, then I guess you were hoping for something to come from way back.
Yeah, I mean, they came the last 16th in 7 seconds, so I don't know if this horse was making a big run or
True.
The winner was just stopping completely and obviously could not get the distance in this situation. Because even the number 5 horse, Exchequer, who looked like he was going to finish dead last on the backstretch, he's coming on. He comes close to getting second in this race. So
yeah, a weird race, that's for sure. As 4-1 though on number 1, Quality Choice. Congratulations, breaking his maiden in race number 7 as we had that brief objection. It was number 2 Crawford against the second place finisher in here, Daydreamin', that they ruled no change, rightfully so, from my vantage point at least. So Lord Simba delivers as the even money favorite, $22 exacta.
Yep, gets it done. Eddie Keneally improves that record, 8 for 14. Dirt sprinters off the claim at Churchill, like a machine.
That he is. Race number 3 coming up at Churchill Downs. It is a claiming 50 on the main track, going a mile as lukewarm favoritism to number 1 at 7-2. Stretch out for our good friend and co-host Tom Amoss. Can't wait to see him up at Saratoga as we're revving up for that meet less than a month away.
Yeah, Tom's going. This was going synthetic to dirt with him, and Tom's got great numbers synthetic to dirt. He's 8 for 27, 30% at 244 ROI. So big move for him.
What is he not near 30%?
He's just good at everything. I know. It's amazing.
It's amazing.
Highest win percentage in history of any trainer ever, with over 3,000 career wins. Remarkable.
It's absolutely incredible, the job he does. And but before we head up to Saratoga, our last big weekend here at beautiful Belmont Park, well, it's our Stars and Stripes Festival, which is headlined by the kickoff of the Turf Triple Series. And 5th place finisher in the Belmont Stakes this year, well, he's going to the Belmont Derby. That's Master Fencer, a horse that I've always thought, Andy, was more of a turf horse. He has some okay races in Japan on the turf. His sire just away, a potent turf horse himself. So I'm excited to see what this horse does.
Absolutely. I think it's really cool they're staying here. They see there's $1 million Grade 1 coming up. And, there's a lot of solid turf horses around, but there's no superstar out there. Last year you had Catholic Boy and Analyze It. Horses are looking to go forward from here, and let's see. We'll see if he can run with these horses.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like we have that potent kind of 1-2 punch as we did last year with Analyze It and Catholic Boy. As we are checking Master Fencer's late kick, he hates to switch leads, but he really kicks it in. I mean, going 1.5 miles, this horse is hitting his best strides late, and you would have to think that sometimes with late kicks, they're actually accentuated on the turf.
I agree. And he's also doing it out in the middle of the racetrack, and we didn't see horses making those kind of wide moves. Why not?
Well, we also caught up with his connections. We have the translator, that is Mitsuoki Namamoto, as he gave us the thoughts of the ownership group of why they chose to leave Master Fencer here for a try at the Belmont Derby.
This morning, and then somehow the owner actually he decided to make him run at the Belmont. I mean the U.S. It's because of he just wanted to give a try. The Master Fencer how he runs now on the grass, because the first 2 races of his career he ran on the grass, and he even though he couldn't win, but it was pretty well. So that's why he just wants to like a try one more time on the grass.
And again, that was Mitsuoki Numamoto and Sanemayo Yosoki Kono, the exercise rider for Master Fencer. They're actually in my husband's barn, well, Nick Zito's barn, so we get to see them all the time.
Nice.
Love to hang out with Master Fencer and his connections. Very, very nice people. As you see that Turf Triple Series, which also includes the Turf Trinity and the Turf Tiara for the girls. So Grade 1 Belmont Derby, Saratoga Derby, and then Jockey Club Derby, same names, but Oaks for the fillies.
And I love that they close out on opening weekend here at Belmont. We got back from Saratoga. There's always that Saratoga letdown. You come back to Belmont. This is going to really liven things up, and I'm excited for that.
Yeah, exactly. I know there's always that bit of a lull, but right back into action when we get back here at Belmont. So looking forward to that. As bet 5 days a week, bet $20, you get that $20 bonus. Well, do it 7 days a week, you get $30 bonus. So make sure you use NYRA Bets for all your wagering. And don't forget, that is running from June 9th until the 29th of this month. NYRA Bets on the NYRA Bets app. So coming up, we will have race number 3 from Churchill Downs. You're checking out a scenic view of Louisville. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures. And there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guy's gonna do it.
Funny Guy's win in the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
This successful son of AP Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. This year, Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tifton July sale with a $520,000 yearling. And this year, his juveniles have sold up to $375,000. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, Greg Wolf back in for Maggie Wolfendale. I'll be back reporting with us in just a little bit. Thanks for being with us on this Thursday afternoon twilight card at Belmont Park and Churchill Downs. As we take a look at the prices from race 6, Quality Choice, $10 for the victory.
Charging down the middle of the racetrack with Irad Ortiz, the old last first. You got me. I got knocked out of the pick 5. I was alive with the 3 Aries Naughty Luca, the next checker, but Quality Choice, an easy winner. Sheldon Nevin, just such a great job.
Race 7, if you are still alive, you're in a nice position. Coming up, this next race, mile on the turf, entry level allowance spot and go Rose right now. Second time U.S. for Christophe Clement favored for Team Valor.
I don't like her. I don't see it. I think Dream Passage will probably be favored slightly over her, but they're very close in the multi-race bets. I think she ran against weaker in a merry-go-round race in her first race, and I'm not a fan. Probably get her in the winner's circle.
I thought there were a few ways to go in this race.
Oh, yeah. This race is wide open, Greg.
Dream Passage, though, I thought that last effort was huge, but she got to go get to wire for the win. I agree. I mean, we'll see if she's a speed, because English Soul is clearly the speed in this race. And I love English Soul as a horse. She is a super cool horse. And I know she had a lot of success in the dirt. One of the best races she ever ran was her debut, when she was involved in the Wicked Pace and got run down. I'm thrilled to see her back. Good New York bred. Race 3 at Churchill. It's a one-turn mile, $50,000 claiming event. Our colleague Tom Amoss with the rail horse, who actually, with the first 2 starts of his career, suffered his first defeat as a favorite at Arlington last out on synthetic.
Have to think this one is the speed. If he breaks sharply from the inside, that synthetic to dirt move works for Tom Amoss.
But it is Troy Ounce right now who is favored, who was 15-1 morning line. Here's the Tom Amoss runner, though. It's the son of Jimmy Creed. Miguel Mena rides.
Once again, stretching out. Have to hope this one breaks cleanly, goes right to the front.
Here's Knight's Cross for Keith DeSormo.
Yeah, I was involved in a vicious photo, lost Artemis Bridge, who's back in this race, but ran well in that race. There's a horse, though, that might be a little camera shy, 1 for 12.
Maiden Breaker from Wings Up came at Fairgrounds 2 starts back.
Claimed for a barn that has been very chilly this year. It was chilly at Oaklawn and not laying it up at Churchill either.
Yeah, that's Randy Morse off the claim. We go to the 5 here. Free fall. Mike Maker wins and now moves to the Maker barn.
Yeah, Mike Maker's going to have to improve this one quite a bit, I would think.
Here's the 6. This is Johnny's Bobby for Phil Bauer.
A distant third behind a couple of players in this race. Would have to really get a fast pace because he does not have any speed.
And so this is Troy Ounce. He was 15-1 morning line. He's the 3-1 favorite right now. Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Well, he's going out for a tag for the first time out, but he's coming off. I mean, he's lost by 60-plus lengths in his last 2 starts.
Yeah,
ugly,
he's beat
right?
one horse in his last start. And here's Impress Me, 6-length maiden scoring a sloppy track Churchill back as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, looks going to have to speed up for Ian Wilkes.
Yeah, and we kind of skipped over Artemis Bridge. That was the 4. That's a Mike Maker runner. Tyler Gaffleone aboard, 7-2 on the 4.
You could just tell by the name that it's a Ken Ramsey horse, right? Big on those Artemises. We'll see. Got it done last time.
Vetch Field, Churchill Downs, race 3 as we get back to Belmont here. Mile on the turf here, on the Widener turf course, listed as good. And our 6-5 favorite, Go Rose, Christophe Clement. So the States debut, it came at Aqueduct in April. Wound up being beat just a length and a quarter behind VIP Nation,
who was 68-1 in that race. And it was a true merry-go-round race. The pace just completely held together, and so she held her position. And it was her first start in this country. I'll be honest with you. Overall, I'm not thrilled with a lot of the horses we see coming from Germany. I think her last race makes her look better than she is, and I prefer others in here. I'm very surprised that she is vying for favoritism. At 6-5 right now, she'll go up, but that's ludicrous. It's a tough field, Greg.
It is. But I thought she was one of the major players, but yeah, nowhere did I see 6-5.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I really didn't like her, but I could easily be wrong. And one thing I'll say about this race, other than 6 Bath and Tennis, I think you can make a case for everybody.
I thought this was the horse to beat.
No question.
That was a huge performance she put together last time out. So it was yielding turf course. It was at Belmont. She stretched out to a mile for the first time in her career, and she loved it.
And they bet her. It's almost like she's just a new horse as a 5-year-old. Brad Cox has an amazing record off of wins with turf routers. Over the last 5 years, he's 82 for 239. So he's winning with over a third of them with an ROI of $2.59. I mean, that's an astounding record. It's not like a guy who's winning a third of 20 starters. 259 of them. Tremendous.
And, you know, you look at that race, and she's won before. Now, granted, it was sprinting, but coming from off the pace. Actually, she's a closing sprinter. So she doesn't need to have the lead to win, does she?
No, she doesn't. It's interesting. She started her career running longer, and she seemed to finally improve when they went shorter. But off her last race, I mean, he runs back to her last race. She's going to be very tough to beat.
Problem is, inside runners, you mentioned English Soul, probably quicker and has the rail. Yep. For more on this race, check in with Paul LoDuca.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Andy. I'm sort of with Andy on here. I can't take the 7 here at this price. This horse won in 2017 in a maiden $6,000 event in Germany. Not for me. Let's get to the horses I like. Goodbye Broccoli at 5-1 is a ridiculous price. Anytime there is any kind of cut in the ground, what we're getting today, this horse runs bang-up races. And also this filly by Cosmonaut, since she's put the blinkers on, has been a different filly. She's got 2 wins in 2 seconds out of 5 starts here at Belmont. You draw the line through the Aqueduct race. She was up on the pace the last time, going a mile and an eighth, where they were going pretty fast. I can't believe that she is 5-1. And then you go to the 3 Panther Hit. Sometimes you get these type of horses that are 0 for the least or 1 for the least. I thought this horse had a little bit of a look and can sit a decent trip as well. And she looked well in the paddock at 7-1 for Don Alberto Stable and Tom Albatrani. And talking to Tom, he said she was a little bit sluggish out of the gate last time out, and hopefully that she'll break a little bit better today. To get back to the one that you were talking about, Andy, the cool horse, English Soul, talking to the connections, they were somewhat hoping that it got taken off, because if you look at the one sloppy effort, she won by 14 and a quarter length. She'd probably be the favorite in this race. But they also are a little excited. Like you said, her first race was so darn good, they've always wanted to get her back on the turf. And what was English Channel's best day? A sloppy, sort of yielding turf course at Monmouth Park. So maybe she'll like a little cut with the one, English Soul.
All right, Paul, good point, to bring up there for Ray Handel. We'll see with English Soul, who's 6-1 on the board. She has legitimate sprint speed. She's drawn perfectly to use that to her advantage. And then she may love this turf course with a little give in it.
Right, and I mean, I know that it looks like she's better on the dirt than turf, but her other turf start a mile, she had no chance. She couldn't make the lead. That was a tough field. I think she's a player in here. It'll be a tough race off a layoff for her, don't get me wrong, but I still like her as a horse.
All right, we're going to head back to Louisville, check in with Jonathan Kinchen. Race 3 from Churchill Downs is coming up, and it is Tom Amoss' Sharp-Witted from the inside, who right now is the favorite, as we go to Jonathan.
Well, we're always rooting for Tom Amoss, so I'll let the chalk eaters, which I have been accused of being, root for that one. I like the 6 Johnny's Bobby, mostly because my alias is Johnny Stacks if I happen to have a good day at the racetrack, but I was prepared to come on here and tell you that I thought Phil Bauer was dodging the slop last time. The horse was entered MTO and scratched, but he actually told me just now that he was dodging the competition. Frolic Moore won on Sunday, and that was the horse he was avoiding. It wasn't the slop. Johnny's Bobby was closing into a slow pace last time. The 4 Artemis Bridge was involved in that early pace. One of my favorite things in horse racing and in handicapping and in horse betting is finding horses that are closing into slow paces. Our game is surrounded around speed figures. Speed figures are built off of final time. If you jog early and you sprint late, the final time's not going to be that fast. The speed figure's not going to be that fast. Johnny's Bobby's an upgrade for me, closing into that slow pace. He's going to need pace again today, but I'm hopeful that he'll get it. Artemis Bridge is at 9-2. I thought the horse was going to be much shorter than that. At 9-2, Artemis Bridge is a very interesting situation. I don't box very often, but if I'm throwing a bet at you, I'm going 4-6 with 1-4-6 and an exacta, and hopefully we'll cash a ticket or two. Guys, back to you.
So let's take a look at Johnny's Bobby, Knight's Cross, and Artemis Bridge. They all went head-to-head.
I get what Jonathan's saying, that he's hoping there gets more pace in here. I don't know where it's going to come from. I mean, the one Sharp-Witted's going to go, and Artemis Bridge is going to stalk him, assuming the one they break. And it doesn't feel like they're going to be flying up front, do they? I think one thing that's interesting, the difference in these races, obviously one is fast track today and sloppy track last time, but also it's a one-turn race now, and that was a two-turn race. And I think in favor of Johnny's Bobby, who Jonathan likes, sometimes the one-turn race as a closer gets a better chance. Has a better chance. Paces are a little bit quicker. Being wide doesn't hurt as much with one turn.
Where do you think all this money from the 7's coming from?
Somebody sold their troy ounce of gold, and they're betting it on this.
I mean, do you see it?
Well, he has 2 races that are fast enough to win, right? The second start and the fourth start, and it is first time for a tag and a drop down.
But there's a big problem.
Let me put it this way: it's so much money that I figure he's going to win.
But the last 2 races. What's happened to him?
Greg, I wouldn't bet this horse in a million years, but every time I see a horse taking more money than I expect, the horse seems to run well.
I mean, he probably shouldn't have been 15-1 morning line.
He shouldn't have been. It was a bad morning line, but I wouldn't have made him 3-1. Would you?
No.
But I would never bet him in a million years. But
if he could return to that maiden score,
he could win.
Absolutely, but
or 3 back, he's fast enough to win this race. But he's taking a needed drop, but.
Travis Stone with the call. Here's race 3 from Churchill.
And they're off. Troy Ounce on the far outside with a good beginning. Sharp-Witted for the inside post. Fires up on through. Here's Sharp-Witted up to take over the lead. Troy Ounce is running along in second. Free Fall's on the move up to be third. And then it's Knight's Cross backing off in fourth. Artemis Bridges 5th by 4. Johnny's Bobby in 6th. Impress Me 7th. Wings Up is at the back in 8th and already 10 lengths off the lead with 6 furlongs to go. Sharp-Witted inside with a narrow lead. Free Fall keeping pace with that one. They go 1-2 down the backstretch run. Troy Ounce has backed off a bit to be third in the outside. Knight's Cross advancing inside from 4th. Artemis Bridge in between horses running along in 5th. Then it's Johnny's Bobby in 6th. Impress Me and Wings Up at the back. The opening quarter was solid, 22-3. The 46 seconds flat. Sharp-Witted onto the far turn, cruising along up top. Leads by 1.5 lengths with 3 furlongs to go. Free Fall's been chasing throughout. Knight's Cross is winding up. Troy Ounce is back in it. Coming with a 3-wide bid up to be third. Johnny's Bobby launching a 4-wide bid on the far outside in 4th. Artemis Bridge is in behind and in the thick of it, racing 6th. And then it's Impress Me and Wings Up. They're off the turn. It's wide open. Sharp-Witted's tired toward the inside. A lot of crowding on the outside as Free Fall shifted out. Johnny's Bobby clear sailing to the front. Troy Ounce is in second. Artemis Bridge is third. Knight's Cross is 4th. 1 furlong to go. Johnny's Bobby He comes away with the lead. Opens up by 2. Artemis Bridge on the outside trying to finish fast. Time is running out. Johnny's Bobby is the winner. Johnny's Bobby by 2 in the end. Artemis Bridge was second. Troyance was third. Knight's Cross was fourth.
So Johnny's Bobby crosses the wire first here under Gabriel Saez, but it looks like Johnny's Bobby, along with Artemis Bridge, kind of squeezed the 7 Troyance.
Yeah, and I think it's actually the 5, Freefall, who's coming out behind him. So he comes out and creates initial contact. The question is going to be whether or not they feel that the eventual winner of this race, Johnny's Bobby, comes in here, right? Because the 7 stayed a little bit. They're going to look at it, and Jonathan liked this winner, and a great call by him, by the way. Congratulations. I think he's going to stay. I think the 5 caused the whole thing by coming out.
All right, we need to look at it again. We'll take a peek here. 6, 4, 7 unofficially. We'll get back there, take a peek at that issue in the stretch in a moment. Let's set the stage again for the 7th. Quick dated look here at the odds in this mile turf event coming up at Belmont. Still Go Rose, taking all the attention on the board here from that 4-1 morning line. 8-5 favor right now as we take a look at English Soul getting back on turf. For Ray Handel, Manny Franco aboard.
I've been looking forward to this horse coming back. A terrific New York bred. She found a tough spot for a return. She'll be in front.
Goodbye Broccoli, Phil Serpi, and Jose Lezcano.
My top choice, the one I've been waiting all day to bet on in here. Love the cut back to a 1-turn mile.
Panther hit. Paul LoDuca made a case for this daughter of Giants Causeway. Tom Albertrani.
Certainly a good rider change to Luis Saez for this race. I didn't love her last race, but her maiden win was okay.
Courageous Dinah is the 4. Jose Ortiz, 10-1.
I think you leave Ned Hour, the trainer, out at your own risk, and she's second off a layoff, getting back to the right surface.
Dream Passage off that last start, probably the horse to beat. She's 3-1.
I agree with that, but I thought you made a very good point, Greg. She's going to have to do it closing today. She won on the front end last time.
Big price next door, 21-1. Bath and Tennis for trainer Timothy Keefe. Weston Hamilton race.
I think it's the question, Greg. Bath or tennis?
Do you know what that means?
I have no idea whatsoever.
I don't either. Go Rose, favorite Christophe Clement's second start here in the States.
The public loves her. I don't. I think this is a much tougher spot than last time out. I think she's dressed up by circumstance.
All right, so let's go back to Churchill Downs and take a look at what happened in the stretch. There was a lot going on here, a little bumping early on, and then did the eventual winner come over?
Right, and was it more because the 5 was coming out? The 5's in the 3 path here. Rider's hitting left-handed, by the way. Should be
6
probably
is coming
suspended.
In right there, no?
I don't know. I'd have to see the head-on. I think it's a little bit of an illusion because the 5 is coming out so much. The 5 came out a good 2 to 3 paths. Now, right here, he comes in a little bit. And the 7 stayed a little bit. The 7 steadied. And, of course, the argument is going to be, would the 7 have been second? Right? The 6 was clearly going to beat the 7. But the question is going to be, was the 7 forced to steady, and that cost him the forward momentum that maybe cost him second? I don't know. You have to see the head on number 1. And number 2, I wouldn't take this horse down.
All right, so let's look again. Right-hand side of your screen. Johnny's Bobby on the outside.
And I don't want Jonathan to come down. A nice price.
And there's that initial right here. As we look at the head on.
The 5's coming out. Right there, right? I mean, the 5.
So you don't think the 6 came in there at all?
Well, I think the 5 came out. Right. Well, they stopped it there. Let's watch again. Well, no. I see what you're saying. Greg. Did he come in and make any severe contact, though?
And now here's the second issue after that.
Let's watch again. 5 definitely. The 5 comes out and forces the 7 into the 6. I'm going to say the 5 is the culprit here, and the 6 should not come down. I'm going to say it absolutely. I know he came in a little bit. Isn't it because the 7 is forcing it out, making it tight? It wouldn't have been tight. If the 5 doesn't come out, it wouldn't have been tight, right? Sorry, I didn't mean to touch you again, Greg.
That's okay.
I can't control myself. It's tough sitting next to you for hours.
And there, as we let it roll, that's the issue you're thinking may have been costing that horse a placing, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they're going to say. That's the other one. They're going to say a second one when the 7 comes over a little bit here. I think he's clear. I don't know. To me, you have to take horses down. It's got to be very clear. And somebody will say, well, it wasn't in the Derby, and I'm going to disagree.
It's the Gary West horse?
Fortunately not. Match race coming up?
We'll see. Stewart's with a tough decision here to make. And this could take a moment. Because it was sort of a chain reaction, that first issue.
The good news is we're on till 8:30, so there's a good chance this will be finished by the time we're done. So That's the good news. The bad news is I don't know if all races will be run.
And that shows you how tough this game is. This is the horse Jonathan Kinchen liked, and now you got to survive this.
I do not want Jonathan to come down. And, you know, as horse players, we've all been through it. We've been put up, but we've also been taken down. And it's agonizing to sit through inquiries. It really is. No change.
No change. All right, so the result will stand as we get back to Belmont Park in our 7th race coming up in just 3 minutes here as we get a look at our favorite. So public's cooled a little bit on Go Rose, the 4-year-old filly, now at 2-1 on the board.
Yeah, well, I think by post time the number 5 is going to be favored in this race, and I think she should be here. We'll see. I still like Goodbye Broccoli. I second off the layup. You look at Goodbye Broccoli. These one-turn miles really suits her well. I would argue the best race she ever ran was that 7-furlong race when she finished behind Creasy, and that's a very similar race to this, a one-turn, elongated sprint. And I really thought she improved a lot last year, and I think second off the layoff, we'll see a big step forward.
We couldn't be more all over the place. Everyone going with a different horse in this race. Let's look at the one that I thought was the one to beat in the spot. That's going to be Dream Passage. So they stretched back out to a mile last time out. She went gate to wire. She got the win. That was on a yielding turf course at Belmont as well. As you look at what Brad Cox has done, winning the last start in a turf route over the last 5 years, 34%.
It's outstanding. I mean, he does a great job. He and his crew do a great job. That is an amazing stat because I said 259 starts. It's not like a guy who got lucky with a 5-race winning streak. But, Greg, you made the point, and I think it's a very good point. Is she going to be as effective without the lead?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that made me pause and really be concerned about her in here because, closing sprinter, and that's how she was effective sprinting, but stretching out to a mile, that is not how she got it done. She ran huge in this effort. If she is going to be, and that's, Joe Rosario was aboard that hay. He's back aboard today. So is that the game plan, knowing that you have English Soul down on the inside, the one who's just leaving your screen right there, who's probably quicker than you?
Yeah, unless the one gets left, there's no way the 5 is getting the lead from her early. And will she be as effective stalking? That's the question, right?
So here's English Soul. This was her second to last start of 2018 on dirt in the Fleet Indian.
I tell you what, this was an incredible effort by her because she is a horse that primarily had only been successful in the past when she'd been able to control on the front end. In this race, she not only couldn't get the lead, she was going 2 turns at a mile and an eighth, which she thought might be a little far for her, and she was wide every step of the way, and she was just as game as they come. This is a great effort by her.
This is going to be her 3rd try on turf, and Paul mentioned when we threw it down to him, she looked so good on turf in that first try at Saratoga at 5.5 furlongs. She tried to go gate to wire that day.
That was a wicked pace. I mean, I got lucky and bet the winner that day. Sarah Treasure was pretty good. She ran 2nd or 3rd yesterday in our 7th or 8th race. And she held on in that wicked pace while Sarah Treasure came from the clouds to win it.
Meanwhile, Go Rose, and you see Irad Ortiz Jr. feet out of the irons, trying to keep this filly relaxed for her 2nd state start.
Wow, 8-5.
And she's back down getting hammered at the windows.
8-5. They love her. They must know I don't. I don't see it. I don't know. I don't know what's particularly good about her European form, and I don't know what was particularly good about her last race. I'm not. She can win. I think they can all win. The 6 looks a little bit tough to like, but she doesn't look like an 8-5 shot to me.
Look, she's group placed in Germany. She has that on her resume that really no one else in here can say.
Had they run in Germany, I'm not sure that they couldn't have.
Well, at least
they could say it. They'd be lying, but they could say it. I hear you. The German form over time has not been overly done well over time in America, but obviously a lot of them ran stake races, and this is an allowance race.
It was Dylan Davis aboard for the debut. It'll be Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard this afternoon. And it looks like you would think she's going to be trying to close into likely English Soul, the one leading the way. Dream Passage maybe sitting right behind. And can Go Rose make her presence felt late in this mile race here on the Widener Turf Course. She's the 8-5 favorite. Let's send it upstairs for the call to the voice of New York racing. Here's Larry Collmus.
And here's Dream Passage moving into the starting gate under Joel Rosario, followed by Bath and Tennis. And last of them all will be Go Rose, who continues to be the 8-5 choice, moving into line. And they're all in line. They're off. English Soul broke well, and there goes up and after the lead Panther Hit, and Panther Hit and English Soul will battle for the front with Dream Passage going up to join them as well. And then it's Bath and Tennis away running in fourth, followed by Goodbye Broccoli to the inside. The trailers are Courageous Dinah and Go Rose as they head up the back stretch, where now it is Dream Passage on the outside, a half length in front of Panther Hit, who's second by another 2. Then it's Bath and Tennis. English Soul reined back on the inside, now loses fourth position to Goodbye Broccoli, and English Soul is back running in fifth now after a first quarter of 23.18 seconds. After that, it's Go Rose and Courageous Dinah moving for the far turn. Dream Passage on top, a length and a half. And then it's Panther Hit in second, followed by Bath and Tennis on the outside of English Soul, who saves all the ground on the turn. And right in behind her is Go Rose, who's got 5 lengths to make up, and is coming just to the outside of English Soul. Well, Goodbye Broccoli is circling 4 wide, and at the back of the pack, it's Courageous Dinah. 46.4 was the half. Coming to the top of the stretch, Dream Passage is the leader as they turn for home. On the outside, here comes Panther Hit, ranging up alongside. Go Rose is outside of them. English Soul has been waiting for some running room, and now switches to the outside. Go Rose retreats. Goodbye Broccoli takes fourth. It's Panther Hit in front. On the inside, Dream Passage. English Soul on the far outside, closing but running out of time. And Dream Passage is battling back. Dream Passage to win it. And then a photo between English Soul and Panther Hit, followed by Goodbye Broccoli.
This was a bizarre race in terms of what we saw early on with the pace. As Dream Passage quickens mid-stretch, finds another gear, pulls away for the win, but English Soul had the lead early and decided Manny Franco to just give it up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the pace was honest enough that he just didn't want to get embroiled in the duel, and considering that English Soul came back and got second, I don't want to knock the ride too much, and maybe this horse is just in great form, because it was a very honest pace. I mean, they went just under 23-1 and 46-2, and Brad Cox is now improving on that remarkable record off wins in the turf, and at the end of the day, this horse is in raging form, because it looked like they were going to swallow her up top of the stretch, and nice effort by Panther Hit, but this horse was as game as they come. Nice effort by English Soul. She wasn't winning. I'm not sure what Jose Lezcano's plan was with Goodbye Broccoli, but she didn't have the cleanest of trips. But you know what? I think the best horse won, Greg.
I agree with you. Back-to-back wins. Dream Passage, she certainly has proven she likes a mile on the turf here at Belmont. Back-to-back victories on this Widener turf course at a mile.
Can we also mention, with a very good trip, Go Rose, the 9-5 favorite, she finished last.
Dream Passage for Circle B Racing. Trainer Brad Cox, what a meet he's having. Close to 40% win percentage.
Listen, his operation is incredible. He started the year off kind of slowly, but my gosh, just been like remarkable. I thought his horse ran very well in the Just a Game. She finished second behind, of course, the Winter Rushing Fall, but she came from dead last in that slow pace.
So Dream Passage with the win as the second choice on the board. Go Rose did remain your favorite at 9-5, as Andy mentioned. Not showing up here, finishing dead last on the board. There's your winner, though. Prices when we come back. Stay tuned. We'll return.
Eclipse champion Blaine was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Awards finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault, and graded stakes winners Moreau, Beyond Blaine, Miss Kentucky, and Blaine. This year, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $700,000. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Coming on strong. Coming home.
Wild About Star, shining big here in Barry 1.
Here's Minute to Stardom, making her papa proud. The Star Guitar filly.
Oh, why did I wrong?
Testing 1-2. The Star Guitar filly leads Champagne Diva close to home. It's testing 1-2.
Feel my love for you. Coming on strong.
Runhappy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Runhappy is stamping his horses. And they all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we've had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, MSG Plus, and other regional networks across the country. Dream Passage. Joel Rosario has been a nice fit with his 5-year-old mare, and so is the Mile at Belmont.
Nah, she has gotten very, very good. And though she made the lead and we're surprised she did over English Soul, she ran hard early to make it. This was a very hard-earned and deserved victory.
Points for trainer Brad Cox, $6.50 for the win. And now back-to-back victories. That was the 5th of her career. 5-year-old mare by Stormy Atlantic out of the Raffy's Majesty mare, Raffy's Dream. Again, owned by Circle B Racing. 5-1-3 finish. And let's set up the 8th for you. 6.5 furlongs. We're on the main track here. Entry-level allowance race, Carrera Cat. She has reeled off 3 in a row. Regal Retorto favored right now for Steve Asmussen with Manny Franco.
I don't get any of the money for Regal Retort. To me, it's Carrera Cat and Miz and Max and everybody else. I mean, Carrera Cat's last race, Greg, that was something. I mean, she was really working hard for that victory. Great effort.
Back at Churchill, had to survive an inquiry, but Johnny's Bobby gets the win, $16.60. Philip Bauer, Rigney Racing, Gabriel Saez, and selected by our own Jonathan Kinchen.
Yeah, excellent job by him. A nice win. Got the pace he said. I have to get some pace. Well, he got the pace he needed, and Johnny's Bobby, a deserving victor.
6-4-7 finish. All right, here we go. This starts the Pick 5, race 4 coming up next. It is a mile on the turf to kick things off, $50,000 maiden claiming event, and the Southern California shipper for Paulo Lobo. Heaven Escape right now is favored.
Yeah, and I get why he's favored, but man, he's had his chances. I thought the 4 Russian Girl is an awfully big price in here, dropping in for a tag first time out, and a lot of stuff going on in this race.
Macho Orb, 5-1. A couple of decent efforts at Tampa, now coming to Churchill. Yep. Could be scary in that race as well. It starts the Pick 5. We'll talk more about it when we come back. We're saying goodbye to you, right?
I am done. You're rid of me.
Andy Serling, done for the afternoon. Thank you for your service, sir. Paul LoDuca joining me after a short break, along with Chad Summers.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase. He won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop has arrived. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
What could be better than standing 1 Triple Crown winner? Standing 2.
Here comes American Pharaoh. Justified, turning for home in front. And American Pharaoh has Justified. He's unstoppable. The 37-year wait is over. American Pharaoh, Justified, has won the Triple Crown.
Coolmore, America, home of Triple Crown champions.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on this twilight Thursday afternoon. Belmont Park, Churchill Downs, and joined on set here by 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LoDuca. Good to have you up here.
Thank you. I actually like reporting. get out in the crowd, say hi to some people. A couple people call me DeLuca, one of my favorite things in life. But, hey,
They're close.
It happens. Yeah, it's close enough. Yeah, exactly.
We're going to get out to Churchill Downs here in a moment. It starts off the pick 5. And this first leg of the sequence, difficult spot here. Mile on the turf, maiden claiming race, a lot of ways to go.
No, there is a lot of ways to go in here. Listen, Heaven Escape's getting all the money right now at 5-2. So is Encore Kitten. But those on paper look like the two horses that I thought people would bet in this race. But if you look at the rest of this field, I mean, you have first-time starters in the 6, Tage Charge Khaki. You have Macho Orb in here, who's got a decent resume. So many different ways you can go as well.
Classical Magic, too, with some efforts to go back to get back on grass. Here is Heaven Escape. So here's our current favorite coming in from Southern California for Paulo Lobo.
Yeah, and I'm surprised this horse is the favorite. I understand Paulo is a good trainer, but not for me.
18-1 on the first-time starter here, going to Temple, Brian Lynch.
Bred for it. Temple Cities can run on the turf, and Brian Lynch can get one ready, but maybe wait and see approach.
Turf debut for St. Louis, who's at 9-1 for Troy Newton.
Yeah, this great son of Curlin, they tried to get on the turf last time in Indiana. Now they got him on the turf today at Churchill.
Another big price with Russian Girl, gets Stormy Runner.
Hasn't really done much and hasn't been much of a price or been heavy prices. And today, again, 22-1.
Another first-time starter who is taking money, Take Charge Khaki, Eddie Keneally.
Yeah, and Corey Lannery, who's been riding hot. 20% this one for Dividing Ridge Farm. And you're right, a little live on the tote board here.
I thought this was one of the horses to beat in here. Macho Orb coming in off 2 very good races or efforts at Tampa.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes we forget about the horses that have run the races and we reject the other ones. This one's in good form right now.
Encore Kitten, start number 2 for Danny Gargan.
Yeah, this one should get better. And if you look, Danny Gargan from maiden special weight to maiden claimer, 3 for 10 this year.
12-1, Altar of Speed for Joe Sharp.
Blinkers come off. This horse has shown speed and now going to get on the turf and try to stretch that out.
And why not Classical Magic, who against straight maidens, fairgrounds, and was only second beat a neck on occasion.
Yeah, you know what I like about that race too, Greg? It was an 11-horse field. It wasn't like a 5 or 4-horse field. She almost took a whole field gate to wire and just got ripped at 32-1. Today, you're getting 10-1.
For more on a race that kicks off the pick 5 this afternoon in Louisville, let's go to Jonathan Kinchen.
The pick 5, I just ran over here. We were just getting down on the pick 5. There's 2 horses in this race that are taking some money. The 1, Heaven Escape, and the 7, Macho Orb. Both of those horses have run for a tag a total of 6 times and have never won. Obviously, they're in a maiden race. I'm not really a fan of that situation. The 8-horse Encore Kitten is the one I ended up landing on. It was 11-1 on Kentucky Derby Day for the Ramseys. The Ramseys are from around here. They're not going to show up here with a horse and try to get embarrassed on Kentucky Derby Day. They thought they had a chance in that race. The bettors thought they had a chance at 11-1 with a first-time starter. They're dropping in for a tag. Maybe they're being a little bit more realistic now, showing up here. But I think Encore Kitten should get a nice trip. There's another horse in here that's interesting, Classical Magic. Would probably have ended up being my top choice. 8-1 on the board right now. The 2 turf races that this horse ran down at Fairgrounds could absolutely win this. Got a little bit of pace forward. I'm not... In a normal situation, I'd be fine with the outside post and all that speed. Feels like there's other speed in this race that could work against that one. So we'll see what happens. Look, in the pick 5, I use the 8 and the 10. And hopefully me and the crew here will be screaming coming the 8th race and be alive here. But I thought Encore Kitten was the most likely winner. But I'll be rooting like heck for Classical Magic, who should be forwardly placed. Back to you guys.
So, yeah, we all have positives to say about this horse. Who's a price on the outside, 8-1 on the 10-horse Classical Magic. But it looks like if she's going to win this race that she needs to have the lead. You have the 9 next door, who looks like definitely she wants to show some pace.
Yeah, but they're taking the blinkers off the 9. So are they going to ask the 9 now to back up a tiny bit? Now, I know they're going a mile, and she's shown decent speed, not blazing speed. Are they taking the blinkers off to back her up a little bit, and that makes Classical Music and Declan Cannon's job a little bit easier?
Well, then you got the 4 as well, who's coming out of 5.5 furlong sprint, in which she had the lead in that spot as well. She's shown the lead on turf. She definitely wants to go.
Yeah, she does. And we keep looking at these horses. A lot of them are long shots, and who's going to sit that perfect trip? And that's why I went with the 7 here, because sometimes you project a lot of these horses. There's first-time starters. There's horses dropping, this and that. The 7's run 3 bang-up races, and I know that this horse is going to be at the wire, at least the safest horse for me. And you're getting 3-1,
And the rest of this field's not much.
I just thought, too, she has continued to it's taken a while, but her last 2 races, this will be the 3rd off the layoff for her. And she's continued to develop, and today, if there's going to be a day that she breaks through, it may be today. So we'll find out. Tyler Bates for Michael Tomlinson. Let's go to Travis Stone with the call. Race 4, Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Russian Girl mid-pack out first. Encore Kitten showing some speed as well. Heaven Escape backs off down inside. Ultra of Speed tries to tuck in. Classical Magic is wide into the clubhouse turn, but the leader is Russian Girl, and she's ripped away from the pack, building a 5-length lead in the opening furlong. So Russian Girl in front. Encore Kitten is a distant second at this point. Heaven Escape comes away running along in third. Ultra of Speed is fourth. Classical Magic Restive on the outside fifth. Take Charge Khaki to the inside, running along in sixth. Macho Orb is seventh, and already 10 or 12 lengths off the lead. Going to Temple is eighth, and on the inside is St. Louis, who's at the back. 12 lengths from top to bottom. The quarter in 23 and 3. Russian Girl down the backstretch run. 4 lengths in front with 4 furlongs to go. Classical Magic moves up in the outside of Encore Kitten. They're second and third, both closing in now. Heaven Escape is down inside, running along in fourth. 3 lengths back to Ultra of Speed, who's asked for more. And then it's Take Charge Khaki advancing. That one's inside. Farther back, going to Temple, trying to muster up a late bid. A lot of ground to make up, though. Macho Orb in St. Louis at the back, racing for the top of the stretch. Still Russian Girl in front. Classical Magic looms up on the outside with a 2-wide bid. Heaven Escape comes with a 3-wide bid. Encore Kitten waiting in behind for a seam. Take Charge Khaki getting on track late. 1 furlong to go. Heaven Escape on the outside. Storms to the front. Heaven Escape takes charge. Furlong to go. Classical Magic back into second. Macho Orb finishing well. Take Charge Khaki finishing well. Encore Kitten slipping up the rail. Heaven Escape's desperate for the wire, but she got there. Heaven Escape holds on to do it. Encore Kitten was second. Take Charge Khaki was third. Then it was either Macho Orb or Classical Magic.
4-year-old debut coming in from Southern California. Paulo Lobo, Julian Leperoux. Heaven Escape with a win.
Wow, this is a weird run race. It looked like the one, Julian was having trouble with that one. The H trying to sneak in between horses and gets a small little hole. You're going to see the 4 got to get it out of there. On the backside, the 7, Macho Orb. I don't know what happened with Tyler. He steadied really badly with the 7 and then had to go around horses. But the 1 found the wire first.
Wow, the 10 completely. Declan Cannon almost stood up in the irons.
Yeah,
I don't know if that issue was caused by maybe Encore Kitten on the rail.
I don't
I'll have to take
know.
another look at that. Back at Belmont Park, 12 minutes away here from the 8th. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And thanks, Greg, as we'll check in with number 3. That is Mizzen Max, second off of a layoff, as 3 of the 5 runners in this field are New York breds. And I'll take a look at 2 of those 3. Mizzen Max, she goes out for Michelle Nevin, who just her horses tend to need a race. It's statistically shown, and it's shown with them physically. And Mizzen Max is so much tighter. She's on her toes. She was not like this last time. She's so much more ready for this effort coming back here. I know she is a filly that once again has to face a sloppy track, but she has a win over such racetrack. The only thing that concerns me is, yes, last time she came back wearing fronts off of that extended layoff. They're on here once again, but she is just far more ready for this effort, which I love to see. Number 4 is Tapping Pearl, coming in off of a layoff for Kieran McLaughlin, will turn back in distance, and despite her being a very big filly, she is actually a little bit more built downhill, so the turn back in distance suits her fine. Obviously, she won first time out, going the flat 6, and she's grown up nicely. I like her. Speaking with Kieran, he doesn't seem that confident with her, but I can't fault her too much here in the paddock. Maybe she will need one to get things going. Number 5, Aunt Babe. She might be the biggest price in this field, but Aunt Babe, yeah, she dances every dance. Coat-wise, this is the best I've ever seen her look. I wish she was showing a little bit more energy, maybe striding out a bit more in the paddock. But again, her coat's finally come around. Physically, body-wise, one of the better times I've seen Aunt Babe as they're hitting the track here, Greg.
All right, so Aunt Babe, biggest price on the board, positive signs, says Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, and a horse that like Maggie said, she's always right there. She always makes her one run, and sometimes she'll have a little trouble getting out of the gate. But when she gets out of the gate, she's usually right there at the wire. And it seems like the racetrack has played pretty fair. And if they go out early and they break down, she'll be rolling late.
So 3 horses between 2 to 1 or 5 to 2 on the board. One of them's inside, Carrera Cat. She started her career 0 for 7. Finally broke through. She got a maiden victory. Now she's reeled off 3 in a row. This was the third of those 3, and it came here at Belmont on a race that was scheduled for the turf and taken off.
Yeah, and my worry here is, listen, she went 21-4. She did it so easily. You could see Rashid Mara was sitting chilly, waiting as long as he can, but it's life or death time now. She was begging for the wire to get there, and the race before that in the mud, she just loved it and ate it up. The sloppy racetrack before that, 2-back, was good. Now, are you telling me she's just gotten so much better in her 2 races as a 4-year-old? Then she should be your 6-5 favorite, what it says in the program. But if not, there's some other fillies in here that join her.
And you wouldn't think Miz and Mac's going to be that far behind her,
no,
right?
not at all. Not at all.
So post-parade coming up, and there is an objection back at Churchill Downs. So as we thought in that stretch, we'll check in with Jonathan shortly. Carrera Cat, meanwhile, post-parade here at Belmont, 2 to 1, trying to win 4 in a row.
Yeah, listen, 7-horse field, but last time out off the turf race, I'm just not too confident in her.
Here's Regal Retort, still favored for Steve Asmussen.
Well, the 2 sloppy efforts are good, the last 2 efforts. She has not run a bad race, so I can't argue with the public here.
Miz and Max, 7 of 8 starts, first or second with Michelle Nevin.
Some good races on sloppy late racetrack. The last one's a tiny bit confusing. If you can forgive that, she's the mare to beat.
I thought this 4 was very interesting. She wins first time out impressively. Then they put her in the Schuylerville, second start of her career.
Yeah, and she lost to Catherine the Great that day. Listen, she might have got just one of those things where she bobbled at the break, and they put her on the sideline. She might come back running Stone Street, this big old gray filly. Look for her late probably.
And the biggest price on the board got a nice endorsement from Maggie in the Paddock. Aunt Babe, James Ferraro.
Listen, 2 out of the 3 wins over a sloppy racetrack, and you got a little moisture in the ground, so 9 to 1 is not awful. We've had a couple races where small fields have been big price.
All right, let's get back to Churchill Downs. There is an objection, unofficially, 1-8-6-7. Let's go to Jonathan Kinchen for more.
We're on a roll here. This is our 3rd objection or inquiry in a row. The objection in this race was, there was 2 objections on the winner. One by the trainer of the 8 and one on the rider of the 10, both on the unofficial winner, the 1 horse of Julian Leperoux is riding. We got Ricardo Santano on the phone right behind us here. We will see what happens. Look, I took a look at it. As much as I have the 8, right? So I have to be honest with you, but I don't think there's a whole lot here. Fingers crossed, obviously, for us, but the other bettors that have the 1 could care less about me. We'll see what happens.
We saw that when the race happened. That's a look right there. Ricardo Santana Jr. on the second-place finisher. He has lodged an objection against your eventual winner. So has the rider of the 10, Declan Cannon. And Declan Cannon really, I don't know if he's trying to sell it in the stretch, but we saw him very sharply almost kind of stand up in the irons there.
It looked like they came to a decision right now. Like Julian's getting on his horse, and they're going to take a picture. Yeah, there was definitely Julian's horse was definitely lugging in, but you could tell he kept looking and making sure he was not impeding. And like Jonathan said, we really never saw the head on, you know?
No change.
No change, yeah. And I think Jonathan got to see the head on. And listen, when you have a ticket on the horse that's second and you're siding with there's no change, obviously there was nothing there. So Jonathan saw it very clearly. Good call by him. And good job by Julian Leperoux not impeding anybody because his horse was trying to lug in.
So have it escape. Victory will stand. $8.60, making her 4-year-old debut after spending her entire career in Southern California. Midwest agreeing with her.
Yeah. Congratulations. Daughter by Stormy Atlantic out of La Rueda Santa Mo mare, Loren Leon. And 0 for 7. Didn't even hit the board in California. Goes to Churchill Downs and boom goes the dynamite, but not really at $8.60. But if you had the superfecta, that's not bad. $502.40. Leave the 40 cents with the teller, Greg.
If you do that, don't ever come back to the racetrack. Don't tip 40 cents.
You take the 40 cents?
No, leave a nice, healthy tip.
Oh, okay. Oh, more than 40 cents. Okay. Okay.
We're going to take a break. Chad Summers joining us.
This is a colt by Runhappy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Mock Mahal. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well, has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, plus 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, and international star Shamal Nibras. This year, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, Fox Sports 2, MSG Plus, and other regional networks across the country. You can get signed up and started and play along with all the races we show you each and every day on the show by going to NYRABets.com. $200 new member bonus for playing along. Use the promo code LIVE at sign up to get started. Greg Wolf alongside 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LoDuca, trainer Chad Summers joining us on set as well as we get set for our feature race coming up, guys.
Yeah, good little race here, Chad. I mean, it seems like we've been getting some prices today over the muddy racetrack. And right now, Carrera Cat 6-5 on the morning line. Not really getting played like it.
I think they're worried first time against Open Company. This isn't other than, now, granted, she has 3 wins, but she's got to work it out for another New York bred in here, Miz and Max, we see on the TV, also affiliated with 3 wins. She's been running Open Company. 2 back, she's second to Dream Pauline, who comes back and wins 2 Grade 3s. She's been keeping better company than the 1 Carrera Cat.
8-5, so she is our favorite right now. And, yeah, Dream Pauline would be, what, 1-5 in this race?
Yeah, I know, right? She was the a very nice 3-year-old. And, listen, you look at Miz and Max, she's got a couple good efforts. The one thing, the confusing race was the last race. You see anything in that last race?
I mean, I think she needed the race. I mean, she hadn't run since August of last Saratoga and then comes back in April, so maybe just needed one.
Well, we talked earlier about the 4 Tapping Pearl. She wins first time out. They had high expectations for her. They put her into a graded stakes race, second start of her career. This will be her 3-year-old debut. With more on Tapping Pearl, let's go to Maggie.
Guys, I gotta admit, I'm typically better at reading horses than people. As I was trying to read into Kieran, he refused an interview with me, and I don't know if it's because he's not that confident with the filly or that he likes her and he's trying to get a price. We'll see. Physically, I liked her a lot in the paddock. Maybe she'll need one, but I'm going all in on Miz and Max, as you guys were saying. She just needed her last start. I think she sits the right trip here. Greg?
There she is, 5-1. Kieran a little camera shy.
Yeah, right. It can be. It's going to be interesting because a lot of heavy lifting on the 3 Miz and Max. She's going to try to clear the 1. It's going to be very interesting if she can.
The question with Tapping Pearl is, does she go? The first race when she won, she went. Since then, she's broke poorly. She needs to show some more early speed.
Here we go. Feature race.
Out for the lead with Miz and Max on the outside. These two to the front together with Tapping Pearl and Regal Retort behind them. And Aunt Babe is 5th at the backstretch. The speedy Carrera Cat leads the way. And Miz and Max is to her neck on the outside, running in second by another 2. Tapping Pearl is third. And then it's Regal Retort on the inside, and Aunt Babe last of them all, and 4 lengths off of Carrera Cat, who runs 22.59 for the first quarter mile. Mizzen Max a half length behind her, second on the outside by 2. And then it's Regal Retort on the inside of Tapping Pearl, and Aunt Babe coming up to them 3 wide. So the field is separated by 3 lengths and led by Carrera Cat, who's on top 3/4 of a length over Mizzen Max in second. Aunt Babe is taken third on the outside after a 45.76 half. Then Regal Retort and Tapping Pearl is last as they turn for home. Carrera Cat shakes away at the top of the stretch. Opens up to a 2.5 length lead on Mizzen Max. And then comes Regal Retort and Aunt Babe on the outside. Carrera Cat down to the 16th pole, still in charge. Mizzen Max, Aunt Babe next. Between those two, Regal Retort, Carrera Cat. Every step of the way under Rajiv Mirage, winning it by 3 over Mizzen Max. And then it was Regal Retort. Aunt Babe was 4th.
Open company for the first time, no problem at all. Carrera Cat is just going good right now. That is 4 wins in a row.
Yeah, and listen, I don't blame Johnny Velasquez at all because he tried to turn this into a 2-horse race knowing that, okay, if I go up and I challenge Carrera Cat, turn this into a speed duel, I'll include everybody else. Let's let the one get the lead and try to outfinish her. He just couldn't.
Listen, a lot of credit here goes to John Morrison and Rajiv Mirage. This filly had a big problem. She used to drift out really, really bad all of last year. So that's since been corrected. Look at her. She hugs the rail all the way through. That's a lot of work in the morning time to correct that issue.
Yeah, and actually, Mizzen Max got hit to the favorite, but Carrera Cat, you know, she's on a roll, and they ran around just like they were. Nobody really changed positions here at all throughout the lane.
Yeah, and Mizzen Max, too, is a horse who has proven in the past that she loves an off track, but there's just no getting a Carrera Cat here.
No, it wasn't happening. It really wasn't. And like I said, like 110 and 4, almost 111, pretty slow. But I don't fault Johnny V. Johnny V was like, okay, I need to try to outfinish the one, even though I might not have a better horse. But if I go up and I challenge the horse and we go too fast, then we're gonna kill each other.
But at the same time, they go 110 and 4 and come home in 117 and 4. So they come home well enough. I mean, Rajiv had enough filly left, and Carrera Cat's a horse that's just getting better and better with age.
Well, we're going to take a break. Carrera Cat, she has reeled off 4 consecutive victories. The previous 3, they came against New York breds in open company this afternoon. She looked even more impressive than her last start under Rajiv Mirage. She's been aboard for all 4 victories. Prices will set up the nightcap next.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Whether you have Derby dreams or Midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there.
Diversify.
That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Kentucky Derby winner Orb. On the track, his runners have scored on both dirt and turf, including multiple stakes winner Autumn Warrior and Sipacan Harbor, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes at Saratoga. On the track, Orb continues to add winners. And in the sales rate, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $250,000 in 2019. Classic winner, classic pedigree, Orb, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Carrera Cat, she is on quite a roll right now for trainer John Morrison.
Yeah, congratulations to this filly by Courageous Cat of the Mine Shot mare. Top value, now 4 for 11 lifetime. And wow, she has turned into a different filly as a 4-year-old. Now 3 for 3 this year. $5.80. Mrs. Max tried. She tried her heart out, but she just couldn't get the Carrera Cat.
4 straight victories as we take a look at the NYRA bets. Late pick 5 follow-on, close to $50,000 in that pool. We got a price to start it off.
Yeah, Carlisle Bell was able to beat your favorite right at the wire.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale with a trainer who has turned around this 4-year-old filly.
That's right, and I'm sure he's not going to share any of his secrets as far as Carrera Cat, but John, wow. Talk about the proverbial light bulb going off with her. 4 wins in a row.
She had a lot of physical issues and a lot of immature issues, and she's just, as she's gotten older, she's gotten better, and she just continues to improve every day. Kim Duran, who gallops in the morning, has had a lot to do with this. She really gets along with her quite well.
And Kim, a fixture at this racetrack for quite a long time, gets on horses for Belmont too. But her, now, obviously pedigree, you'd think turf, but the switch to the dirt has also turned her life around.
We thought turf originally, and we tried her one time at Saratoga. She ran well on it last year. I mean, for whatever reason, we're just going to go with it. So.
And two, she is a filly that just has this natural speed all of a sudden. Talk about that development.
As she got better physically, she started showing more speed. And she's just getting, like I said, I think a lot of it was a lot of immaturity physically. You know, she's over a lot of her issues now, and she's just getting stronger all the time.
Well, long may it continue. Congratulations. She's turned into a nice one.
Thank you. So much appreciate, Maggie.
It was really good to catch up with John here. Cody Zamora was a horse when I first came around. She was a lot of fun to watch. A little crazy, but she could run. Guys?
Well, he needs to be commended. He's done a tremendous job with his filly. Chad, you were talking about she used to duck out a little bit. What do you do to try and get him to relax in the morning and hug that fence?
Change the bit. I mean, you really want to work with the equipment, and the exercise rider plays a key role in this as well. And every day, and sometimes you just got to train them every day to get a little bit better, and just show them that it's okay. You know, especially with fillies, it can be a little skittish, and every now and again you'll see them get better and better. And there's a video of her breezing last year that was, I mean, she ended up in the 11 path breezing, and so good job by John Morrison.
Nightcap at Belmont, it's off the turf, so main track, 6 furlongs. New York Breds, $40,000 maiden claiming race. Tracy's girl looked to me like to be the one that beat, and the public seems to think so as well.
I get it, the horse to catch, but the horse to bet is the 15.
All right, let's head back to Churchill Downs. Go to Jonathan Kinchen.
You guys came a little bit late. I just had a Tom Amoss sighting somewhere around here. He might still be behind me. He's got a horse in here. He's the favorite with the 9 Louis Vaporizer. I'm going to try to beat Louis. Don't tell him I said that. Look, 6.5 is one of those tricky distances, in my opinion, in horse racing where it's right in between 6 and 7. And I think sometimes riders can get lost at 6.5, thinking they're going 6, thinking they're going 7. I think 6.5 races fall apart more often than others. Look, the horse is loose. I love singling short price horses, but in this situation, I'm going to try to get cute and beat him, and I'm going to try to beat him with the 5, Stay Home. They ran against each other going 6.5. Stay Home got him that time. Stay Home's last race wasn't as good as the race 2 back, but Stay Home missed a break a little bit, was last early. I'm going to give that one a pass. And I think that Stay Home's got a great opportunity to turn the tables here. A couple other horses, but we got to get trackside. I'll tell you about those when we get over there.
Jonathan, thanks. I mean, what do you do with this race? You look at it on paper in the 9, Louis Vapor. Absolutely, the lone speed, the one to catch, looks too good to be true.
He's always the lone speed. I mean, he's just a rocket ship, 44 and change no matter what. Now you got to look who's going to be chasing behind him. And for me, it's Nijon's Glory, the 8, the 5 in here, Stay Home.
Who ran him down, by the way, 2 starts
the 2
ago.
Prairie, maybe? Maybe.
Well, here's our post break. Here's Fish Trap Road.
This is a New York bred winner of the 2016 Dwyer Stakes, but it's been a long time since we've seen that Fish Trap Road.
Brary, I thought, had a look in here for Angel Montano.
He's been behind a lot of these horses, but not far behind. And sometimes these horses take turns beating each other. Is it his turn today?
He just missed against Louis Vapor last start. Here's Turner time.
And this is the horse that Florent True let drop too far back last time. He's got to be closer to Louis Vaporizer this time.
Greeley's Charm off the claim here. He just won by 5 lengths at Churchill.
Yeah, Santos Sandro in the irons. This horse was good last time out. If he can repeat that effort, I could put him right there.
So Louis Vapor got a lone lead 2 starts back. It didn't matter. Stay Home beat him that day.
I don't think Stay Home liked the track last time. If he goes back to the race from 2 back, Jonathan's right. Very tough today.
Yeah, it was a wet, fast surface last out. Maybe he didn't like it. Here's the 8, Nygon's Glory, Steve Asmussen.
How about at 9 years old, Steve claimed this horse, and this horse exploded with an 84 buyer. Might have bounced last time. I think it's going to run well today.
Here's the one they all got to run down and catch. He's going to be alone on the lead, and he's a win machine. He's won 14 times.
And this is up to Tyler Gaffleone. He'll be in front of the quarter pole. It's how fast he goes from the quarter to the half that decides whether or not he wins this race. He needs to slow it down 23 if he's going to win. If he goes any faster than that, he's a loser.
All right, we'll see. Tyler Gaffleone, he's been on board this horse each of the last 2 starts. The race will be in his hands for the 7-year-old. Again, 14 for 34 in his career. This weekend coming up, we have some very good races as well, including the Poker Stakes over the weekend. We're going to see some very good runners line up in this spot, including Dr. Edgar, who's coming off a second in the Fort Marcy, was beat by Olympico that day. Before that, put together back-to-back wins.
Yeah, Olympico came back. It didn't run great, but was in a way tougher spot. But Dr. Edgar for Barclay Tag got a lot of talent, Chad.
Well, the thing with Dr. Edgar is he's going to be loose on the lead. We talk about what we're going to see at Churchill. This horse, the same thing. He's going to be loose on the lead. And look, in the Fort Marcy, yeah, he gets beat by Olympico, but he beats Robert Bruce.
Yeah,
and Robert Bruce comes back and runs a huge second in the Manhattan. Yeah. He's going to take him as far as he can with Dylan Davis. This is a really cool horse. He likes to fight. He likes to dig in. And I don't know if anybody's fast enough to go with him.
The crazy part is when the 2 went by him, he came back to go by him, and then the other horse just had momentum. But it was a gutty effort. You're right, the way he came back to run a nice little second here and was able to just stave off all the other horses. So it was a gutty effort. Now you look at Gucci factor in there. It's very, very tough. Therapist, can he get back to where he's best? Breaking the Rules is another horse for Johnny V.
Yeah, he put together back-to-back wins, and he was going so good they put him in a grade 3, and he just missed against Krampus at odds-on.
I've been waiting for Breaking the Rules to really break through and show up. He's hinted at having all this ability, and here he's just going to get run down by Krampus. I think that we're going to see him have a coming-out party, and this might be it. We might see him running in some big stake race at Saratoga later on this year.
Yeah, he was actually only 8-1 against Bricks and Mortar last time out, so he did get bet at Churchill Downs. Maybe you just draw a line through that race.
And it's Chad Brown we got to talk about. It's a turf, right? Ty Condoroga. Anytime there's a turf race at Belmont Park, we got to talk about Chad Brown.
That is true.
Always the looming danger. Poker on Sunday at a mile, the purse of $300,000. So look forward to that coming up over the weekend. Back to Churchill Downs. And there is the Tom Amoss runner, Louis Vaporizer. He is no doubt the quickest in this group. He went gate to wire last time out at 6. The defeat 2 back at Churchill, that was at 6.5, and that was against a horse he's going to have to try and hold off again today in the 5 Stay Home.
The one thing you can go in your corner, right? He's 9, but he's actually drawn the 7 hole. He's won from the outside hole, outside slot, 11 out of 11. He beat a field. He beat a couple horses in here. He's going to clear this field. That's the bottom line. It's just who's going to be that horse that's going to chase and has enough guts to go by him.
The scary thing is you talk about a horse who's got all the speed like Louis Vaporizer. Tyler Gaffleone aboard. I wouldn't surprise me. Obviously, Joe Politti, the owner here, and Tom Amoss, the trainer, they have another horse named Serengeri Empress that has a lot of speed. This might be a little audition for the test. Maybe Tyler Gaffleone aboard next time out in the test.
Ooh. Sort of like that.
Of course, lost Jose Ortiz when they came here for the Acorn. He chose to go aboard the horse coming off a maiden win, Guarana, who looked like she might have been the most impressive performer that entire weekend. She was so good. Let's go to Jonathan again for more.
Guys, look, I'm sticking with my top pick, Stay Home, but there's an interesting horse in here that I think we deserve to talk about. Last weekend at Belmont Park, there was a handicapping contest. It was called the Belmont Stakes Challenge. The winner of that contest was a guy by the name of Blake Jesse, a good friend of mine. The owner of the 3-horse is Blake Jesse's wife, Raquel Ritchie. When you see Raquel Ritchie show up, know that there's some sharp ideas behind that situation. The 3 Turner Time. That horse is 1 in the slot going 7, 1 in the slot going 5.5. Finds himself right in between at 6.5. I think that he's got a live shot in here. I trust those connections when it comes to claiming horses, and I think that horse is live at 5-1. But I'm going to stick with my top pick in here, and that is the 5, Stay Home. Last time he faced Louis Vaporizer going 6.5. He won. Chad mentioned it. Maybe he didn't like the wet track last time. 2 back. Draw a line through that. The last race. 2 back. He can get it done here, and that's where I'm going to lean. I'm going to do a little 5, a little exact that we tried it earlier. Didn't go good. Let's try it again. Let's go 3-5 with 3-5-9. Guys, back to you.
All right, Jonathan putting some tickets together for us. We appreciate it. So Turner Time, connections he mentioned with the 3-horse, 5-1 right now. This horse has won almost half of his starts, 6 for 13 lifetime.
Bring the woman out to get dressed for the picture. Sharp man. Sharp husband. He knows what he's doing.
Listen, I do think, though, with Turner Time, the big thing with him is Florent Giroux let him get way too far back out last time. He needs to get closer, especially we know how fast Louis Vaporizer is going to run early. Mm-hmm. He can't be 9 lengths behind. He needs to be a little bit closer here, going 6.5 if he's going to have a shot today.
I just think the 8's so dangerous, and I'll tell you why. They claimed this horse for $5,000. He's 9. They got out in the first race. They could have dropped him all the way down and keep dropping him, and they're not. And Steve Asmussen owns this horse, too, so he could be even more aggressive. I think the 8's live as can be. That's a great shot.
I'm surprised even by the 2's completely dead on the board. Brary has chased Louis Vaporizer a couple of times, have been right there with him.
Yeah, I know.
But he's not getting much play.
He probably should have won last time, too. I mean, that if we had a chance, that he lost by the smallest of heads last time out. I think he is live here, but he often settles for minor awards, and I think that's the fear here.
Can Louis Vaporizer for Tom Amoss with Tyler Gaffleone, the 9-horse, take him gate to wire? We're about to find out. Travis Stone with the call. Here's race 5 from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Bobble at the start for Stay Home. Louis Vaporizer, that outside post, quickly in front. Nigan's Glory broke alertly as well. Turner Time comes through toward the inside, 3rd and now 2nd. But it is Louis Vaporizer keyed up on top, leads by half a length. Turner Time is running in 2nd. Nigan's Glory is 3rd. Brary's on the move from 4th. Stay Home 5th. Greeley's Charm 6th. At the back is Fish Trap Road. So chasing Louis Vaporizer. Down the back stretch, run a length and a half in front with 4 furlongs to go. Quarters on the board in 23 seconds flat. Brary comes on to be 2nd now as Turner Time is back into 3rd while inside. Farther back in the field, Greeley's Charm is winding up in between. Stay Home is wide on the track, but gaining ground as well. Fish Trap Road and Nigan's Glory at the back of the pack as they all chase Louis Vaporizer to the top of the stretch. Louis Vaporizer off the turn in front. Brary has to go now on the outside, still 2nd though. Turner Time down toward the rail. Then it's Stay Home and Greeley's Charm. Louis Vaporizer still in front with a furlong to go. Leads by a length and a half. Greeley's Charm trying to come on late. Brary boxing on. Turner Time, Stay Home, Nigan's Glory. Everybody chasing Louis Vaporizer. Start to finish for Louis Vaporizer. Greeley's Charm did get 2nd, tight for 3rd. Turner Timer, Nigan's Glory.
Well, that's a nice job by Tyler Gaffleone. He had some decisions to make in this race. Louis Vaporizer gets the job done, finds more in the stretch.
Well, he sucked up Flo the jockey, Florent Giroux, early, and then he sort of let his horse out late here. The 4 ran a bang-up 2nd, Greeley's Charm, who was the only horse that was really making up ground. So was the 8, Nigan's Glory, but was never really part of it.
This is a horse who goes 21 and change the opening quarter every time he runs. Tyler Gaffleone just stole this race. They went the opening quarter in 23 flat for 6.5 furlongs. That's the difference between winning and losing. Great heady ride.
2-horse getting squeezed a little bit there out of the gate. We need to say goodbye to those watching on MSG+. Thank you for sticking with us. We will see you tomorrow afternoon. Everybody else sticking around MSG Plus with us tomorrow from 4 to 6 Eastern Time. Louis Vaporizer, Tom Amoss, Tyler Gaffleone, Joe Politti with the victory at 6 to 5. Sometimes, it looks too good to be true on paper, right? But it was just that easy.
It was because, you know, as soon as the gate opened, he had 2 lengths on the field. I mean, it's just the bottom line. He did, and he's just so quick, and that's how he wins his races. He was able to rake, clear, and there you see Tom giving some fist pumps and always businesslike.
Oh, you got to blow it up, Tom. Always blow up the fist bump.
He's
No?
big. He's big time now.
He is. He's a Kentucky Oaks winning trainer. How about that? Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And horses are on the walking ring here as we'll check in with a horse who is turning back in distance in this off the turf event, and that's number 2 on the inside. It's a lovely day. It's turned into just that here on this Twilight card as Jason Service sends this one out, and her 2 sloppy track races way back when weren't that bad. I mean, it was more as a 2-year-old as well, so there's every reason to believe that she can improve off that. I just really like the turn back, to be honest. This is a filly who's shorter coupled, who does get herself pretty revved up before her races, as those 3/4 cup blinkers do go on too. Now, she's usually pretty bad to saddle. They did her in the back on the walk, and Jason Service assistant Henry did a great job with her. He was on her head, so she didn't act up too badly. But again, the turn back and distance, I think, suits her very well, though the front benches do go on. Moving on to number 9, that is Tennille's Candy. Yeah, she might be a little bit more turf meant, to be honest, but she looks a heck of a lot better than she did first time out. And furthermore, she's gone night and day as far as her behavior. She was so green in that Aqueduct paddock. She was screaming. She was really bad to saddle. And look at her. She's being beautiful so far, knock on wood. And her coat's turned around. She's very fit like she was in her debut. Now, I know she's been rained off a couple times, so I think connections are just like, well, let's see what she can do here on the main track. I don't know. There's some pedigree to say that maybe she should handle a wet track at least. And like I mentioned, there's a big improvement with her physically and mentally. Number 12 is Kitty Therapy, not covered in the pick 6, a first-time starter for Michelle Nevin, daughter of Freud. So right there, you would think that the turf's a bit better, the surface she was intended to run on here. Good-looking type. I don't mind her, but Michelle, her horses tend to need a race, and I don't love the fact that she wanted to run this one on the turf first time out, because there is some pedigree to say that she could handle the dirt as well. So we'll see. She looks fine here, but again, I think she needs a start, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 7-1 on the first-time starter there, daughter of Freud, and Manny Franco will be aboard. We're going to get a look at this entire group here coming up in our post-parade here momentarily. It's a lovely day. The 2 are current favorite with the equipment change for Jason Service, putting the blinkers on today.
I get it that this horse is the favorite, and I think the reason why the horse is the favorite is because it's Jason Service in front. I mean, of the horse's name, let's be honest. Chad Brown got this horse to run a 40 buyer. And I know Jason Service has done some great things, but I don't know if I want to take this horse at 3-1.
You talk about a buyer speed fire. How about the first start for Jason Service? She got a 4. That's not a typo. She got a 4 buyer speed figure the first time for Jason Service. I think they're trying the cutback. They're adding the blinkers. They're searching for answers here. I don't think that she's really a good favorite at 3-1.
I don't either. I get it. This is the kind of field she's can run into and win because there's not much in here, but no way at 3-1.
Second start of her career, as you see those prices from Churchill. She ran on a sloppy track, Aqueduct, and she nearly got the job done. She was a beaten favorite, though, an odds-on favorite that day. And here she is, equipment change, trying to get something to work for as she goes short and up to the main track.
I get it. She can win. She was 75 cents on the dollar for Chad Brown, and she couldn't get the job done. So not today for me.
Finley, interesting at 8-1.
Yeah, interesting because she benefited the most from this race getting onto the dirt course, and 8-1.
Daughter of the lumber guy for Coffee Pot Stables. Luis Reyes will be aboard, making career start number 10 as we look at the 7. And here Tracy's Girl was favored early on, blinkers on for Charlie Baker.
We saw gate to wire in race number 8. Look for the same tactics here from the hottest jockey in Belmont Park, Joel Rosario.
Your Belmont Stakes winning rider as well. Magical Romance, blinkers on as well.
Yeah, this one for Kirsten LeBlanc. She owned, bred, and trains this one. So sort of a little baby here, 27-1.
Second-time starter here. Brian Lynch trains Danielle's Candy. Dylan Davis aboard.
The debut was encouraging before she got a little tired in the stretch last time out. She's had 4 breezes since then because, like Maggie said, so many races off the turf. They'll try the dirt. I think she's better on turf.
Here's a first-timer as well. Edward Escobar will ride Plimsoll Annie, a daughter of Big Brown.
They have a lion-hearted mare, Annie, hence the name, and you're getting a big price at 27-1.
Mike Maker. Sorry, the 11 scratch. Here's the 12. Kitty Therapy. This is the other first-time starter for Michelle Nevin.
For some reason, I think there are people that are kitty therapists out there. And if you are, maybe you want to bet this horse at 7-1.
And 2 outside main track only runners. Luis Saez and Scarlett's Command, 13-1.
Thinking about changing your profession to a kitty therapist? 40-1 last time out. This horse, I don't see it. I don't know why this horse is 13-1. Maybe Luis Saez?
And on the outside, Bourbon High. Sam Camacho Jr., 5-1.
The horse will be at his best making third start off the form cycle. She should work out a good outside stalking trip and could pick up a piece here at 5-1.
All right, so back to the Jason Service filly in here, daughter of Flatter, by the way. So the blinkers go on this afternoon, and we mentioned briefly that second start of her career when she was in a different barn. She was with Chad Brown. It was on a sloppy track. It was 7 furlongs to the Aqueduct, and she missed by 3/4 of a length, running second as a beaten favorite.
My concern here is she does run second as the beaten favorite, but Chad Brown right away drops her from 50 down to 30. He doesn't say, well, she runs a good closing second here, let's try her again at the 50. He drops her again, aggressively running for the $30,000 tag ball.
Because he watched this replay.
Well, you probably want to get rid of her in that previous start, right? If they don't run in bigger races, it's not part of the program. No?
It's like, my thing is, like, I get it. It's Jason Service, and a lot of people are reading Jason Service. Blinkers are going on. Like Chad said, they're trying a lot of things, but 3 starts, $185,000 purchase that Chad drops immediately to 30, like he says, and now they put in a main special weight. And like Chad says, you're going now to another barn, Jason Service, and the horse got a 4 buyer. I just can't see it. I get it. If the horse wins, but it's not going to win with my money at 3-1.
Did you see anything there with the 2 that caught your eye?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
So you're not a fan.
I mean, the only thing I will say about the 2 is in the 2 turf races, she's sitting in the right trip and just doesn't finish going the route of ground. So maybe the cutback could help her. It certainly can't hurt.
Well, I meant warming up here, leading up to this race.
No.
Okay.
No.
3-1. We'll see. And again, obviously, they're trying to make something click here with that equipment change. As we take a look here at the 7, Tracy's Girl. Look, she's going to be quick in her blinkers going on. She's shown speed in the past and shown speed sprinting on dirt.
The problem with her is she's shown speed going 48 flat and then quitting. And now blinkers go on. And that's one of my things that I don't like is blinkers going on speed horses. Why are you putting them on horses that are already showing speed to speed the horse up more? And here's the thing about it. The horse checked in 5.5 furlongs at Aqueduct in November in 109. Yeah, that's 5.5 furlongs. And you're getting 5-2 on this horse.
That being said, though, the reason why I think the blinkers go on, now last time when she ran on the grass, it was a torrential downpour, okay? But when the horses came up to her on the outside, she shied away a little bit. So if you put a set of blinkers on her, sometimes what it'll do is it'll just let her focus on herself. You know the old saying, put the blinkers on, don't worry about anybody else. And I think that's what Charlie's trying to do here. Make the lead and don't worry about anybody else. Just run your race.
Be in the moment. Paul LoDuca, that'd be some good advice. We need to get Paul LoDuca some blinkers.
And
Let's go down to Maggie for more.
She's going to need some of the Jedi.
He might need a bigger pair than the pair that's on number 7, Tracy's Girl. As Chad was saying, that's exactly what they're doing here. They're just putting a really short cup on Tracy's Girl because she is kind of wandering away from the competition. Possibly, sometimes you put it on them on speed horses too because they're actually waiting for the horses to catch up with them. So we'll see. I don't love her form. Geez, she's one that looks great, and she's looked really good now, both in these starts here as a 3-year-old. She's physically matured, and she's mentally matured, so I like that about her, but I'd like to see a little more effort. Maybe the blinkers change her life around, but at a short price, I don't know. I'm going to take number 9 here, Tennille's Candy, who I thought warmed up pretty nicely over this sealed, sloppy track. Greg?
All right, so tried turf. First time out, this will be start number 2.
Thanks, Maggie.
That was it. That was just a
says I need
shot fired. See, that was
like an extension blinker. Can you please tell me? I do not get why the 15 is 5-1. This is blowing my mind.
You want higher or lower?
No, I mean, can I go to the window real quick? Like, this horse is two best races over a muddy racetrack. By far the best number, 29 and 32 to 1. Those were maiden special weight races. You had horses in here that have been in for maiden 30, maiden 40, and your favorite was maiden 30. I don't get where they're going with the 15 to 5 to 1. That horse can win this race. Easy.
Well, it's a 4-year-old who's an 0 for 13 maiden, though. So
I don't care. We saw a 1 for 18 horse win a pole today.
And I know, look, there's crazier theories, but this does happen sometimes. Sometimes people forget about the main track onlys, we know that. But also in the racing form,
they don't turn the page.
They don't turn the page, and these two horses, the 14 and 15, are on that next page that some people probably didn't even wind up saying, oh, there's 2 more horses in there. I wonder if that happened a little bit. But you do have a case where, look, this horse was in for maiden 25 once as well and did nothing.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about, I told you in the beginning, if there's moisture on the racetrack, because we didn't know if it was, there's still moisture on the racetrack. Those 2 races win this race, and the horse is 5 to 1.
Yeah, maybe you could make the case. Moves up maybe the most of anybody on the off track.
I would think so, but still, Sammy Camacho needs to navigate a good trip. Yes, there are some scratches, but still breaking from post 9. Really needs to get himself into position early on here.
Okay. What do you like in here?
Listen, it's all about the posses. I like Tracy's Girl. Nobody's hotter right now than Joel Rosario.
I thought he was going to drop Jesse's Girl. Good song.
Great song.
Yeah, it is.
If Joel Politi wins again, we're going to have his daughter sing a little Toto for us, too.
I know,
That's
right?
where the Serengeti Empress name came from.
Down from Africa.
3 to 1 on It's a Lovely Day, the 2. But, yeah, Tracy's Girl looks to be in front. That's the 7. That's the favorite, and that's who the public's going with right now.
Yeah. Gate to wire, they're looking for it. That's what you're looking for.
Listen, the guy's got happy face silks. He's got a smiley face on right now. Gloomy day, doesn't matter. They're not going to get dirty.
They're not going to get
That's
dirty.
what everyone's going to be staring at behind them, and it's just going to make them even more upset. That happy face stable. Can't get to that happy face. We'll see. Joel Rosario, game plan. It is laid out right in front of him. Get to the front and keep on going. Can this one hang on here in the finale here at Belmont Park? We're not done, by the way, when this race is over. We have much more coming up from Churchill Downs, so stick around with us.
We'll take you right up to that basketball game. Don't go anywhere.
That is right. Game 6 later tonight, but we got plenty to bring you up until that time. Let's go to the voice of New York Racing for the call, Larry Collmus, nightcap from Belmont Park.
And the next one to come up to line here is Kitty Therapy, who steps forward and goes in. Just waiting now for Scarlet's Command and Bourbon High. Scarlet's Command goes in, and here's Bourbon High up to the outside stall. They're all in line. They're off. Tracy's Girl broke sharply. Magical Romance goes right with her. These 2 out for the early lead together, and Scarlet's Command is there on the far outside. Then it's Daniel's Candy, followed by Plimsoll Annie between horses, and farther out going up Bourbon High. It's a Lovely Day is down toward the rail, racing 3.5 lengths off the lead as they make their way around the turn. And then it's Findlay and Kitty Therapy. Up top, early pressure for Tracy's Girl from Magical Romance. They went 22.61 for the quarter. Tracy's Girl shakes away by almost a length now. Magical Romance starts to backpedal in between horses as Scarlet's Command takes second now on the outside. And a wide move from Bourbon High, who's getting involved, while It's a Lovely Day will ride the rail toward the top of the stretch. A new leader here, Scarlet's Command, has taken over as they turn for home. Bourbon High comes after It's a Lovely Day, slips through at the rail. And these 3 now start to pull away from Tracy's Girl, who's dropped back to 4th. In the back of the pack, it is Kitty Therapy, who's making a bit of a bid, but Bourbon High is in front. Bourbon High has the lead at the 16th pole. On the far outside, Kitty Therapy rallies up into second. It's a Lovely Day is third. It's Bourbon High to win it by 2. Kitty Therapy was second, then It's a Lovely Day and Scarlet's Command.
Bourbon High with the win. Sam Camacho Jr. and Paul LoDuca, you were right on it here.
Listen, all you had to do is read the form. It was not tough. This horse did not break well, but if you look, The two best races, this filly by Mission Impossible, wet surfaces. It rained today, Chad.
It did.
And you got 6-1, so everybody mocked me. And I got a higher price. Thank you.
Get a shot of bourbon on that 6-1.
Yeah, a little kitty therapy.
We mock what we don't understand.
Hey, listen, like I said, I could not believe. Look, 114, listen, these are not a lot of world beaters here, but that was an awful favorite in the two. It's a lovely day. It just is, because you're betting a Jason Service horse that was in a Chad Brown barn. That's just the bottom line. And you got 6-1, and you're right. A lot of people probably didn't turn the page.
Good call here. Bourbon High with the win, 6-1 to close things out. We'll let you know what that means for the NYRA Bets late pick 5, what it returned, and we got more coming up from Churchill Downs. Stay tuned.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Trap Shot, a graded stakes winner and multiple Grade 1 performer by Tapit. His 10 stakes horses last year included Grade 2 winner and track record setter Hot Shot Anna, plus graded stakes performers Untracked and Beautiful Shot. At the sale, his 2-year-old sold up to $290,000. This year, he's added stakes winner 6-shooter to his list of recent winners. Trap Shot, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, Bourbon High, 14th time. The Charm getting her maiden-breaking victory.
Yeah, and found the right field. She really did. Good job, Sammy Camacho, just to keep her out of trouble, and she gets the job done. Mission Impossible, the Yankee Victor Mare, Yankee Million. First-time starter, runs second here, so you get a nice little exacta. The NYRA Bets late pick 5, 1,700. Pretty good, too. You can get to all those. Carrera Cat was probably the most single horse, but Carlisle Bell got off to a good start with Gary Siaka.
Listen, I was at the Timonium sale when they bought this filly back in 2017. First ever win for the Nolans crew.
Oh, that's awesome.
First horse they ever bought.
Great.
Now they're in the winner's circle.
That's
good
cool
for them.
We've seen a couple get their first ever victory this afternoon. We had a trainer earlier on in the day get the first win of his career.
Orlando Nada.
Yeah, that was back in race 3 with T Loves to Fight.
Yeah.
More coming up from Churchill Downs. You could knock these in, right, Paul? That's your soccer game.
It's okay.
I was a goalie. We'll be back.
Grade 1 winner Lee traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. A graded stakes winner on both dirt and turf, he set a new track record in the Grade 1 Don Handicap and retired with earnings of more than $2.3 million. With yearlings bringing up to $650,000 and his first crop 2-year-olds selling up to $430,000, the sky is the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Coming on strong. Coming on.
Wild About Star, shining big here in the very one. Minute to Stardom leaves them all behind with an impressive-looking run.
Testing, 1, 2. The star guitar filly leads Champagne Diva close to home. It's testing, 1, 2.
Feel my love for you. Coming on strong.
Our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and
He does everything that we like to do so far. Our plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Back on America's Day at the Races, we have a late pick 3 coming up from Churchill Downs on this Twilight Thursday card. Greg Wolf, Paul LoDuca, Chad Summers, Jonathan Kinchen, and Maggie Wolfendale with you as we get set for the 6th year at Churchill Mile, a 16th main track entry level allowance group. And Sundays at the Beach, Brendan Walsh, Tyler Gaff-Leone, coming off a big maiden score in the mud at Keeneland.
And she's starting to really figure things out. She's a daughter of Ask the Moon. Really, really talented horse.
Here's Ready Orb Not, 17-1 Tyler Bays.
Sneakiest horse in the race. Love the addition of blinkers after hesitating last time with Tyler Bays.
Graceful Princess won her debut for Ralph Nix.
Yeah, and this is a horse where Gaff-Leone goes to Sundays at the Beach, and we'll see what happens here.
Harmony Victory, 13-1. Miguel Mena for Paulo Lobo, who won earlier.
California Shipper's not shown much since breaking her maiden last October at Santa Anita.
Eighth, I do believe, for Matt Shire, off the claim.
Yeah, off the claim, but she beat a pretty good field. Next out winner in Zen Rules.
Favorite, Sundays at the Beach, Tyler Gaff-Leone, Brendan Walsh, Medaglia d'Oro filly.
Lightbulb's really looking to go on here. Lightly raced, just 4 starts, but really figured it out last time out.
Charles Lepresti trains. She's appealing. 7-1, Julian Leperoux aboard.
If they go fast enough, this one will be flying late. She makes a huge late run. Looks like Master Fencer.
Yeah, she was flying late last start. Got up to win by 4 lengths. And then Shacklet on the outside. Dale Romans, Robbie Alvarado.
A lot of second-place finishes. 7 starts at Churchill Downs. Checked in second 5 times, but she's got $100,000 in her bank.
All right, that's our field here for the 6th. For more, let's check it again with Jonathan Kinchen.
Guys, look, I've had a couple winners today, not very many, too. A 7-1 shot and kind of a chalk favorite. The biggest win of the day is these people behind me, these girls told me that my shirt was cool. That was like the best thing that's ever happened to me. Look, let's try to get another winner. It's we're here to cash tickets. I like the 5 here, Sundays at the Beach. Obviously, the conversation has to start with the 2, Graceful Princess. You can't really breed a horse better than this horse is bred at a Champion, Havre de Grace. At a Tappet. This horse is broke the maiden at Saratoga, which is obviously what you want to happen if you own a horse, you buy a horse, you breed a horse. Breaking the maiden at Saratoga is kind of the start to a great career. Unfortunately, this one hasn't really gone on. 2 kind of dull efforts for, I think, how the horse was bet down at Gulfstream Park. I'm going to try to beat her here today. She's kind of cold on the board. 5-2 is not what you expect from a horse who's bred like this, who's got the back numbers that this one has. Sundays at the Beach for me. 3 wet tracks. That's the only question mark. But the public is betting this horse like they know this one will handle the fast surface. That would be my only concern. You never really know until you put them on the fast when they've been running on the slop or on a wet surface. But for me, Sundays at the Beach. If I had to give you one more, I'd give you the 4 Afe. Very interesting connection. This horse, co-owned by the Browns offensive coordinator, Todd Monaghan. So owned in partnership with 10 Strike Racing, Marshall Graham. Matt Shire's got these horses going in the right direction for 10 Strike, so I'll be rooting for that one a little bit. 5-1 on the board. Been training well. I talked to Marshall Graham this morning, and he said the horse is training well, and they're very, very optimistic on how this one will run. So let's look. I'm going to cash a ticket at some point here. I'm going to go an exacta 4-5 with 2-4-5. At some point, we're going to hit one. Greg, back to you.
We have all the faith in the world in those young ladies here. They have good taste in shirt. I love Jonathan's shirt game. Looks like he's hanging at poolside on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
And, how about the Browns' connections with the 4? Afe, we'll see if this one can get the job done, go back-to-back. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off, and Shacklett for that outside post hits the ground running quickly in front of length and a half. Now she tries to back down the pace just a bit, angling over to the inside. Eighth comes away well, moves up to be second. Graceful Princess races up the inside to grab the third spot into the clubhouse turn. And then it's Harmony Victory racing fourth while 3 wide. Sunday's At the Beach comes away fifth, 4 lengths off the early leader. Ready or Not is at the back of the pack with She's Appealing. They're 6 lengths behind as they move for the backstretch run. Shacklett with that good beginning really back down the pace. The opening quarter, 25 1/5 seconds, leading by half a length. Eighth on the outside with only mild pressure from second. Harmony Victory to the outside of them in the clear, running along in third. Graceful Princess is covered up inside fourth with 4.5 furlongs to go. Sunday's At the Beach is cruising along at this point, 5th and 4 lengths off the lead. Ready or Not sneaking through in the inside of She's Appealing. They're at the back and 7 lengths behind for the far turn run. The half was 49 4/5 seconds. Shacklett still in front. Eighth is getting ever closer on the outside with 3 furlongs to go. Eighth is just a neck behind now. Harmony Victory under pressure, 3 wide. Third has to pick it up just a bit. Sunday's At the Beach rolls up on the far outside. Graceful Princess is 5th at the rail. They're off the turn. Shacklett still in front. Eighth to the attack. Sunday's At the Beach coming boldly down the center of the track. Harmony Victory's got a shot in very tight. Those 3 brush with 1 furlong to go. And they still have to catch Shacklett. Shacklett's in front. Eighth's in tight. Sunday's At the Beach and Harmony Victory. 50 yards to go. They still have to catch Shacklett. And they won't do it. All the way up top at a big price. Sunday's At the Beach up for second, then either eighth for Harmony Victory.
Shacklett with the win. Dale Romans, Robbie Alvarado, 8-5, maybe the 3 is very close for third.
You can see Florent Giroux. He's looking at Robbie Alvarado there on the right out there because it got real tight there towards the end. The 8 was clear with Robbie aboard with Shacklett, but he won this race right out of the gate. The horse, almost like a greyhound out of the gate, was able to just open up like 2-3 lengths and then had enough left.
Love the strategy. Open up and then bring it back.
Bring it back, yeah. Watch it get really tight late here as where it's got 20 seconds left. Hopefully we can get it to you. Watch the jockey in the 4. Does it get tight late here?
We're going to say goodbye to those watching on Fox Sports Prime Ticket, Fox Sports San Diego, everyone else staying with us. So I want to say goodbye to those audiences. 18-1 shot. So Shacklett, 3rd career win and doing so at a massive price.
There's a little drifting here. Maybe
right,
like the last 200 yards, Robbie Alvarado kind of sneaks out. Now, he's clear. He's not making any contact. But on a head-on shot, he's not where he starts. And, I mean, we'll watch the replay here. This is going to be interesting if they're going to take a look at this.
Well, here's the key, right? Okay, now, does the 4 get affected here with Florent Giroux? But here's the thing. The 4 holds off the horse with the blinkers for third. If he would have got beat here and cost him third, give Flo credit for riding his horse out because he could have gave up.
That's a bold prediction that he wins the photo. I'm not so sure that he wins the photo.
On the rail? Think he did?
And he does. Paul never misses the photo. He got the
But
photo.
my thing is if he doesn't ride that horse out, the 4, if the 3 goes by, then maybe you have a little bit of a situation there, no?
Yeah.
But the 4 does hold on for third. But 18-1. When we come back, I want to show the start of that race. That horse had 3 lengths on that field when the gate opened.
18-1 shot over an even money favorite, while the 5 really got hammered down late. Prices from this race, we will set up the 7th from Churchill Downs. Very good turf sprint coming up next. Stay tuned.
Trap Shot, a graded stakes winner and multiple Grade 1 performer by Tappet. His 10 stakes horses last year included Grade 2 winner and track record setter Hot Shot Anna, plus graded stakes performers Untracked and Beautiful Shot. At the sale, his 2-year-old sold up to $290,000. This year, he's added stakes winner 6-shooter to his list of recent winners. Trap Shot, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. AmericasBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Runhappy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Runhappy is stamping his horses. They all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we've had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This is America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us. Brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Back at Churchill Downs. Let's go back to the start. And what were you talking about here, Paul?
Watch the 8 just rocket out of the gate. And it was able to clear and slow. Look at this. That's like a greyhound. I don't think I've ever seen a horse get to the rail and slow them up before the turn, Chad.
That's old school Robbie Alvarado.
Wow. That won the race right there.
Let's go to Jonathan Kinchen.
Dale, I got to tell you, one of the best layovers of my life was hanging out with you at an airport. But besides that, were you surprised how well she broke from the gate?
I really was, but they went so slow. You know, once they put the first quarter up, I saw why she was up there on the lead.
The first fraction I saw was like 25 and change. You think there was a malfunction? You think they were really going that slow?
They looked like they were walking, though. You know, they all had their ears up, just galloping along. But that's a future Hall of Fame jockey. I know he's had a rough meet, as I have, but that's why he's going to the Hall of Fame one day.
You mentioned the rough meet. You don't normally look down and see one win out of 40-something starts for Dale Romans at Churchill Downs. What's been going on? Or obviously this is a good one for you. Let us know what's going on with that.
Yeah, that was a good win. We just didn't have a lot of top stock coming in here. I got a lot of young babies. Listen, I took the rearview mirrors off my car because I don't look behind me. We got good stuff coming up.
Well, speaking of looking forward, a little bit of looking backwards, but Promises Fulfilled ran huge, in my opinion, in the Met Mile. Will we see him at Saratoga? And are we going to keep going longer, shorter? What are we going to do with this horse?
We're going to stay middle distance. There's 7/8 at the end of Belmont. We'll probably go back up for that and then try to get him ready for the sprint at Saratoga.
Everfast, Joel Rosario did an amazing job with Sir Winston. 3 weeks prior to that, did an amazing job with Everfast. Where will we see him next?
You know, I'm not sure, but hopefully it'll be in one of the big 3-0 races. I mean, you got the Haskell coming up, you got Jim Dandy, you got West Virginia. There's a lot of options for a 3-0 right now, and he'll be in one of them. I'm proud of the horse. He ran big in the Belmont. I mean, he only got beat 2 3/4 lengths and finished 7th. It's an $800,000 difference for 2 lengths. It's a lot.
Well, I'm a Dale Romans fan. I'm very happy for you. Good, congratulations, and we'll see you up at Saratoga.
Thank you.
I want to know the story behind that layover they spent together. What went down that day?
I don't think you want to with Dale. I know Dale very well, and he's a character. They should actually put a camera in his barn and just have a Netflix show of the Dale Romans family. Yeah.
There's a video on ABR right now. ABR followed Dale Romans for the day on Saturday. Promises Fulfilled Everfast. The video is great, and the ending is something you got to check out.
You guys, another level. But Shacklett, a daughter of Shackleford, belonged to me. Did it like her daddy.
Chat, sometimes, look, rough meet that he addressed for both Dale and for Robbie, but a win like this sometimes, with, monster price, does that kind of get you going sometimes?
I think it started here, like Dale said. I mean, they ran really well on Belmont Saturday. Come back home now, get a couple of home-cooked meals, and a win like this. This is going to get the tide start rolling again. He's got a lot of 2-year-olds getting ready for Saratoga.
The other part of it is you run out of conditions with a lot of your horses, too, and sometimes you run into spots you really don't want to run into, you know?
7th at Churchill's 5.5 on the turf. This is a competitive turf sprint with a lot of very good runners who got a shot. We'll talk more about it next. Who's the best 3-year-old in the country right now? Who can make that claim? 3 different winners in this year's Triple Crown. We'll talk about the 3-year-old division and what lies ahead when we come back.
Eclipse champion Blade was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Awards finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault, and graded stakes winners Maraude, Beyond Blaine, Miss Kentucky, and Blaine. This year, his 2-year-olds have sold up to $700,000. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures, and there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guy's gonna do it.
Funny Guy's win in the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Maximum security. Country has 1-2 down to the line. Maximum security wins the Kentucky Derby. They're off in the Preakness, and the maiden Bodie Express lost the jockey at the start. But it's War of Will coming down to the 16th pole in front. In front by 2 lengths late. Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness. And Sir Winston has moved to the center of the track under Joel Rosario to take the lead. They're coming to the finish, and Sir Winston has won the Belmont Stakes.
Third time in the last 4 years we have had 3 different winners of the 3 Triple Crown races. We also had the horse who crossed the wire first time in the history of the Kentucky Derby disqualified. We had another horse who was going to go into the Kentucky Derby as a favorite, wind up not even running in those races. That was Omaha Beach because of an entrapped epiglottis. It is a wide open picture right now. We asked, or ABR asked, I should say, who was the leading horse in the division. And Maximum Security, who's DQ'd out of that victory on Derby Day, coming away with 49% of the vote.
He's become kind of a folk hero. Getting disqualified from the Kentucky Derby, he was getting roses delivered to the barn at Monmouth. He really has kind of become the people's horse right now, Maximum Security.
So we'll start with you, Chad. Who do you think is the leader of this division right now? Or the best horse in this division?
I think this Triple Crown was all over the place. So to me, I'm going a little bit outside the box. I'm going to who the leader was before the Derby, Omaha Beach. If he gets over that entrapped epiglottis, which all signs think he will, that's not something that's like a major surgery. He's back in training. He's back in California. There's him with Richard Mandela, a Hall of Fame trainer in his own right. And this is a horse that I think the sky is the limit. He did nothing wrong, just missed it due to injury, and it wasn't even really a major injury.
Throat is not 100% better yet. Richard Mandela said when it's perfect, we'll go back to the racetrack. The plan all along, after that surgery happened back on May the 3rd, was the Haskell, but it's taken a little bit longer to heal than they expected, so we'll see where he comes back.
Well, the thing about Richard Mandela is that you make a good point, Chad does, is like he's trained some monsters of horses, and he knows what to do with a good horse. This guy won 4 Breeders' Cup races on one day. So Omaha Beach is in great hands. And when he comes back, he's going to be dead fit and dead ready.
All right, for you, who do you like going forward?
Well, to me, it's Game Winner, and the reason why is it's Bob Baffert, and his horses are going to run better. You know, this horse ran 105 feet farther than Maximum Security did in the Derby. Let's just be honest. Joel Rosario gave the best ride he ever could have given on a horse in the Belmont. He gave the worst ride he could have given on Game Winner in the Derby. I'm just being honest with you. And to me, he's the best 3-year-old or second best 3-year-old to Maximum Security if we're eliminating Maximum Security, because to be honest with you, the West own both of these horses. They're not going to run against each other. I would see probably, I think they're going the wrong way with this. Maximum Security should be running the Travers, and I'll tell you why. Bob doesn't like shipping horses up to Saratoga. And by the way, he's won about 100 Haskells. So why wouldn't you move it around? It just makes no sense to me, but that's the way it's going to go.
Listen, he's won it before for the West with West Coast. To me, they're all trying to make the Travers right now. You see the schedule. We see the Ohio Derby, Iowa Derby, Indiana, the Haskell, the Jim Dandy. It's all leading up to August 24th. And if everything goes according to plan, this is going to go down as the greatest Travers of all time, at least top to bottom field size right now.
Maximum Security, Jason Service, he waited till today to finalize these plans, but is going to use the Pegasus as the prep for the Haskell. And if he does go ahead and run great in both those races, we're probably going to see him in the Travers. We're going to see all these horses go head-to-head against each other. And let's not forget, the game winner, he was the 2-year-old champion. And is there a trainer that's better, in your guys' view, of keeping these 3-year-olds together longer as you go down the year?
No, there's not. I think
than Bob Baffert.
Well, I think Bob doesn't get a lot of credit for a lot of his older horses. Mackenzie's getting better. A lot of people forget Game On Dude was great till he was an older age, where a lot of trainers are good with their 2- and 3-year-olds. Bob keeps them around for a while. You can keep on going. A lot of horses.
The difference with Bob Baffert, when he gets a 2-year-old in his barn, he's plotting out Kentucky Derby, he's plotting out Breeders' Cup. Almost every other trainer, when they get a 2-year-old in the barn, they're plotting out the maiden start. Bob's not doing that. He's putting all that foundation into him. He's going to Los Alamitos, getting those 2-year-olds ready over there. They have a great team from top to bottom, and that's why they're able to last so long under Bob Baffert's program.
Jimmy Barnes, a big part of that team, his right-hand man. Let's go to Louisville right now. Check in with Jonathan Kinchen, get his thoughts on the 3-year-old picture.
Jason Service is a pretty sharp guy. I'm pretty sure he knows that the Pegasus he's planning to run in is not a $7 million purse, but I agree with Paul. I agree with Chad. I like both horses. Game Winner had an awful trip in the Derby. Omaha Beach was my top pick there. I still think to this day he's run the most impressive race as a 3-year-old that we've seen out of any of these Triple Crown horses. The horse that I would love to wager right now to win the Travers is Tacitus. Look, we can all argue about how good the inside was on Belmont Day. I think it was probably pretty good. It's at least where you kind of wanted to be, and where Tacitus wasn't where you wanted to be, which was in the 3 and 4 path pretty much all the way around there for a mile and a half. I think that horse, trained by Bill Mott's, and it come right into this race, the Travers, he'll probably run in the Jim Dandy first, show up in the Travers running 1.25 miles on a deep and tiring track sometimes Saratoga can be. I'm looking forward to betting Tacitus. I'd love to bet him now. If you guys know anyone who doesn't like Tacitus, hit me up on Twitter or something. I'll bet them. I think that this horse is going to run huge. As for Churchill Downs, we got 2 more races here. We're going to do a turf sprint. It's kind of the feature tonight. A lot of horse players are a little funny about turf sprints. I think a lot of turf sprints look like they're going to fall apart. They've got so much speed in them, and they always look into closers, and they get disappointed when horses wire. I try to look for the speed in these races, or I'm looking for horses that are going to be forwardly placed. Sir Navigator makes a lot of sense to me, the 6 horse, but I'm going to go with the 7, Madison's Luna. Madison's Luna was a horse that, 2018, after this horse won the Hutchison, this is a serious 3-year-old. Kind of tailed off the form there. I think this horse is going to get a great trip to get Julian Leparoux. Julian's sneaky good in turf sprints. And, I think he'll probably take back a little bit, let the other horses go, sit a good forward trip sitting right in behind the speed. And this talented horse might love the grass. Ran good in the grass a couple of times. Ran good sprinting last time. Ran good long on the grass. I'm going to go with Madison's Luna in here. Sir Navigator wouldn't surprise me at 6-1. Very tricky horse with Maker. Maker, he claimed off of Maker by Diodoro. And then Diodoro puts him back on the turf. Interesting situation. A couple other horses we'll talk about when we get trackside, but the top pick for me is Madison's Luna.
Jonathan, thanks. Madison's Luna, that is the 7 who's the favorite right now at 5-2. So that horse, he was off for 10 months. He comes back, sets the pace at 5.5 on the turf at Churchill against a lot of the same horses he's going to face today. Backed up a little bit late, but second off the bench with that foundation under him, he's going to be very tough as we look at the Robertino Diodoro runner. He just claimed this runner. This horse coming off a huge effort last start, claimed, and now Diodoro puts him on grass.
This This looks like a Ken Ramsey special over here. Ken Ramsey loves the Claiming Crown at Gulfstream Park, and sometimes he'll drop horses in for 40 to get them eligible for the Claiming Crown. And this horse dropped in for the 40, ran okay, was third, wasn't taken. He tried it one more time. They bet all the money, went down to 2-1, and you're not going to win a race any easier than Sir Navigator does here. Sharp claim by Robertino Diodoro, and the old form before he was out for a year and a half is the grass. He was good on the grass. His race 4 back in December 23rd, 2017, wins this race.
It does. He's got some good back form in here. And I can understand where they're going with Madison's Luna, going from the inside to the outside, but only 2 turf starts, no wins, and there's a lot of other horses in here that are way accomplished on the turf. The 10 Fast Boat's a 4-time winner. That horse got a big shot at 5-1 on the inside.
Look, that last start, he obviously needed that start.
Well, yeah,
been out for 10 months.
Yeah, true. But this isn't. There's not a lot of slouches in here. This is a pretty good field.
Fast Boat, who wound up winning that race that Madison's Luna came out of last time out, and Dragon Drew is behind him. Indian Lover as well. Fast Boat, 4-time winner on the turf. Now he's got to deal with post 10 in this spot as we take a look at Latent Revenge and another one with speed on the inside.
At 7 years old, he will have that first step. I'm not sure he'll have the last step, though.
Fort Fortitude, trained by Chris Hartman. Corey Lannery aboard.
Good form. 3 straight seconds and a second and a third last couple times on the turf. The turf efforts have not been bad.
Best of Greeley. He's going to be trying the turf for the first time.
16th career start. Seems more like they're grasping for straws than a real strategy here.
Recount. I thought he was a little interesting here. Just his second time on the turf.
You know, he's got 36 starts, and he's got 1 turf start with an 88 Beyer, and it's hidden way back when. So I guess a mystery horse here.
He has a good effort on that only turf try. Here's Dragon Drew. He wound up second to Fast Boat last start.
Making a good appearance on the track. This horse came flying last time out. I think we're going to take a look at it after the post parade.
It's a nice price on Sir Navigator, who ran lights out on dirt last start. Now Diodoro puts him back on grass.
Yeah, and those turf efforts from 18 and 2017, they're good at Gulfstream Park.
Madison's Luna, second start of his career. He won the Grade 3 Hutchison on dirt, and his 2 turf starts have been pretty good.
One of the reasons he's bet so heavy, his owner, Rigney Racing, when he likes one, he sends it in.
Manson blinkers going on for trainer Connor Murphy.
Yeah, Declan Carroll, young rider in the irons here. You get 114 blinkers will go on. 29-1 your longest shot.
Here's Indian Lover Gabriel Size. He wound up third in that Fast Boat race.
He always seems to run his race. He's picked up a check his last 4 starts, but they're always minor awards, winless since 2017.
And Fast Boat, he could be the horse to beat in here. He comes in off a win. He's a 4-time winner on turf.
Yeah, he's found his running style finally. A horse that just sort of drops back and makes one run, and you're getting your price at 9-2.
All right, so the top 3 finishers coming out of this Fast Boat race are all returning. Fast Boat, Dragon Drew, Indian Lover ran 1, 2, 3.
So here on the inside, right, in the 2-path, we're going to see Fast Boat. A great ride here from Adam Bazicka. We're used to this. But Dragon Drew's all the way last and now flying on the outside of your screen. And if this race is any further, he's going to get up. I just think there's so much early speed in here that it's going to set up well for Dragon Drew today.
Yeah, and I get what you're saying. And Dragon Drew way better when it's a fast surface than when he gets all these yielding surfaces that he's been getting. You get Jimmy Graham, who's a great finisher, Gaffley on off, but Jimmy's familiar with Dragon Drew.
Look at Fast Boat there. So that was his first try at Churchill. He got to the winner's circle, and he'll try and go back-to-back here for trainer Joe Sharp.
I'm surprised he's 5-1 right now. For a guy like Joe Sharp, with the horse, if you throw out the yielding chart 2 back, he's coming off dominant victories, back-to-back races. I just don't understand why he's so quiet on the board. He's literally in the same exact race he was in last time. Last time was offered for the tag. This time protected by the allowance condition.
You're right. That's actually a good point. He is protected today, and he's got to win over this racetrack. So, yeah, I get where you're going there. Maybe, the money on the 7 is saying strong for Madison's Luna, though.
It is 3-1 as we take a look at the inside runner. So Madison's Luna, the 7, looks like he wants to go, and it's this one horse, one of a few, who's going to challenge him early.
Yeah, this horse has gone 22-46, but that's more with the run up there. 21-44 at Keeneland. How about this? Sub-21 at Sam Houston. Sam, man, that's smoking it on that racetrack. So, yeah, I don't know if they're going to get the lead off the 1, but you made a good point. The horse has no stick, a lot of stay. I mean, a A lot of stay, but no stick.
The thing that actually helps is the 2-horse Fort Fortitude. Corey Lannery is actually going to be able to sit the trip, knowing how fast Leighton Revenge is out of the gate. Corey Lannery is going to be able to sit a good trip here, and he's kind of a sneaky one at 9-2.
You got like Gregory Foley trying to take a shot in the Shakertown at 109-1, the 2 back, and the horse broke bad and showed some speed. But yeah, 7-1 today. The 2 horse is getting a little bit of money at 9-2. Fort Fortitude. 3 straight good races. Each turf race has been okay, but like, have you seen the same stories? We look at the 5 Dragon Drew. This horse you like right here.
I really think, look at this horse. Just beautiful horse.
Does look good on the racetrack.
Let's go to Louisville. Check in with Jonathan Kinchen.
Guys, I'm here with Phil Bauer. I'm his good luck charm. I told him that Johnny's Bobby was going to win before, so I thought we'd grab him over here. I'm going to tell him Madison Luna is going to win here. What was the decision to try turf with this horse?
You know, the first race in the meet, the condition book fit us better, and we were just trying to focus on sprinting again, and he had run well on the turf going a 2-turn last year, so we just wanted to keep some consistency, and this race matched perfect with the last. So, you know, there's always the option to go back to dirt, but doing well. So I think not that he had an excuse in the first, but he expected him to need a race off the layoff. So today we'll get a true read if he truly enjoys it out there, and you know, you have options from here.
We talked a little bit earlier about the trip you're hoping that he's going to get. Let our listeners know what you kind of. I think we agree, right? Hopefully the speed will go. What do you think is going to happen?
Looks like 1 and 2 are going to go. And last race I was a little surprised the way he broke running, which you know, if he does that today, you can eyeball the speed inside and hopefully track him into the turn and punch for home. I expect him not to flatten out like he did last time, but you know, we'll see.
Well, hopefully in about 5 minutes, we'll bring you back over here for a post-race interview, huh?
Sounds good. Doubles are always good.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, so there's Phil Bauer. We'll see second off a lengthy layoff for the son of Tappet. We'll see if he can get his first win on turf.
And he talks about not stopping late. He comes back since that race on May 16th, 3 workouts, and sharp works at that, 47-2, a minute flat, and 48-2. He's going to make sure this horse isn't going to bottom out.
Yeah, he's going to get him very, very sharp. And taking a look at the 9 now, Indian Lover. We haven't really talked about this son of Desert Party. 1 start over the Churchill Downs turf. It was last time out. He was behind Fast Boat. He was in that replay we showed. And he did not break that sharp, but his 3 races over the turf course, not bad either, Greg. He hasn't missed the board. You can make a case for a lot of different horses in here.
I love this race. There's so many ways. You can make a case for just about everybody in this group.
You really can. There's a 10, right?
Yeah.
So Fast Boat, 4-1, but your favorite, and the board reflects it too. What a great wagering race this is. 7-2 is your favorite. That is still Madison's Luna, the trainer that Jonathan was just talking to. Let's go back to JK with more.
Once upon a time, I used to love this horse, Leighton's Revenge, who's on the rail. The 7-1 right now on the rail. A lot of speed. Showed speed last time. It just feels like Fort Fortitude's going to sit right outside of him. And when Fort Fortitude wants him, I think he could probably take him. If I had to pick a horse that was going to be extremely forwardly placed, I would pick Fort Fortitude. I talked a little bit about Madison's Luna. I think that horse is going to get a great trip. And the other horse that we talked about earlier was Fast Boat. 2 impressive turf sprints if you look in the last 3 races, but sandwiched in between was a bad one. I'm trying to figure out what the bad one was about. I started digging deeper, and I realized it's the soft ground. I don't think that horse wants soft ground. It's not soft now. It's firm. It's been windy. It's been sunny. Drawn to the outside, 3-1. Co-favorite right now with Madison's Luna. I think Fast Boat makes a little bit of sense. Sir Navigator will be on my tickets. I told you I'm going to hit an exacta before we leave, and this is the one that's going to happen. I am going to go 7-10 with 6-7-10. And hopefully I'll cash so I can have enough money left for dinner. Guys, back to you.
We want you to eat, Jonathan. Hope you have a good meal. Yeah, Fast Boat, definitely. You see 2 starts back, yielding turf course. Didn't like a yielding prior to that as well at Belmont back in September 2018. So maybe put a line through that race.
Yeah, and if he doesn't hit this exacta, you got 1 more race left. And there's some peanuts at the bar on the way out. Grab some peanuts at the bar on the way out.
Let's hope he hits the exacta.
Yeah, we want him to hit this exacta, but this is going to be a very interesting race, how they place themselves. He makes a good point about the 2 Fort Fortitude. If he can keep the pressure on and maybe separate early and try to get away from this group.
But that's going to be the thing. If they go so fast early, does it set up for a closer? I understand speed is normally killer going 5.5, but they're going to be closing late here.
Especially with some accomplished runners in here like Fastboat. He's trying to win for the 5th time on turf. Travis Stone with the call, the feature here on this Twilight Thursday from Churchill Downs.
Last one, Fastboat. They're in the gate. And they're off. Leighton Revenge for that inside post, hits the ground running, and just like that, opens up by 2. Recount chasing from 2nd. Madison's Luna's on the move up to be 3rd. Fort Fortitude 4th and inside. Dragon Drew is 5th. Indian Lover 6th. Fastboat wide while 7th. Sir Navigator 3 lengths farther back in 8th, followed by Manson. Best of Greeley, the last of them all. Leighton Revenge onto the far turn in front by 2.5 lengths, chased hard by Recount, who's in hot pursuit from 2nd. Fort Fortitude sticks to the fence in 3rd. Madison's Luna's wide while 4th. Dragon Drew right in the thick of it 5th. Fastboat moving up from 6th. Her Navigator cutting the corner 7th. Indian Lovers lost ground. Manson at the back. Top of the stretch. Still Leighton Revenge the one to catch. Lead is still 2. Recount to the attack. Fort Fortitude trying to come down inside. Sir Navigator's weaving through the pack, angling outside with a furlong to go. Dragon Drew is 5th. Down to the final 16th. Recount surges to the front. Recount the leader. Sir Navigator finishing fast outside. Sir Navigator and Recount. Photo! Nose is up and down. Recount or Sir Navigator or Recount. Farther back, Leighton Revenge.
Dead tight finish. Tyler Bays on the 4. Recount or Sir Navigator off the claim for Robertino Diodoro.
Well, it gets tight right here. Watch Recount on the Tyler Bays, and the 2 has to pull up there. We're going to have to take a head-on view there, see if the 4 did come in. But Jonathan hit the nail on the head when it came to race shape in here, as the 4 is just going to hold on, because he was trying to figure out who's going to be able to chase the 1. Well, it was the 4 that was faster than the 2 early.
2016, May 5th, 2016, the only time this horse ran on the turf. He got beat a nose that day. Looks like he might win by a nose this day. Why do we wait so long to put him back on the turf, Jimmy DeVito?
I don't get it. 88 buyer, and he ran so far. To watch right here. Watch the 2 try to come up the rail. Now, I don't know if this is caused by the 1, the 4 coming over, or what happens here. But the 2 definitely has to steady, and I'm sure the stewards are going to take a look at it. It's been the theme of the day. They've only taken a look at about 4 or 5 of them.
Unfortunate, too, because Fort Fortitude might be the best horse in the race.
Yeah.
All right, take one more look here. Again, keep your eyes down on the inside in 3rd place right now. 2-horse, Fort Fortitude, Corey Lannery, and space taken away as you see him pull up right there.
Yeah, and you just can't tell, but it looked like the 2 was probably going to go on and probably win this race, considering it was moving better than the 6 at the time, but going to have to take a look at the head-on. The 4 doesn't get the bob of all bob. Yeah, I think it's a bob back. It's 4 easy. So another giant price there, but I'm sure they're going to take a look at that head-on.
Now they're showing both horses.
No, that guy's, yeah, no.
Paul LoDuca is never wrong on these. 17-1 on Recount. Jimmy DeVito, Tyler Bays, and we're not home free yet. We're going to see what happens with the stretch here. And so far, nothing's been posted. But again, remember back to the Kentucky Derby when everyone said, well, what happened? It's never posted. That's kind of the MO at Churchill Downs. They don't typically post when they are looking at something.
No, Tyler Gaffleone had told us he heard a bunch of people yelling. That's why he didn't even post an inquiry or an objection in the Derby, because he thought, oh, stewards were going to take care of it. We'll see what happens here. That was a legit steady, but yet we have not seen a head-on, so really tough to tell.
And let's take nothing away from Recount here, though.
No,
Great effort.
not
This
at
is
all.
now a winner of 13 of his 37 career starts, an Illinois bred coming to Kentucky.
Well, here's the deal. Like, if the 1, wow, it's official. So they're just basically telling you that Corey Lannery had no room, or he did not claim foul.
Yeah, it could be the case. So it's 17-1 recount. That was just a second try on the turf. And, again, it was a long way back to that turf debut. But I think maybe sticking on the grass might be in this horse's future. 7-year-old still going strong, and now he's found a new home, I think.
You think so?
You don't think so?
Should have put him on like 6 years ago.
We'll be back. Prices from this with the nightcap coming up.
This is a colt by Runhappy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Montfort Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well. Has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Warfront, a leading sire on all surfaces and all fronts. His recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach, Helmsman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy flag. Plus, Preakness Stakes winner War with Will. And these recent group and graded winners. Sire of the highest price yearling sold in North America in 2018, this son of Danzig continues to dominate both on the track and in the sales ring. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Brought to you in part by Runhappy, champion sprinter. Never lost while sprinting in his career. Now standing at Claiborne Farm. Let's look back at the stretch here in the 7th at Churchill.
Yeah, you're going to see recount and the 1, Late Revenge. They're going to sort of, nothing happens, I guess, because Corey Landry tries to go up inside there. It must not be a hole because he didn't claim foul. They didn't take a look at this at all. It cost a placing, but no, recount gets the job done.
Good claim, too, by the way. The 6er Navigator, Robertino Diodoro for the 40 coming in. This is a big, big race that this horse runs. It'll be interesting to see where that horse runs back, too.
Yeah, he's in really sharp form right now. And recount looks like Jimmy DeVito going to keep him on turf, you would think, after this performance. 37-40 for the win. Let's set up the nightcap for you at Churchill Downs on this Twilight card. 30 maiden claiming event. A 1-turn mile coming up. Solomonic, the horse to beat for Brad Cox.
Yeah, right now at about 2-1. Good third-place finish last time, but this horse was 90 cents on the dollar, and they tried this horse on the turf at Indiana. I'd tread lightly with the 6.
His last race wins it, though. A repeat of that last race probably wins this one.
Tremendous card on tap on Saturday at Churchill Downs. Stakes race after stakes race. We're going to take a quick look at all of them right here, starting with the Grade 3 Matt Wynn, Wise Dan, Florida Lee Stephen Foster Day, and the Regret. It's Downs After Dark, first post 6 Eastern time. And in the Grade 3 Matt Wynn, Brett Calhoun sends out Mr. Money, coming off a big victory in the Pat Day Mile, and beats Hog Creek Hustle, came back to win the Woody Stevens here.
And Mr. Money was quickly after the Pat Day Mile considered for the Preakness. They kind of cooler heads prevailed, and they decided to wait specifically for the Matt Wynn and look at races like the Travers later on if they're going to run against the big boys. This is the time for Mr. Money. If you're going to be as good as they think he is, and look, he was 4th in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile last year. If he repeats this effort, he starts making a little noise in that 3-year-old scene. This is a good win going a mile. He's going to stretch out just a little bit to the mile and the 16th.
Yeah, he's the horse to beat. Nolo Contesto is going to get bet in there because everybody's going to see that he's the one horse that beat Omaha Beach.
He's won at a mile 16th at Churchill. In fact, he did that in his 2-year-old campaign. The Wise Dan, Grade 2, mile and 16th on turf, and look toward the outside. Admission office, Brian Lynch, Joel Rosario, horse who was just beat a half-length Catholic boy in the Grade 2 Dixie.
This is a dartboard race. Dartboard race. Spectre Lindley will take some money. The 9. It's all going to be about trip. But admission office in the Dixie, I love this horse more than anything. And wow, did not get the trip that you think you wanted. Just nowhere to run till late in the race. Got steadied way out of it. Now watch Joelle Rosario explode when she dives down to the inside and almost was able to get to Catholic Boy, but Catholic Boy had a lot left here at the end, but Admission Office ran great.
Well, let's take nothing away from this, though. It's second to Catholic Boy. Catholic Boy's 1-5 in this race.
True.
So, you know, if you're getting 5-1 on Admission Office, maybe you get a little value.
Yeah.
Grade 2, Florida Lee, mile and an eighth. It's for fillies and mares, 3 and up. Person $250,000, and she's a Julie. 2-1 on the morning line. Ricardo Santana Jr., Steve Asmussen coming off back-to-back rated stakes wins.
Her win of the La Troyenne last time was absolutely outstanding. It's been kind of Steve Asmussen's Triple Crown without winning a Triple Crown race. He won 3 on Derby weekend, 2 on Preakness weekend, and then 2 huge ones here on Belmont weekend. This one kind of stamps She's a Julie as a player in the older filly and mare division. However, they call for rain, and her worst race of her career was at Churchill in the debutante back in 2017, the only time she ran on a sloppy track. If it's wet, I kind of stay away from She's a Julie.
And, you know, and a late in there,
She did go to the bench, though, for a while.
Yeah, she did. She did. And a late, you look at a late and you're like, think, okay, is she going backwards? But after I watched Midnight Bisou, the way she ran on Belmont Stakes Day, I'm wondering if a late's just fine.
Yeah, let's look at a late. Midnight Bisou might have been the most impressive runner on the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival weekend. This is a late in action. Well, let's take a look at her and what she's done. $1.5 million in career earnings, and going a mile and an eighth, maybe more what she wants to do.
Yeah, she's run well on a sloppy racetrack, and if it calls for rain, it's probably going to help her in Blue Prize.
She's happy she doesn't see Mike Smith anymore. He's gotten her number. Abel Talisman twice in Saratoga, and then Midnight Bisou twice the last time. I think Jose Ortiz is going to be very happy there's no Mike Smith there.
And in the handicap division, grade 2, Stephen Foster and gift box for John Sadler, moving to the Sadler barn from Chad Brown, and all of a sudden this horse has become a monster in the handicap division as a 6-year-old.
He really has. And Cosarones, congratulations to him. He put so much into racing, and he's such a good guy, and he runs a great operation. And, you know, the San Diego handicap, when he outdueled McKenzie, was unbelievable. McKenzie right now is coming into his own. He lost to Vino Rosso. He is the horse to beat, definitely, in this race.
And the thing with gift box, it's good to see John Sadler wheel him back quickly. Often we've seen John Sadler taking his time between races, obviously with Catalina Cruiser, with Accelerate. So to go from May 27th and run right back here in the Stephen Foster shows a lot of confidence that gift box is doing well. But a long shot that I like in here, 20-1, Runaway Ghost at a big, big price, guys.
Wow. I like that from Chad Summers. Okay, and Yoshida, of course. What do you think making the trip back from Dubai? That could knock a lot out of a horse, all that travel.
Yeah, you would know better than all of us, Chad. I mean, how long does it take? I mean, this is a class horse that's obviously can run on anything, but how long does it take?
We've changed our strategy. It started last year. We stayed in Dubai, the East Coast horses, for an extra 9 days. We used to ship out right away 2-3 days later, and the horses would lose 50, 75 pounds. Now we stay there for 9 days. Yoshida went to Windsor after that for a little bit, a little R&R, and he's come back well, training really, really well in Saratoga right now. It would not surprise me to see Yoshida run a big race. We saw horses like Captain Steve back in the day come and run very, very well in the Stephen Foster.
And the thing that I love is that he ran so well at Churchill Downs in the Breeders' Cup Classic behind Accelerate, Thunder, Snow, Gunavera. So he's got a good race over that racetrack. He's the other horse to beat for me in there.
The key with Yoshida, I think he doesn't want to go that far. 1.1 miles is about as far as he wants to go. He's probably at his best going a mile. And while he closed in the Breeders' Cup Classic to finish 4th, I really think 1 mile to 1.1 miles is his best distances.
Not done yet. When we get through the Stephen Foster, we still have the Grade 3 Regret as well. It's 1.1 miles on the turf, 3-year-old fillies. And Varenka looked like she just took a massive step forward in her 3-year-old debut, and that was her maiden win.
Well, she finally got a fast surface, and she was able to win. Now she's got to face winners. But listen, this is going to be a tough group, but she was coming out of facing Newspaper of Record, who was a phenomenal 2-year-old, but her 3-year-old debut was this, and she won very nicely for Augustin Stables, and they got to be happy with his filly by Go Sapper.
Look, Javier Castellano's going out for the day there, and he rides the other races, but this is the horse he's going out there to ride. It's not King Zachary and the Stephen Foster. It's this filly, Varenka. She's got a really promising future here as a 3-year-old up and coming. Maybe we'll see her in the Turf Triera later on.
For more on this big day, let's go to Jonathan Kinchen and get his thoughts.
Man, I was really excited about this hit. I was going to tell you about all these horses that you guys just told everyone about. I'm going to just reiterate some of those ideas. I absolutely love Mr. Money. That Fairgrounds form for 3-year-olds has been proven. Hog Creek Hustle, Owendale, War of Will. I can keep going. I think that horse is going to run huge in the Matt Win. I also love a late. I liked her in both of her races going a mile and a 16th. That's because I like the mare so much. But I think the mile and a 16th is a little bit too short. Mile and 8th, going to hit her right in between the eyes. She's been here for 5 works, I think. She's been here for a while. Obviously accustomed to the racetrack now. Stephen Foster. I think there's 3 horses that can win, 3 horses I'm going to build a lot of tickets around. Seeking the Soul, a horse that I was against last time in the Ali Sheba. However, he ran better than I thought he would. Second off a break, been training well. We talked about the Dubai bounce. I'm not a big bounce guy, but obviously that's a long flight. Send me back and forth from over there. I'll probably need to take a nap as well. So I think he'll probably improve off of that. Gift Box has been banging heads with who I think is the best older horse in training in McKenzie, so I have to like him a little bit. John Sadler's got the tricky record shipping, but, he did his thing last year here with Accelerate. And then also Yoshida. I think Chad mentioned it. Yoshida wants to go a little bit shorter. I know he's not going to get the tactics that I want to see one day from Yoshida, but when he broke his maiden at Keeneland, he was wire to wire. I'd love to see that horse try that again. It won't be this weekend, but I still think he's sitting on a big race, going a mile and an 8th. And then Varenka. The key to my pick 5 on Saturday is going to be Varenka. I think she's the real deal. Closing into that slow pace at Belmont, I think she's going to be extremely tough in this race. Her figures look a little bit lighter compared to the other ones. She's going to be extremely tough. I got 3 singles. Hopefully I can get them all home. As far as the nightcap here at Churchill, race 8, we got 11 minutes to post. The 6 Solomonic is the favorite, the horse that I landed on. Nothing very creative in here. It's, some 30 claimers. This horse, I think last time the inside of the portions of the racetrack were probably the ideal places to be. This one was wide all the way around there. The figure fits with these, and I just think this is the best horse in the race. The 11 Palmer's Way is going to take a little bit of money. I'm against that one. We'll go with Solomonic. I'll give you some horses underneath when we get trackside in about 6 minutes, guys.
All right, Jonathan, thanks. Doing all that analysis on his own. Yeah, Varenka, we got to see that here at Belmont Park, and that was just kind of her coming out party.
It was. Be careful, though. Because she's running against winners for the first time. Eyes will deceive you sometimes.
She's also a 3-year-old filly running in the night for the first time.
True.
There's something to that. She's going to run after the Stephen Foster. You're probably looking at 9:30 at night for her to run. That's something that's a little unique for those 3-year-old fillies.
Don't
forget,
careful. The Matt Win is 8 o'clock Eastern time. So he's right. The last races are going to be 10:30, 11, somewhere in that area.
And Varenka, though, look, it was a maiden group. She's great at stakes place. She ran the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf.
No, you're right.
PG John, she chased newspaper record. She was, not many were able to get close to her in her 2-year-old campaign.
Not at all.
Dog tag as well, so we'll see if she is taking that step forward again, stepping up.
After the Acorn, where we saw maiden to grade 1, does maiden winner mean anything anymore? just any horse can win if they're that good.
You're right.
And Varenka, so far, maybe she's that good right into a stakes win.
Yes, there's a race after
the Arabians.
The Regret, and it's a grade 1 for Arabians. Yes, grade 1s for Arabians. And Lynn Ashby's one of my favorite. I blew Andy away before. They used to run Arabians at Los Alamitos all the time. And Delaware is one of the best places you can get them, but Lynn's got one in there. She's got 2 in there. This is awesome. And up-down cruise director. That race goes off at 10:48 and is a field of 10. And how about this? They're going to throw a maiden 30 at you at 11:15 at night for race 11 at Churchill Downs.
The trainers love that, right?
Yeah, the trainers are going to love that. You're going to be rolling out of Churchill at about midnight with about 8 shots of Maker's Mark in you. It's going to be a fun night at Churchill Downs on Saturday.
Listen, you feed your horse 2 hours after they run. So think about this. That horse is getting dinner at like 1:30 in the morning. That's like a Wendy's stop.
They ran a Grade 1 race for Arabians at Keeneland, I want to say, a while ago, and then a Grade 1 race at Churchill Downs. That's pretty cool.
But look, the fans love it. We used to have Friday night racing all the time out in Southern California, Hollywood Park. How tough is it on the trainers, though?
It's tough. I mean, look, this is tough on me, and this is what, 8:15, 8:30, 11:30 at night.
What time are you up in the morning to
4:30? 3:30 at the barn, probably 4:30.
So these guys are going to be here till 11:30, whatever. They got to be up in 4 or 5 hours. Most of these guys probably don't even go. They're sleeping.
Get some cods.
Just
spend the night at the barn.
Yeah, right.
Just might as well. But I'll tell you what, the fans love the night racing.
They do.
They really do, and it's a great program. You guys can suck it up once a week, right?
Listen, they love the ponies. I'll tell you what. It's amazing. Every fan sees a pony. They like the ponies more than the racehorses.
Well, they get to pet the ponies. See, the girls like to pet the ponies.
Gotcha. Look how friendly that pony is. That's all he wants, to be petted. Here's our post parade. Let's close this out on a winning note. Here's Stolen Thunder, going to break middle of the pack in here. David Cohen aboard for D. Wayne.
Trail throughout in first 2 starts, continues dropping down that maiden claiming ladder.
15-1. The rail to this one here, Vinestone.
You're not going to see this much. An Oregon bred. Yep, an Oregon bred, 24-1.
Used to be with Tom Amoss. Jazz Music, the 3 at 16-1 for Andrew McKeever.
This horse runs a sneaky good race in the debut before tiring late. I wish a little more action on the tote board, but live at a big price.
All in Stu Wee for Ian Wilkes. Dropped down to the lowest level he's ever run at.
This horse is dangerous. I'll tell you why. Second start out, this horse got bet down to favoritism, almost favored in a pretty good field. Now gelding and dropping. Do not throw this horse out.
Unveiling drops in for a tag for the first time.
All right, Son of Arch here finally gets back on a fast track after 2 sloppy efforts.
Gets blinkers as well. Here's Solomonic, the one to beat, 9-5 on the board.
Well, famous Soaks of American Pharoah for Zayat Stables is your favorite.
High Beam at 15-1. Calvin Burrell for Buff Bradley.
Bright Silks here for Susan Summers. She's not going to lose this horse on the track.
Yeah, right? That one will be easy to follow. A number at 15-1. Direct Approach. Little intriguing. Gabriel Saez, Michael Tomlinson.
This horse got a weird ride last time. Broke very sharply and got taken back purposely. And I'm wondering if they're going to do the same thing because this horse showed speed before.
Extremely wide as well. The 9 horse at 8-1. Here's Campaign Spy, Wayne Catalano.
This horse has been the definition of morning glory. He works in 47, 46. Hasn't put it together in the afternoon yet.
Here's Benet, Dale Romans, Robbie Alvarado. Can they get another one?
Yeah, man, you never know. This horse was 69-1 last time out and ran into Harvey Wallbanger, so a tough group.
This horse is interesting to me. Palmer's Way, Brian Lynch. So first time out, he runs second in his debut back at Santa Anita in 2017.
Beaten by Battle of Midway that day.
Yeah.
Disappears for 2 years. The connections like him so much they run him on Derby Day. He's 7-1 on Derby Day. Tries maiden claimers for the first time.
And what about this guy who debuted in a straight maiden race at Aqueduct back as a 2-year-old last November? Now he shows up here for a new barn. Used to be with Bill Mott.
This is the sneaky horse because he lost to Hakal. Jason Barkley, who used to do a lot of stuff for Tommy Drury. He's very sharp trainer. Went out on his own. I think the 12 could be very sneaky.
Yeah, Hakal won the Gotham.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a $30,000 Keeneland April purchase.
April purchase, yeah.
So they're trying the same price.
All right, a couple of intriguing runners on the outside. 10-1 on the 12s, 9-2 on the 11. We're going to have this nightcap for you when we come back. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm. And we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This successful son of A.P. Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. This year, Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July sale with a $520,000 yearling. And this year, his juveniles have sold up to $375,000. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle. The best races, horses, and destination venues. Cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
There's a power so selfless, it has the ability to heal, to inspire, to unite, to change your life.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. Great contest going on, provided by America's Best Racing. Trip to Del Mar in San Diego. And VIP experience at the racetrack and all kinds of other goodies wrapped in that one as well. Head to the website and click on Surf, Soar, and Score to be part of that. So good luck to you all, and have a chance to get down to Del Mar this summer. Nightcap coming up at Churchill Downs, and we mentioned a couple of runners who intrigue us on the outside, but certainly it is Solomonic's race. It looks like to lose here. The 6 has been favored throughout.
Well, I think the thing with Solomonic is he was second best. I mean, he runs third, but really Sassy King was loose there, and he was clearly the second best horse in the race. And there's nobody else in here that's really shown anything.
No, he hasn't, but maybe the one-turn will help. His one-turn races, he's only had one, and maybe the one-turn mile will help him the most.
Let's go to Jonathan for more.
What's going on, guys? Hey, Greg, I appreciate you giving me all the compliments on the shirt game, but I can't let you get away without seeing the shoe game. Huh? How about this? Very strong. Hopefully we can make some money here to pay for shoes like this, because they're not cheap. We talked about Solomonic. Obviously, that horse makes a ton of sense in here. I think the inside was probably good last time. He was outside. We're going to also add in another horse in here we hadn't talked about yet, All In Stewie. That horse debuted against Frolic Moore, who won here last Sunday very impressively. Frolic Moore is one of those horses that has that Louisiana Fairgrounds 3-year-old form we've been talking about on the show the last week and a half or so. I think All In Stewie has a big shot here. Drops in from 75. Is 9-2 now, getting a lot of late money. The 11, Palmer's Way. I think the horse is taking money. He's 3-1 right now, because a lot of horse players and the public are looking down at the PPs, and they're noticing a very talented horse that this horse ran second to in Battle of Midway. And I think that horse is kind of, coattailing with this one. They're making the assumption that this one's a talented one because of that. The previous race that this one ran was not very good. I'm going to completely fade the 11. Here's the last try. We'll call this the shoe exacta. We're going to do a $10 exacta, 6-4, and a $5 exacta, 4-6. Ice cold. Well, not completely ice cold, but, somewhere in the neighborhood. Fellas, back to you.
Get it home, Jonathan Kinchen. And, I love him. He's got great shoe game, too, and I'm all about shoes right now.
No, I love it. I was going to text him a little bit. His shirt looks like he has ducks on him, and that's actually good luck when you feed the ducks. I used to feed the ducks before I went to go play baseball.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just about.
So he's going to hit this exacta here. I'm feeling it.
If not, Payless sells shoes.
That's true. Maybe he could sell those shoes to play the Pick 5 tomorrow. Solomonic, the 6 horse, the one to beat here in the nightcap. Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Very awkward out of there for Vinestone. Rider lucky to stay aboard. Nonetheless, at the back of the pack in the opening furlong. Palmer's Way on the far outside with a loom racing for the lead. Campaign Spy is also there. Those three across the track. Down inside, Jazz Music fires up on through to make it 4 across the track. Just in behind, All In Stewie comes away 5th. Unveiling is 6th. Stolen Thunder 7th by 3. High Beam is running along in 8th. Solomonic is 9th by another 4. And then it's Direct Approach Racing in 10th. Vinestone is 11th. O'Benny near the back of the pack as High Beam has been pulled up. High Beam pulled up out of the race. So down the backstretch they go. Jazz Music in front by 3/4 of a length. Campaign Spy on the outside, running along in second, and Palmer's Way not far behind on the far outside in third to the far turn. All In Stewie sticks to the fence, racing in 4th. Unveiling is asked to go now 5th. Solomonic is under pressure while 6th. Stolen Thunder 7th. Direct Approach is on the move from 8th. And then it's Vinestone followed by Illume, and at the back is O'Benny as they round the far turn. Jazz Music still in front. The half was 45 2/5 seconds. Campaign Spy putting in a bid. Here's Campaign Spy on the outside, putting a nose in front off the turn. Jazz Music has to fight back. Palmer's Way pounces. Here's Palmer's Way now rallying to the front, but with that, Campaign Spy battles right back. Farther back, it's Unveiling, Direct Approach, and O'Benny down to the final 16th. Palmer's Way has taken over. Campaign Spy is battling on, but is back into second as it come for the wire, and it will be Palmer's Way. Palmer's Way, length and a half in the end. Campaign Spy was second. Direct Approach was third. Unveiling was 4th. Tight for 5th, Solomonic or O'Benny.
Palmer's Way, the victory, so running second to a Breeders' Cup Dirt winner.
Pretty good. Yeah, Battle Midway.
But
you know,
Mile,
Chad,
Battle Midway?
Chad did it. Just great handicapping by Chad. Listen, 7-1 on Derby Day with all that money coming through, and then boom, this horse wins on the drop, and you get 3-1. It looked like the rider on the 9, Channing Hill, lost his whip, but it wasn't going to matter.
It's going to be interesting to see if anybody claimed Palmer's Way. This is a 5-year-old making his 3rd career start, but there was enough sneaky stuff here that maybe somebody's going to reach in and take a shot for the maiden 30. Good ride by Tyler Bays, completing a big day for him.
5 Unveiling got off to a bad start there. That was about it, but everybody else, bang up race from Palmer's Way. Yeah.
5-year-old gelding making just the 3rd start of his career with, what, a 1.5 year layoff in between?
What do you think if you're owner Gary Broad, right, and you say, man, my horse got a lot of ability. I'm second to Battle of Midway, first time out. He's on the bench, but you keep replaying that replay. Man, we're second to Battle of Midway. Battle of Midway won the Breeders' Cup. We're going to be okay. One day we're going to be okay. And finally, his patience is rewarded at 8:30 at night at Churchill Downs.
I know, right? And he's probably hoping that he keeps the horse, because now the horse has got a little fitness and probably will roll right through a starter allowance condition by grinding this win out. And you know what? Sometimes patience is a virtue. For a horse that obviously has had some issues, and the son of Jamal just the Grand Slam mare will, break his maiden.
So 11-9, and the 8 horse in there, Direct Approach. Michael Tomlinson rounding out that trifecta. We keep talking so much about the Turf Trinity out here. It's going to be sensational. It starts with the first leg on the Stars and Stripe Festival with the Trinity for the males and the Tiara for the females. And going to have a little extra international intrigue. Master Fencer from the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont from Japan sticking around a little bit longer. Late Audible to stay here and run on the turf now.
He ran a sneaky good Belmont. I tell you what, if you go back and you watch the race, if Julien Leperoux would have just followed Sir Winston, he would have ran probably maybe second or third or won the race, because he went 10 wide. He went farther, the widest of all of them, and he was rolling in the middle of the racetrack.
Last Thursday, we broke down every one of these horses, right? The one thing we said about Master Fencer is he looks like a grass horse. Well, now we're going to find out. Is he a grass horse?
He's got that high knee action, huh?
A couple of times on turf in Japan, didn't win either of those races, but we'll see. Maybe starting to come into his own now as a 3-year-old. And again, it was a last-minute change, as Connections found out.
First of all, we supposed to leave today, this morning, and then, but somehow, the owner actually, he decided to make him run at the, Belmont, the U.S. It's because of he just wanted to give a try, on a Master Fencer, how he runs now on the grass, because the first 2 races of his career, he ran on the grass, and he even though he couldn't win, but it was pretty well. So that's why he just wants to, try one more time on the grass.
All right, so it'll be fun to see him line up in this spot. There's also going to be a 3-year-old filly from Japan in the Oaks as well, who actually is a winner. Won a couple of times on the grass as juvenile, Jody, and she's actually group placed as a 3-year-old on turf.
Yeah, she's supposed to be a monster coming in. This is going to be very, very interesting. Marty Panza's got a good lineup of turf horses that are going to come in for the Turf Festival. And this is really cool to see Master Fencer. Like, listen, he did not disappoint. He ran a bang-up Derby, he ran a good Derby, and he ran a pretty darn good Belmont. So I think he's going to give a good account of himself.
Here's my 2 things. Both those races, they go through Chad Brown.
Of course.
I mean, we know that it goes through Chad Brown. The second thing is, with the Japanese horse staying here longer, can Jonathan Kinchen get these guys some shirts? Right? They're running out of clothes. Can we get them? Should we get them some shirts from Jonathan Kinchen collection?
But I like the relationship that NYRA has with the JRA. We have Lonnie. We had Master Fencer. These horses are running okay when they come over here, the Japanese contingent. They're running better on the dirt than a lot of the European contingents are.
It's going to be fun. July 6th, Stars and Stripes Festival is when we see the first leg with the Belmont Derby. That last year was sensational with Catholic Boy and Analyze It having that battle as a rematch from what they had provided in that earlier meeting.
Yeah, and I was reporting earlier. I ran into Jonathan Thomas and I said, "How's the big boy doing?" He's like, "He's doing just fine." I mean, we got him with a finely tooth comb. He's getting ready for the Suburban.
Yeah, that'll be on July 6th as well. Getting to see him back on the main track. Back at Churchill Downs, waiting for this race to go official. It has 11-9-8-5.
Is that pick 5, right? 50-cent pick 5 paid $75,000. Was that right, Greg Wolf?
We'll take a look again here in a moment. We'll give you the prices.
I think it did. Holy cow! As you see,
way to spoil the ending.
Palmer's Way, $8.20. The pick 4 is giant too. I just forgot that we had a back-to-back bombs, but. Yeah, the pick 4, $7,000 when we turn the page, and the pick 5, hopefully you had it for 75 dimes.
Whew. Incredible. Back on Fox Sports 2 tomorrow, 4 to 6 Eastern Time. We will see you then. Hope you enjoyed it. I mean, Shacklet was a tough one to come up with, right? That was almost impossible. Dream Passage took the 7th. And 4 in a row for Carrera Cat. We'll see you tomorrow.